A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Is anybody?
There she is. That's Molly Goldberg, folks. A woman with a place in every heart and a finger in every pie. And now the makers of New Does, that new kind of soap for everything right down your wash line, bring you another visit with those good folks, the Goldbergs. The other day, I accidentally overheard two ladies talking over the back fence. One of them sounded very indignant.
Look here, Mrs. Murphy. Are you trying to say I don't know how to wash clothes?
All I said was, imagine washing dirty overalls and rayon slips with the same granulated soap.
But, Mrs. Murphy, I use New Does. It's a brand new kind of granulated soap, and it's wonderful.
Oh, really?
Yes. You see, this New does all three kinds of wash. Work shirts, towels, right down to your rayons and nicer colored washables.
Oh, glory be. One soap for everything on wash day. But who'd have thought such a thing was possible?
Well, I guess Procter & Gamble did when they made this New Does. Why, take a look at that wash I just hung out. See those rayon slits?
Sure, and they do look grand and bright.
Thanks to Does. And look at those work shirts, washed with this same New Does. See how nice and clean they are?
Yes, I see, but I'm thinking you had to scrub hard.
No, I didn't. Why, no soap I ever used gets clothes clean easier than New Does.
Well, will you listen to that now?
And best of all, look at those snowy white towels and sheets.
Sure, and they're as white as the driven snow.
Aren't they, though? Honestly, I've never seen whiter washes than I get with Does.
Yes, and that's what a lot of ladies say about New Does. They've never seen whiter washes. In fact, Does gets clothes whiter, far whiter than any number of other soaps. Yet Does is safer for your fussy rayons and nicer colored washables. Safer than any other leading granulated wash day soap. That's why Does can do all three kinds of wash. Honestly, once you try Does, you'll see it's not just a new improvement of an old soap, but a really new kind of granulated soap. You've never before been able to buy a soap quite like Does. So look for D-U-Z, Does, in that big red and white box. And next wash day, let Does do everything. And now the Goldbergs. Poor Molly doesn't know where she stands or what she should feel. And most of all, she doesn't know what to do. It's obvious, evident, and plain that Rosie really loves Walter Jerome. But at the same time, Molly was a little swayed by the words of Walter's fiancée, who explained that Walter's attention to Rosie was just a means of fighting back against his mother. And Molly, having seen Mrs. Jerome, can understand that, too. But after all, Rosie is Molly's daughter. Her interests are paramount. So Molly rushes out of the house to talk with Walter. Listen.
Walter, Jake, please. Silence. Please. Jake, will you please go into the house and let me talk to Walter?
There's no more to say. All has been said.
Mr. Goldberg, if you'll only let me explain.
I don't want to be convinced.
Jake, please.
I hope this will be final, Walter. Look out for me. Look out. Look out.
Oh, Walter, did Mr. Goldberg tell you that your fiancée Norma is in our house?
Yes, I know she is.
Walter, don't you think that with the way your mother feels and the way Norma feels...
And the way Mr. Goldberg feels... I don't know about you, Mrs. Goldberg, but...
Walter, I don't know how I feel. I'm too mixed up. I'm too upside down. I'm too mixed up to know how I feel, how I should feel, and what I feel. All I know, Walter, is that Rose is very young. She's a child yet. And each day she's becoming involved in things too big for her years. I only want you to remember, Walter, that what you say and do will affect Rosalie very much. And that what she does blindly, you should do with your eyes open. Walter, it's better to act slowly and not leap the cart before the horse. Sometimes, Walter, a stitch in time can save the whole suit. Rosie's young. So are you. It's foolish to act as if life was stopping tomorrow.
Ma.
Yes, Emily. Yes.
Ma.
What is it?
Ma, go into the house.
I'm going.
Please, Ma.
Walter, think well of what I said. Look out, Jonathan, I'm going to you won't come later, you won't come.
I hope you're not going to read me a lecture, too, Sammy.
Norma's in our house.
So I've been told.
And so is Rosie.
I know.
Now, don't you think this is a scene to be avoided rather than met?
I don't believe in avoiding scenes.
Sure?
Of course I'm sure, Sammy. You know me well enough to know that.
I wish I was sure. I wish I knew whether you weren't just flattering yourself.
What do you mean?
Well, maybe running headfirst into a scene with Norma and Rosie is just a way of avoiding the real scene. The one you should have.
With my mother?
With yourself.
You're talking riddles.
Well, it is kind of a riddle. You are, I mean. And if I was sure of the answer, I'd know what to do. As it is, I have to leave things up to you.
I still don't get you.
Norma has a theory about you. And if it's true, if it were true, believe me, you wouldn't get a chance to see Rosie. Not under any circumstances.
So Norma has a theory.
A very logical one.
It would be, since she and my mother probably made it up between them.
Well, what is it? You might as well know. Norma thinks that you're just rebelling against your mother's dominance. And that pretending to be in love with Rosie is just a weapon in the fight.
Very Freudian.
And very plausible, too. Norma says you really like her. But because through sheer accident your mother happens to like her also, she's included in the opposition.
That's what my mother and Norma would like to believe. If that's what I'm doing, I could do it in a million easier ways.
I'm not saying what Norma says is true. I said it was plausible. And the fact that it's causing all this trouble doesn't mean you'd avoid it. The human mind doesn't pick the easiest road, but the one that suits its nature. Maybe this suits yours.
Is that what you think of me?
No, I'm talking about Norma's theory.
Well, it isn't true, Sammy.
You do resent your mother.
I resent a lot of things in life. That doesn't mean I'd use my friends to fight them.
Where does Rosie come in on this?
That's the shrewdness with which you people are being turned against me. I like Rosie. I haven't asked her to marry me, and I know that she's only 17. I've been as right about that as I've been about anything. But at the same time, I don't want to marry Norma. I'm not making Rosie choose. I'm not putting it on her. That's my mother's sweet little device. She's got it worked out so that as if your family were conspiring with me against her. And it isn't involved at all.
Well, what are you going to do?
What would you do at my place, Sammy? Run away?
No.
I don't need any of my mother's help in life. I can get on by myself. I can live my own life, and I'm going to. I simply don't think that my friends should play along with my enemies.
I'm not your enemy.
And you are, if you believe the lies against me. Would I pick a girl like Rosie and a family like yours if I really wanted to make my family feel terrible about my not wanting to marry Norma? Well, I could have picked someone who could be the worst person in the world. I could have hurt my mother if I really wanted to do it. Rosie has nothing to do with it.
Here comes Norma. Lay down, Sporty. Sporty, lay down.
Walter.
Excuse me. Lay down, Sporty. Sporty, get out here.
It's quite a circus going on here tonight. First my parents and their righteous indignation, then you and yours, Norma, and now...
Oh, don't be upset, Walter. I'm not indignant. I'm not indignant. I'd be amused if I weren't sorry for Rosie. She's too nice a girl to be sacrificed on the altar of your mother's complex.
Norma, what kind of a story was that you told the Goldbergs?
Just something that you know as well as I do, Walter. Why can't you at least be reasonable in your efforts to escape your mother?
And what would you call being reasonable?
Marry me as you want to. And let's leave your family to its own life. I've got enough money for both of us.
And that's all?
It's simple, honest, and without extravagance.
There's only one objection to it.
My money?
No. You. I don't want to marry you.
Do you believe that?
Do I believe it? You mean you don't believe it?
No, Walter, I don't. We've been in love too long for a young girl like Rosie to come between us.
I'm not in love with Rosie, and it's not Rosie who's coming between us. It's you who's coming between us.
Well, I won't put up a fight for you, Walter. I don't believe in such things.
Then do me a favor, Norma, and retire gracefully, taking my mother along.
No, you'll have to handle your mother yourself.
I will.
And what about Rosie?
Well, what about her?
She thinks you're in love with her.
I like her very much.
Oh, why don't you be honest with yourself, Walter? I know you love me. I know I love you despite all the things that I can find to dislike in you.
Thanks for your tolerance.
Well, people have to be tolerant with those they love.
What are my faults?
You think you'll be... Never mind, suit yourself.
I will. I'm not going to give up my friends because my mother wants to be present at your wedding and mine.
Oh, you're being impossible, Walter. I'm going now. I don't want to dislike you enough to give you up, because if I did, you'd be lost altogether. Go on. Go into the Goldberg house. Enjoy the melodrama of your entrance.
Just how much truth there is in Norma's theory about Walter's behavior is hard to say. But at least we do know that Rosie's infatuation with him isn't matched by his own with her. And now, with Walter going into the Goldberg house, a great many mistakes in feeling are going to be made. You know, if you get discouraged about dishwashing, then here's something to cheer you up. Now listen, there's no more need to struggle along with those old-fashioned halfway soaps. And that goes for those bar soaps because they don't have real speed. And those tough granulated soaps because they're so short on safety for your hands. Yes, at last you're free of such halfway soaps because new Duz is here. You know, Duz is that new kind of granulated soap for everything in your wash. And it has everything for dishes, too. From whirlwind speed to greater kindness to your hands. Just notice how wonderfully soft and smooth your hands feel after doing dishes with Duz. Actually, Duz is the only leading granulated wash day soap to treat your hands with such extra gentleness. Yet no soap made speeds through dishes faster than Duz. It cuts even tough grease without hard scouring. Yes, you can tell by the suds how really new and different Duz is. Try it. Duz has everything for dishes. Be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs. This is Clayton Collier saying goodbye for Procter & Gamble, the makers of Duz, the new kind of granulated soap for all three kinds of wash.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Speaking of New Year's resolutions, here's a poem for you, friends, so listen. When the year is at the morn, resolutions fine are born. When the year is old and gray, resolutions, where are they? I have the answer here to a season full of cheer. Just resolve to start each day happy, carefree, blithe, and gay. And you know, folks, all it takes to start the day is Grape Nuts Flakes. That's the answer, all right. Eat a good breakfast, do a better job. Because you need an adequate breakfast after a fast of 10 or 12 hours the night before. In fact, dietitian tells us that morning is the time we should get at least 1/4 of our entire day's nourishment. Yes, breakfast is the stoke-up meal. And Grape Nuts Flakes are certainly a swell-tasting stoke-up food. They're a whole-grain cereal, cram full of all-around whole-grain nourishment. So for 1944, let's all resolve to eat a good breakfast, do a better job. And let crisp, toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes help make it easy for you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since this is the start of a new new year, we bring you a man who, at the age of 20, began his phenomenal career in show business.
That's right.
At 30, he was a credit to his profession.
Yes, sir.
At 40, he was admired and respected by millions.
That's me.
At 50, his name became a household word.
50?
At 60, he became...
All right, stop. That's enough already. For heaven's sake.
And here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, it's a good thing I stopped you or I'd have died of old age before the show started. 40, 50, 60. It wasn't so very long ago that I was going to Waukegan Grammar School.
Well, I know, Jack, but you were the only kid in class the teacher called Mister.
Don, they didn't call me that till I was in the 6th grade. And anyway, Don, it doesn't...
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Mary. Anyway, Don, it doesn't...
Fine thing. I hurry over here and nobody even notices my new dress.
Oh, say, that dress is beautiful, Mary. But don't you feel a little silly wearing a man's necktie with it?
Oh, that. Well, Dennis gave it to me for Christmas, and I'm wearing it so I won't hurt his feelings.
You mean Dennis gave you a... Oh, wait a minute. He must have gotten the boxes mixed up.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, Dennis gave me the cutest pair of lace panties, all covered with rosebuds.
Oh, gee, I'd love to have those. Jack, I'll give you the necktie, and you give me the lace panties.
Well,
Dennis really meant them for me.
I know, but...
You didn't lose them, did you?
I hope not. Gee.
Oh, so that's it. You didn't want to hurt his feelings either.
Look, Mary, when someone gives you a gift...
I know. But, Jack, those panties were supposed to fit me. How in the world did you get them on?
Oh, I didn't have much trouble.
You didn't, eh? I'll bet those rosebuds are stretched to full bloom.
Never mind. Let's see, where was I? Oh, yes. Now, look, Don, the next time you make a remark about my age, you better...
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Dennis. Don, the next time you make a remark about my age...
What's the matter?
Oh, Don's always telling people that I'm a lot older than I am, and I'm sick of it.
Why don't you hit him with your cane?
Dennis, they gave me this cane with my sports suit instead of an extra pair of pants. Anyway, to change the subject, I'm glad you're all here early tonight because we have a very important program to do.
What do you mean, Jackson?
You'll know in a minute, Bill. Ladies and gentlemen, as is our custom at this time of year, and even though it is January 2nd, tonight we are going to present our annual New Year's play entitled The New Tenant, or Goodbye 43, Hello 44. I hope you will all enjoy our latest version. Now, once again, I will play the part of the
old...
Hey,
Mr. Benny, every year you do one of these plays, and I don't understand them.
Well, you see, Dennis, these little sketches we do at the close of each year are not so much plays as they are allegorical fantasies. Now, do you understand?
No.
Well, Dennis, an allegorical fantasy is like, well, look, kid, did you see Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Well?
I didn't understand that either.
Dennis, it's all very simple. Look, my play and Snow White are in the same category in that they both deal with the abstract and the esoteric rather than with the prosaic.
Prosaic?
Yes, that's it.
What is?
Don't worry, Dennis. Jack doesn't understand it either.
I understand every word I said.
Sure you do, Jackson.
How do you know, Phil?
Because I'm the guy what learned it to him.
Phil, if you really want to help me keep quiet, keep quiet. Now, look, Dennis, an allegorical fantasy is
Jack, what do you want to show off with big words for?
Show off?
If you want to explain something, do it simply and direct.
Don, don't tell me how
When
to
I
talk.
want to tell somebody about grape nuts and grape nuts flakes, I don't go in for verbal calisthenics.
No, Don.
All I say is that grape nuts and grape nuts flakes are two delicious cereals that always taste like more.
But look, kid.
Grape nuts, crisp and crunchy, Grape Nuts Flakes, tempting, toasty brown flakes.
John.
Both have a zesty, malty, rich flavor that's distinctly their own.
I know, it's their own.
They're made of
Their
sun-ripened wheat and malted barley. And they bring you energy-giving, body-building, whole-grain nourishment.
Yeah, but
the
you see,
satisfying,
Dennis...
stick-to-your-ribs nourishment that fills you full of well-being and
Yes.
helps make your mornings just zip along.
Oh, it zips. And it's simple enough.
And so eat a good breakfast, do a better job. Feature Grape Nuts or Grape Nuts Flakes. Now, you see what I mean, Jack?
You're absolutely right, Don. Come here, kid. I'm going to explain it to you in simple words like Don did.
Oh, you don't have to explain it to me. I thought about it while Mr. Wilson was talking, and I know exactly what you mean.
Good. Now, what is an allegorical fantasy?
A prosaic bowl of grape nut flakes.
Well, look, Dennis, I'll explain it to you later. Meanwhile, in our fantasy, you're going to play a double role. The parts of the two most despicable men in the world, Hitler and Tojo.
I'm going to play the parts of Hitler and Tojo?
Yes.
Where's a mirror?
Why?
I'm going to spit right in my faces.
You don't have to, kid. You're only playing the parts. Anyway, you're going to be Hitler and Tojo tonight.
Well, okay, but I'll just hate myself in the morning.
Now, Phil, you're going to be Uncle Sam.
Uncle Sam?
Yes. You see, in our sketch, I will play the part of the old year 1943, who has been living in a big rooming house called the United States, run by Uncle Sam and his wife, Columbia. Now, Mary, you're going to be Columbia. You have 48 children, one for each state in the Union.
I've got 48 children? Holy smoke.
Well, Mary, it's only an allegorical fantasy.
Well, this is a fine time to tell me.
Mary, I tried to explain it to you. Your children are the 48 states. Each state is a child.
Oh, well, then I better hurry and change California. It's wet again.
Well, don't worry about it now. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we set the stage for our play, which will go on immediately after a song. I'll get it. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
What do you want, Rochester?
I've been down to the stores exchanging your Christmas presents for you.
Oh, yes. You didn't have any trouble, did you?
Only at one place. They refused to give you a refund on your Christmas tree.
Oh, well, it was worth a try anyway.
And say, boss, while I was out for you, I tried to exchange a present my uncle gave me.
Uh-huh.
But the store wouldn't do it just because I tried it out for size.
Well, that was mean of them. What was the gift?
A bottle of gin.
Well, no wonder they wouldn't exchange it. And, Rochester, why don't you try to reform?
Oh, I did, boss. Remember yesterday I made a New Year's resolution not to shoot craps anymore?
Yes, I remember that resolution.
What happened to it?
Rochester, have you been shooting dice again?
It wasn't my fault, boss. Some of my friends came to visit me.
Yes?
It was the first time a group ever came through a door on their knees.
So you got right in the game, huh?
No, I didn't, boss. I tossed a coin. Heads, I shoot craps with them, and tails, I don't.
Uh-huh. And I suppose it landed head.
No, boss, it landed tails.
Well?
As I bent down to pick up the coin, 2 small cubes fell out of my suit.
Uh-huh.
And to my amazement, Hart Chapman and Marsh had thrown a 7.
Well, I'll talk to you about that later. Where are you now, Rochester?
In a phone booth on Central Avenue, and Get off my lap, honey. This is a high phone.
Rochester, have you got a girl in the telephone booth with you?
It ain't an allegorical fantasy.
Rochester, I'm surprised.
So am I, boss. She ain't the same one I came in here with.
Well, Rochester, I haven't got time to talk to you anymore now, so I'll see you when I get home. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
There was a phone call from the freight company telling me to come over because your camel had arrived from Egypt.
My camel? That's wonderful. Well, listen, Rochester, don't tell anybody, and I'll spring it on my friends as a surprise.
Well, you better wait till the wind is with you, or the element of surprise will be lost.
Well, don't worry. I'll take care of it. See you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I'm glad the camel finally got her. I've been waiting long enough. Sing, Dennis.
your face will flower through the darkness of the night, like the light of home before me, or an angel watching o'er me. This will be my shining hour till I'm with you again. In my dreams your face will flower through the darkness of the night, like the lights of home before me, or an angel watching o'er me. This will be my shining hour till I'm with you
That was My Shining Hour, sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our annual New Year's play entitled The New Tenant, or Goodbye 43, Hello 44. As the curtain rises, it's almost midnight of December 31st. And old man 1943 is packing his bags and ready to make his exit. Curtain. Music. Oh, Columbia. Columbia. Will you come here a minute, please?
What do you want, 43?
Give me a hand with this packing, will you? I got to get out of here before midnight and make room for the new tenant.
Oh, yes. Little 44 will be here any minute.
Say, where's your husband, Uncle Sam? Like to say goodbye to him.
Oh, he's around someplace. Sam's been pretty busy lately.
You said it. All your kids have been pitching in, too.
Here comes one of my relatives, the Navy.
Oh, yes. Hello, Navy.
Hello, old-timer. Hi, Columbia.
Boy, has he grown.
Yep, his tonnage is almost doubled.
He's big, all right. Nice to see him so healthy. By the way, Navy, how's your wife?
Oh, fine, fine. And congratulations are in order.
Really?
Yep, triplets. 3 new battleships.
Well, congratulations, Pappy.
Here's a picture of them.
Well, I'll be doggone. They got their mother's nose and their father's keel. Yes, sir.
Well, so long. See you later, Columbia.
Hey, he needs a big family. He's got 2 bathtubs to fill. Guess I might as well finish packing. Columbia, hand me that bundle of swing music. I'll take that with me.
Here you are.
Thanks. Lay that pistol down, babe. Lay that pistol down. Boy, am I sick of that. Say, Columbia, I got a few minutes yet, so I thought... Well, hello, Eleanor. Glad to see you back. There she goes again. Say, Columbia, I started to tell you I've only got a few minutes, and I thought that maybe before we...
Oh, hello, Sam.
Well, Uncle Sam, where you been?
Oh, what a week, what a week. I've really been busy, been sending Christmas presents to my nephews all over the world.
Well, you're working hard, Sam, but you never looked better in your life. And say, what's that button you're wearing on your lapel? I never knew you took sides in politics.
Well, I don't care if it's the Democrats or the Republicans. They're both good.
But that button...
Well, come closer and take a look at it.
Okay. Well, I'll be...
Well, what does it say, old-timer?
Frank Sinatra. Well, Sam, it's good to know that with all that's on your mind, you still find time for a little entertainment.
That's right. And that ain't all. Look down here. Bobby socks.
Sam, you'll never grow old. Hey, Columbia, turn on the radio. I want to hear the World Series. This will be my last chance to hear the big game.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are now listening to the final game of the World Series between the United Nations All-Stars and the Axis Polecats.
That's it. That's what I want.
Me too. A lot of my boys is playing in that game. For the benefit of you people who tuned in late, this is the last half of the eighth. The Axis had their inning, and the United Nations are now coming up to bat. In the early stages of the game, the Axis did pretty well. They pulled a couple of sneak plays and tried to steal a few bases, but they were stopped by a squeeze play between Timoshenko and Montgomery.
Those boys are sure a couple of big leaguers, all right.
You said it, old-timer.
And now, folks, before we resume our play-by-play description, I would like to remind you that this broadcast comes to you through the courtesy of Freedom Unlimited.
That's a great product.
All right, folks, the United Nations are now at bat. The coaches are George Marshall at third, Hap Arnold at first, and stepping up to the plate is Douglas MacArthur.
Hear that, Sam? He's one of the heaviest hitters we got.
Yep, he's got a darn good batting average, too. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, the battery for the Axis is Tojo pitching and Hitler catching.
Oh, boy, is he catching.
You're not kidding.
And here comes the first pitch. It's a hit! Right between shortstop and third. And MacArthur is safe on first base.
Well, Columbia, we got a man on first.
Yes, sirree.
Incidentally, folks, in the sixth inning, Mussolini got hit on the head with the ball. So now the Axis will have to get another water boy.
Well, he never was much anyway.
All right, folks, MacArthur is on first base, and coming up to bat is Chiang Kai-shek. Tojo is winding up, and here comes the first pitch. Ball one. It's low.
Doggone everything he does is low.
Yep, he's been throwing some nasty curves, but our boys are getting wise to him. Chiang Kai-shek is standing, grimly determined at the plate. Here comes the second ball. He lays a beautiful bunt down the third base line, which advances MacArthur to second base. The crowd is cheering Chiang Kai-shek's wonderful sacrifice.
I knew Chiang Kai-shek could sacrifice. That's the kind of a fella he is.
Yep, that's what I call great teamwork.
While we're waiting for the next batter to come up, let's have a word from our sponsor, Freedom Unlimited.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you spend restless nights because of a haunting fear that you may lose your rights? Your right to free speech, your right to worship as you please, and your right to live without fear of aggression? If you do, ladies and gentlemen, get yourself some shares of Freedom Unlimited. And you can do that by buying war bonds. Remember, folks, freedom, spelled F-R-E-E-D-O-M.
That fella sure knows what he's talking about.
And now back to the game between the United Nations All-Stars and the Axis Polecats.
Well, folks, the crowd is sure excited. MacArthur's on second base, and coming up to bat is Montgomery. Cheering him for his wonderful work in the field. Sure is a fine player.
That's right, Sam.
The pitcher's winding up, and here comes the ball. Montgomery takes a hard drive to Rommel. Rommel's going back. He's going back. He tries to stop it, but he fumbles.
Rommel fumbles the ball. Hear that, Columbia?
Montgomery pulls up at first base, and MacArthur goes to third. Crowd is going wild.
By golly, I don't blame him. Hey, Sam, that Rommel ain't doing so good, is he?
No, he ain't. He's the best player they got.
That's right.
And now, folks, what's this? Hitler walks out to the pitcher's mound to talk to Tojo. It seems they got their signals crossed, and Hitler's worried.
Was ist los, Schweinhund? Ohne Knauten verstaut zu greifen und versehen, keine Benutzen, verluten. Oh, so sorry, please. So sorry, please. So sorry, please. So sorry. Versteiten zu Knoten, Vertechnik. Eine Minuten per Stunde, Loten, Vertechnik. Ach, shut up!
Come on, you start
so play ball.
That's telling him, old-timer.
Well, folks, the game's about to continue, but there's a switch in the battery for the Axis. Hitler is now going to pitch.
A lot of good that'll do.
Hitler used to have a pretty good arm.
He oughta. He exercised it enough hanging wallpaper.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Hitler is in the pitcher's box, and coming up to bat for the United Nations is Timoshenko.
Timoshenko. He'll knock Hitler out of the box and then put him in one. Wait and see.
And here comes the first pitch. Ball one, very wide.
See that, Sam? Hitler's nervous.
He's winding up again, and here comes the second pitch. Ball two.
No, something, old-timer. I think Hitler's afraid to pitch to him.
Here comes the third pitch. Ball three.
You're right, Sam.
Yep, Hitler doesn't dare take a chance with Timoshenko.
There it is, ball four. Timoshenko walks to first, putting 3 men on base. Timoshenko on first, Montgomery on second, and MacArthur on third. Now he's yelling for a home run.
One good hit now put the game in the bag.
What a ball game. What excitement. Bases are loaded for the United Nations, and the Axis team is plenty worried. This is the tensest moment of the game, and the question is... Oh, there's a conference being held in the United Nations dugout. Co-managers Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin are putting their heads together to decide on the final move, and... Wait a minute, folks. Wait a minute. They've reached a decision. They're sending Eisenhower to bat.
Yippee!
Yes, sir. That's one of my boys.
One of our boys, Sam.
Oh, boy, I can hardly wait to see what's going to happen.
I'm afraid you won't be able to 1943. Your time is almost up, and you better finish packing.
Well, I want to hear the end of the game.
Well, I know how you feel, old-timer, but you just haven't got the time.
Okay. Turn off the radio. Anyway, I got a pretty good idea how it's going to turn out. Doggone, look at that clock. Just got my duds together in time. That's the first stroke of 12. I wonder what's keeping the new tenant. Little fella should be here by now.
Well, don't worry. He'll show up. He always has.
Say, here's a tip for you, Sam. You worked hard during the time I was here. You did a good job. And I want you to work even harder for the little fella that's coming in.
Don't you worry, old-timer. I'm really rolling now.
Time's a-fleeting, but I can't leave till that little shaver gets here.
That must be him now.
Yep. Come in. Well, it's the little new year. Hello, Sonny.
Hello, old-timer.
What's that you got under your arm?
Some forms I'm going to try awfully hard to get signed this year.
Yeah? What are they?
Well, here's the most important one. It says, How do you pronounce these big words?
Let's see that. Oh, that says unconditional surrender. Well, I hope you get them signed darn soon. Hey, kid, I want you to meet Uncle Sam and his wife, Columbia.
Glad to know you folks.
Hello, Sonny.
Hiya, bub. You ought to have a coat on with them diapers. It's pretty chilly tonight.
I was sure cold the first night I got here. Well, son, I'm glad you're a sturdy little fella because there's a big ball game going on, and after it's over, you're going to have plenty to do. With all the pop bottles and peanut shells laying around, you're going to have to clean up the field and put it in order again.
I'll do the best I can, sir.
I know you will.
But tell me, old-timer, how's the game going?
Well, at the start, things didn't look so good. But after a while... Hear that, son?
Yes, sir. What is it?
That's being played for some of Sam's nephews. They were darn good ball players and hard hitters, too, but they were put out early in the game. Wasn't their fault. Pitching was a little too fast for them then, and it wasn't fair either. The man that had my job last year told me that Tojo started pitching before the umpire said play ball. That ain't baseball, son. Not like they play it in America. Well, I got to be moseying along now. Oh, by the way, son, Uncle Sam's got a nephew called Franklin that's been taking mighty good care of him. Ain't he, Sam?
You're darn tootin'.
So keep an eye on him, son. Give him all the help you can.
Franklin, eh? I'll write that down.
And here's some more names for you. There's Winston, Joe, Chung. A whole lot more than Sam will give you. I ain't got time to mention them all right now.
I'll make a note of them. Leave it to me.
One more thing, son. When I came in, there was a name given to me, and I was instructed to pass it on to you. And I want you to pass it on to the next little fella that takes over.
Who is it, sir?
The name is Colin Kelly. He represents all our boys who only got one turn at bat. Remember that, son.
I will.
Well, gotta be leaving now. Goodbye, Sam.
So long, old-timer.
Well, here I go.
So long, 43.
So long, Columbia. Keep 'em flying.
The sponsors of the Jack Benny program, the makers of Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes, send you their very best wishes for 1944. Good night, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jack Benny. If any of you have visited a hospital anywhere in America recently, you know there's a serious, critical shortage of nurses. At least 65,000 new students must enroll this year if we are to care for our fighting forces and our civilians at home. So please think about it. You can do an important war job as a cadet nurse, and you can become one with all expenses paid. The U.S. Cadet Nurse Corps issues scholarships, which pay all expenses, plus a regular monthly spending allowance. As a cadet nurse, you can help your country right now. And you receive training for a respected and well-paid lifetime career. So if you're from 18 to 35 years of age, with a good high school record and good health, why don't you join the U.S. Cadet Nurse Corps? Apply for complete information at your local hospital or write to the U.S. Cadet Nurse Corps, Box 88, New York City.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Well, of all things, folks, Wilbur Brown is on a diet. And of all the foolish things I ever heard, why, it's so silly I hate to tell you. You know what Wilbur does? He goes on a starvation diet for breakfast. Then, of course, eats like a stuffed owl at lunchtime. Doesn't the poor guy know that breakfast is the stoke-up meal, the most important meal of the day? We've been without any food 10 or 12 hours. That's why dietitians tell us we need at least 1/4 of our entire day's nourishment in the morning. And they say we need a whole grain cereal. So make it Grape Nuts Flakes, folks. Delicious? You bet. Crisp, toasty brown, malty rich, and nourishing. Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal, cram full of energy-giving whole grain food values. So, friends, don't be a Wilbur. Eat a good breakfast, do a better job. And feature tempting, toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes. America's most distinctive flake cereal, Grape Nuts Flakes. Played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's turn back the clock a few hours. It's Sunday morning in the Jack Benny household.
A Sunday, a Monday, and always.
I would be in heaven if I could roll a 7. Sunday, Monday, and always. I'd be so happy it would make my poor heart pound to hear those little cubes go round and round and round and round.
Oh, Rochester, whoever told you could sing?
There was only one man who told me I couldn't.
Well, I'd like to meet him.
He's dead now.
Well, prop up another pillow behind me so I'll be more comfortable. You can bring me my breakfast now.
Okay, but this is the silliest thing I ever heard of.
There's nothing silly about it. Lots of people have breakfast in bed.
I know, boss, but not in the kitchen.
Well, it's warmer down here than it is up in my room. I hope you haven't any objection.
No, but it sure was a strain on me carrying your bed downstairs.
It was a strain on me, too. You almost shook me out of it. Now, how about some orange juice?
I'm fixing it for you right now. Let's see. Here's the orange. Where's the knife? I got it. Now to give it a good squeeze.
What was that?
Juice!
Juice?
Yes, sir. These California oranges don't know their own strength.
That looks good. What else should I have, Rochester?
How about some breakfast cereal?
Yeah. What kind of breakfast cereal have we got?
Oh, boss, come now.
Oh, yes, I'll have the Flakies this time. The Flakies?
And would you like some... Uh-oh. Say, boss, here comes your crazy boarder, Mr. Billingsley.
Shh, quiet, Rochester. You'll hurt his feelings. Good morning, Mr. Billingsley.
Good morning, Mr. Benny. Taking it lying down, I see.
Yes. Breakfast in bed is one luxury I always enjoy.
You know, I always used to have my bed in the kitchen, too. In fact, I lived in the kitchen.
You did? Why?
Oh, it was one of those things. I was married to a cockroach.
To a cockroach?
Her name was Gwendolyn. We used to argue all the time over who was boss.
What was that, Mr. Billingsley?
I say we used to argue all the time over who was boss.
You and the cockroach? You did?
Yes. So one day I put my foot down, and that was the end of it. After that, I stayed single for a long time. But I got tired of being a bachelor, so I remarried.
What's that, Rochester?
Our trap. It finally caught that mouse.
Oh. Well, what do you know? I'm single again.
One tragedy after another. Would you care for a cup of coffee, Mr. Billingsley?
No, thanks. I must be leaving now. I'm going to run over to the barber shop and get a T-bone steak.
But you can't get a T-bone steak at the barber shop.
I know, but I can't get one at the butcher's either, so I might as well get a haircut while I'm waiting.
I see.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye.
Now, how did that get by the censor?
That's what you... You know, Rochester, I feel like laughing, but he scares me so. Rochester, I think you're right. He has been acting a little eccentric lately. Well, hand me my robe. I'm going to get up.
Okay. Say, boss, you better hurry. We got to pick up your camel at the freight company today.
That's right, Rochester. I invited my whole gang over. And remember, don't breathe a word about it. I want the camel to be a big surprise. I'll get it, Rochester. You clean up the dishes. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Well, you told me to come over here. Now, what's the big secret you're going to spring on us?
Mary, you'll never guess. It'll be the biggest surprise this town ever had.
Don't tell me you were drafted.
Don't be silly, Mary. I'm over 38. What are you laughing at?
That's what kept you out of the last war.
Mary, I'm only a little over 38 now.
Go on. You've got a brother that's 50.
I know I have.
Your twin brother.
So what? We had a slow doctor. Anyway, the idea of my being in the service isn't so ridiculous.
Well, you know what Fred Allen said. The biggest laugh he ever got was when you appeared before your draft board.
Oh, yeah? Well, all I know is when Allen went to his draft board, they looked at the guy in front of him and said 4H, the guy in back of him and said 4F, then they looked at Allen and said, what for? Which, incidentally, is the same thing his father said to the stork. So don't tell me about Allen.
All right, Jack.
Why, that weakling. He had to take a local anesthetic to get his elk's tooth cleaned. So don't tell me about Allen.
All right, Jack, I won't.
He had to go to Charles Atlas for 6 months to get enough muscles to hiccup. So don't tell me about Allen.
All right, Jack, all right.
And you're lucky I can't think of anything else.
Jack, will you please forget about Allen and tell me what the surprise is?
Mary, I'm not going to tell you. You'll have to wait here till it comes. Meanwhile, I'm going upstairs and get dressed.
Okay, I want to use the phone anyway. I forgot to tell Butterfly what to prepare for dinner.
Go ahead. I'll be down in a minute.
This is the operator. Number, please.
Give me Crestview 52717.
Just a minute. Does Mr. Benny know you're using his phone?
Well, of course he knows.
Oh, yeah? Well, what's the password?
Password? Well, of all the... Oh, Jack, what's the password?
Sulfanilamide.
You have to get a prescription to make a phone call here yet. Operator, it's sulfanilamide.
Okay, I'll get your number.
Hello?
Hello, Butterfly. This is Miss Livingston.
Oh, hello, Miss Livingston. Gee, I'm awfully glad you called.
You are, Butterfly? Why?
I was lonesome.
Oh, well, Butterfly, the reason I called is I forgot to tell you what to prepare for dinner tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have dinner at 7 o'clock, so let's have vegetable soup, salad with Thousand Island dressing, lamb chops, and rice pudding. Have you got that down?
I haven't even cooked it yet.
Butterfly, I mean, did you write it down?
No, ma'am, but I will. Would you mind telling me again, Miss Livingston?
All right. Vegetable soup, salad with Thousand Island dressing, lamb chops, and rice pudding. Now, have you got that written?
Not yet, Miss Livingston. I'm having trouble with the spelling.
Oh, what can't you spell?
The words.
Well, never mind, Butterfly. I'll come home early and help you out.
Thank you. By the way, Miss Livingston, when you get home, would you mind coming in the back door?
Why?
I just swept the living room.
Well, I'll try and be careful. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Say, Mary, I'm going to rush out now and bring back the surprise. So you call down Phil and Dennis and tell them to hurry over.
All right.
Rochester, get the car out.
Okay, boss.
Oh, Jack, are you still driving around in that yellow cab of yours?
Mary, it doesn't look like a cab anymore. I had it painted a different color.
Oh.
That's right, Miss Livingston. If we didn't stop to pick up passengers, no one would know it's a taxi cab.
Rochester, stop lying and let's go. No, darn it, there's the phone. I'll get it. Hello?
Mr. Benny, this is the operator.
Yes?
What's the password for tomorrow?
LSMFT. Goodbye. Come on, Rochester, let's go. You better hurry, Rochester. I want to get to the freight office before it closes.
Okay.
And when we get the camel, I want you to be nice to her.
Boss, I don't want to have anything to do with those wild animals. I'm having enough trouble with your polar bear.
Oh, you're always afraid of Carmichael just because he shows his teeth once in a while. For heaven's sake, he's only smiling at you.
Smiling at me?
Yes.
You want to know something, boss?
What?
Yesterday when I was feeding him, I happened to turn my back, and he smiled right through the seat of my pants.
Oh, Rochester, stop exaggerating. Carmichael's just playful.
Playful? What happened to the gas man?
What are you talking about? That was 2 years ago.
Well, we haven't had a gas bill since.
All right, Rochester, drop it. Anyway, here we are at the freight office. Oh, boy. Won't the gang be surprised when I come home with the camel? I guess we'll have to go over to that other window.
Where?
Over there, where the man's on the phone.
I'm sorry, but we don't make deliveries. You'll have to call for it yourself. I'll be with you in a minute, sir. No, I can't break the rule. You'll have to call for it yourself. Goodbye. Can you imagine a guy like that sending a mountain goat all the way from Denver?
A mountain goat, huh?
Yeah. What a crackpot he must be.
Well...
But there's nothing. You know what I got waiting here for some nitwit?
What?
It's...
Well, what is it?
If I told you, you wouldn't believe it.
Oh, yes, he would.
Rochester.
Well, what's waiting here for you, Bud?
Well,
what is it?
Well.
Oh!
Well, what about it? They have them for pets in North Africa. Now, you have got my camel here, haven't you?
You don't think I got these windows open because I love the great outdoors, do you?
Never mind that. Bring her out.
You'll have to go get her yourself, mister. Every time I go near that crazy animal, she spits at me.
It's your own fault. Camels only spit at people they don't like. Come on, Rochester. We'll go get her. Oh, there she is, Rochester. There's a camel. Isn't she cute? Oh, you sweet thing. We're going to be pals, aren't we? We're going to...
Boss!
There was nothing, Rochester. She just threw me a kiss.
Well, I got some of it on me.
Never mind. Now, help me put this rope around her neck.
Okay.
Gee, Rochester, I can hardly wait to get her home. Boy, will the gang be surprised.
Gosh, I wonder what's keeping Jack so long. I'm getting kind of anxious to know what the surprise is.
Me too.
What do you think it is, Phil?
I don't know. Maybe he broke down and finally decided to give us Christmas presents.
Oh, I don't think so. I told Jack it's better to give than to receive, but he didn't hear the first part of it. No, I guess it isn't that.
Oh, I know what.
What?
Maybe he broke down and finally decided to give us Christmas presents, huh?
Dennis, I just said that.
You did?
Yeah.
Copycat.
Oh.
Say, I'll bet I know what the surprise is.
No, Don. No, Don. No,
I don't see why not.
Don, please.
Well, gee, Mary, why couldn't the surprise be a violin? Maybe a real Stradivarius.
Oh, for a minute I thought you were going to say grape nuts flakes.
So did I.
I didn't.
Why, of course not. Now, what kind of a surprise would grape nuts flakes be? There's nothing unusual about people coming home with grape nuts flakes, and why shouldn't they? They're malty, rich, sweet as a nut, and are a whole grain cereal.
Mr. Wilson is right. It could be a violin.
And not only that, they're a basic 7 food.
Violins?
No, grape nuts flakes. And they're a thrifty buy in the big 12-ounce economy-size package.
That could be a small violin.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait till Jackson gets back.
Hey, Dennis, while we're waiting, how about giving us a little entertainment?
Okay, take a card.
I don't mean card trick.
Oh, this isn't a trick. This card I want you to take is from my singing teacher. He's looking for more business.
Oh, well, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, let's have that song, kid.
Just a fling, Yet you say our love means everything. Do you mean what you are saying? Or is this a little game you're playing? My heart tells me I will cry again. If a kiss like yours could lie again. If I'm fool enough to see this through, will I be sorry if I do? Should I believe my heart or you? My heart tells me I will cry again. If a kiss like yours could lie again. If I'm fool enough to see this through, will I be sorry if I do? Should I believe my heart or you?
All right, easy now, girlie. Easy. Here's the car, Rochester. Rochester, open the door.
That camel ain't gonna fit in the car.
Certainly it will. She can pull in her neck and fold up her leg. Oh, darn it, she won't get in. She keeps shying away.
You should have taken the meter out, boss. She knows it's a taxi cab.
Don't be silly, Rochester. Well, put the flag up anyway. Now, let's see. I'll tell you what we better do. You drive the car home, and I'll ride the camel. Give me a boost.
Okay.
Steady. Steady there. There. Steady, girlie. Gee, this feels high.
Hey, look at the guy on the camel.
Holy smoke.
Well, that's the funniest thing I've ever seen.
Hey, mister.
What?
The camels are coming. Ta-da, ta-da. The camels are coming.
Oh, shut up. What's the matter with you people? Did you ever see a camel before? Hey, Sonny, stop that. Cut it out. Cut that out, I say.
You quit hollering at my boy, mister.
Well, make him stop riding his bicycle under us. What a bunch of tourists. Rochester, start the car and let's get going. Rochester.
I beg your pardon, sir?
You know me and don't deny it. Now, let's get started.
My goodness, look in the middle of the street, a lumpy giraffe.
Madam, this happens to be a camel.
I'm not talking to you.
Rochester, let's get away from this crowd. Come on, girlie. Giddy up. Come on. Steady.
Careful, boss. She's rearing up.
Take it easy, girlie. Take it easy.
Oh, boss, hold on. Look out.
I can't. Oh.
What happened, boss?
What happened? I fell off. That's what happened. Rochester, the camel's running away. Grab the rope.
I did, but it broke.
Oh, doggone it. There she goes down the street.
Don't worry, boss. There's a red light. She'll have to stop.
Don't be silly. Well, I better call up the house and tell the gang not to wait. Darn it, and I wanted to surprise them with the camel. Oh, well. Rochester, you try to catch her. I'm going over to that drugstore and call.
Hey, Mary, I can't hang around here any longer. I got to get home before the broadcast and bring Alice my radio script.
Oh, does she rehearse it with you?
No, she explains it to me.
Well, I can do that, Phil.
Hey, that must be Jack with his surprise.
Yeah, maybe that's why he's ringing the bell. I'll open the door. Oh. Hello.
Hello. Is Jack Benny here?
Well, no.
Well, gee, I can't understand it. I'm his girlfriend, Gladys Zabisco, and he wanted me to come over to the house for a surprise.
Oh, do you hear that, fellas?
So you're the surprise.
Gee, am I?
Say, Mary, maybe they're engaged.
Come on in, Gladys.
Thank you.
Well, so you're the surprise.
Oh, Mr. Bisco.
Yeah?
Dennis.
I'm only trying to be a wolf.
Hey, Mary, it looks like that Jack and his girlfriend got their signals crossed, huh?
Yeah, I wonder where... Oh, excuse me, Gladys. I'll be right back. Hello?
Hello, Mary. This is Jack. I've got some bad news about my surprise.
I know. I've seen her.
What?
Your surprise is here.
At my house? You mean she found her way all by herself?
Well, what's so wonderful about that?
Well, I knew she had a tag around her neck, but I didn't know she could read.
Jack, stop being so funny, and I think it was rude of you not to come with her.
Mary, I was bringing her home, but the rope broke and she got away.
The rope broke?
Yes, the last time I saw her, she was running down the street waving her tail at people.
What?
Oh, Mary, look, she must be thirsty by now. Would you mind giving her a drink of water?
Of course not.
Now, look, you'll find a pail on the back porch. Just fill it up with water and set it on the floor in front of her.
On the floor?
Yes, she'll get down on her knees and drink it.
Jack, you know what you're talking about.
Of course, she was trained that way. And Mary, look, she has a special diet, so don't give her anything to eat till I get home. I don't want anything to happen because I got a good offer for her from the zoo.
Jack, I think you're nuts.
Oh, yeah, I know she looks kind of dirty now, but when I get home, I'm going to give her a bath.
Jack, if she heard you say that, she'd slap your face.
Slap my face? Mary, what are you talking about?
Your girlfriend, Gladys Zabisco, she's here.
Well, what of it?
Isn't she your surprise?
Of course not. The surprise is my camel.
Your camel?
Yes, you remember. It's the one that I said I was going to...
Boss!
But, Jack,
I have to hang up the phone now, Mary. Rochester's calling me. What is it, Rochester?
I found the camel.
Good. Where'd you find her?
In the next booth.
Well, get her out of there.
We gotta wait, boss. She put in the call to Egypt. There'll be a 3-hour delay on the call.
Rochester, stop making up such silly things.
Okay.
Now tell me, where is she?
She's over at the counter having a cherry Coke.
Well, that's different. Let's go get her and go home.
Are sort of contrary. Why, if a law was passed, no more breakfast, everybody'd holler for breakfast. But as it is, far, far too many people are skimping the most important meal of the day. And you can't expect to do a man-sized job on a canary bird breakfast. Eat a good breakfast, do a better job. And feature those two leading favorites, Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes. If you've enjoyed the distinctive, malty-rich goodness of these two delicious cereals, you know why they're favorites. Because theirs is the luscious flavor of sun-ripened wheat and malted barley, expertly blended. Grape Nuts, crisp, crunchy kernels. Grape Nuts Flakes, delicate, toasty brown flakes. Both bring you a swell-tasting breakfast treat and a big extra plus. The extra plus of all-around whole-grain nourishment. One type of nourishment recommended as a breakfast must by nutrition experts. Yep, they're as good for you as they're grand to eat. So feature Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes on your breakfast table every morning.
Well, folks, we'll be with you next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from the Marine Air Station at El Toro, California. Good night, everybody.
Hey, you know, Curly, there's one thing that bothers me.
What's that, Elliot?
Well, you're an actor and a singer, and you got a radio show, and you do television guest spots, and you play the drums, and you play golf, and how do you do all those things?
Magnificently.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, transcribed, written by Ed James and Phil Shukin, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, John Hubbard, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, and yours truly, Phil Foreman. The title of tonight's little doozy is, How Long Will the Genius of Lovable, Laughable Phil Harris Go Undiscovered, or From Here to Eternity? Stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. There's an old saying that every worm will turn, but Phil Harris is one worm who hasn't quite made it. Today, however, promises to be different. There's a steely glint in Phil's blue eyes, firmness in his manly jaw, as he approaches the kitchen, chanting the praises of the one man he admires above all others. Guess who?
RCA, please drop a line. My show is fine and I'm divine. I'd be gorgeous on TV. P.S. I love me. La-da-dee-ba-ba-ba.
Phil, is that you?
No, it's Art Linkletter smelling like sunshine. Sure, it's me. Who'd you think it was?
Oh, what's the matter, Phil? Are you upset about something?
Upset? Me? Why should I be upset? I never get upset. I got nerves of iron, nerves of steel.
Well, something must be wrong. You know what you're drinking? Water.
Ooh, how do you like that? Now they'll take away my good merit badge.
Say, honey, you'd better get in a good mood. You know, I invited Mr. McDevitt to dinner.
Now you've done it. Now you spoil my whole day.
Why, Phil.
Mr. McDevitt, there's a fine character for you.
Now, look, honey, when Mr. McDevitt was made head of the record division of RCA, you said you wanted to throw him a party.
Alice, please, I don't want to talk about Mr. McDevitt. I don't want to think about Mr. McDevitt. I don't ever want to hear his name.
Mr. McDevitt?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Mr. McDevitt. Talk about Indians being Indian givers. He takes it away before he even gives it to you.
Oh, Phil, is that all that's worrying you?
Look, he promised me a solid gold record, and I want it.
But, Phil...
He gave Mario Alonso a gold record.
I know.
He gave Dinah Shore a gold record.
Well, sure, but...
And both of them together ain't half as pretty as I am.
Well, Phil, you only get the award for selling 1 million records.
I sold 1 million records, half of his and half of hers.
You have to sell 1 million of your own.
Oh, now they tell me. Wait a minute. How about Preacher the Bear?
Well, look, honey, Mr. McDevitt will be here for dinner tonight, and you can tell him all about it.
And don't think I ain't going to tell him about... Hey, another one. How about Darktown Poker Club?
Well, Phil, when Mr. McDevitt...
And what about That's What I Like About the South? That must have sold 1 million copies, not even counting the Yankees.
Phil.
Wait a minute. And another one, young lady. How about The Thing? I suppose that didn't sell 1 million copies. My mother's got the roof shingled with it.
Sure, but the thing sold 1 million.
Then why don't I get that gold record? I got a good mind to walk out on that RCA. That's what I got a good mind to do.
Bill, winter's coming on.
Hi, Curly.
Okay, so winter's coming on. RCA may be the best, but it ain't the only sponsor in the world.
Hi, Alice.
Well, name 2 others. Go ahead, name 2 others.
Hello, Mr. Harris.
I'll name a dozen. There's,
Hello, Miss Faye.
You're doing fine, Phil. Fine.
Well, don't rush me.
Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Harris.
How about the company that sells soap?
That has a familiar ring.
Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Faye.
How many does that make?
So far, you've got a clue.
Well, I'm thinking, honey. I'm just thinking.
Hello, Elliot. What are you doing here?
Now, you sure they sell soap, huh?
Positive.
Oh, I just happened to be in the neighborhood. I thought I'd drop in. Well, so long, Elliot. Drop in any old time.
Well, I got news for you. RCA better watch their P's and G's. That's all I got to say.
Hi, Curly. Hi, Alice.
Hello, Elliot.
I made it.
Oh, hi, Elliot. What are you doing here?
Oh, I just happened to be in the neighborhood, and I thought I'd drop in.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Elliot.
Yes, Curly?
Is this the first time you've been in here?
Why do you ask, Curly?
I don't know. I just got a feeling this whole thing happened before, and we're playing it back at a more convenient time.
Hey, what's the package, Elliot?
The
package.
Oh, I found it on the porch. From RCA.
RCA?
Phil, look out, you'll break
Oh, honey,
it.
give me that package.
Okay, Curly.
A package from RCA, and he just holds it. Alice, look.
At what?
Have you ever seen a package that looks more like a solid gold record?
I got a package like that once. It was full of old tea bags.
All right, Elliot.
No, my mother thought I'd appreciate some old tea.
Yeah, yeah.
Phil, stop talking. Stop talking
Okay.
and open the package.
All right, Alice. Oh, honey, what if it isn't a gold record?
Open it up.
I'm afraid.
You think we ought to soak it in water first?
Oh.
Put it down. I'll open it.
Okay, honey, but now take it easy now. Don't bruise it. Oh, it's got to be a gold record. It's got to be a gold record. It's got to be.
Phil?
Yeah?
It's a gold record.
How do you like that? Them cheap It's what?
Phil, you made it.
Oh, I made it. You hear that, Elliot? I made it. I got a gold record.
How about that?
Isn't that beautiful? Hey, Elliot, it's solid gold.
Boy, the teeth they could fill with that thing. Is it heavy?
Oh, yeah, man. Weighs a ton.
Let me hold it, huh?
Elliot, get them pawn shop mitts away from me.
Can't I even touch it?
Don't even breathe in near it. Hey, Alice, you know what we got to do now? We're going to build a trophy room or something.
No, you don't have to do that, Curly. I'll stop breathing.
That's what you say now, but will you? The second I turn my back, you'll start breathing again. I got to protect this record, Elliot. I got to get something to show it off to Mr. McDevitt.
Hey, I know what we can do. There's a wonderful antique store only 5 blocks away, real high class. They got all kinds of things. Trophy cases, display cases.
Well, gee, that's what we want. Let's get down there. Come on.
Wait a minute, honey. Here's the card that came with the record.
Oh, let me see that. Yeah. Hey, listen to this.
What?
From RCA Victor and T. McDevitt, with sincere appreciation to a great comedian, entertainer, and vocalist. They sure hit it on the head, didn't they?
I'd say it was more of a glancing blow.
What does that mean?
Well, look, Curly, you're a great guy, and I love you, but great comedian?
Oh, you think I ain't, huh? Let me tell you something, Hastings. I'm a million laughs, you hear me? Million of them.
Let's start with one.
Okay. You want one, huh? This'll fracture you. You know what? I got a melancholy girl. She's got a shape like a melon and a face like a collie. That's pretty good just for a throw, ain't it? Huh? Fast job. Just like...
Well, that takes care of comedian. What do you want to try for now, entertainer or vocalist?
Elliot, let's get down to that antique shop, will you?
Curly, entertainer or vocalist?
What are you kidding? Entertainer. Georgie Jessel. Just listen to this.
All right.
How slow methinks this old moon wanes. It lingers my desire. Come, fair Apollo, our nuptious hour is near.
Well, that leaves vocalist.
Okay, I'm going to sing, and then we're going down to that antique shop. You know something? I got a feeling this is going to be the luckiest day of my life. They call you Lady Luck, but there is room for doubt. At times you have a very unladylike way of running out. You're on a date with me. The pickings have been lush. And yet before this evening is over, you might give me the brush. You might forget your manners. You might refuse to stay. And so the best that I can do is pray. Luck be a lady tonight. Luck be a lady tonight. Luck if you've ever been a lady to begin with. Luck be a lady tonight.
Be a lady, luck, be a lady.
Luck, let a gentleman see.
Let a gentleman see.
How nice a dame you can be.
How nice you can be.
I know the way you've treated other guys you've been with. Luck, be a lady tonight.
Tonight, be a lady, love.
A lady doesn't leave her escort. It isn't fair.
It isn't fair.
It isn't nice.
It isn't nice.
A lady doesn't wander all over the room and blow on some other guy's dime. So let's keep the party polite. Never get out of my sight. Stick with me, baby. I'm the fella you came in with. Luck be a lady. Luck be a lady. Luck be a lady tonight.
Whenever you're ready, we ought to go steady. Luck be a lady tonight. Luck be a lady tonight. Luck be a lady tonight.
Luck if you've ever been a lady to begin with. Luck be a lady tonight.
Stick with me, luck, stick with me, lady luck.
Let a gentleman see how nice a dame you can be. I know the way you treated other guys you've been with.
Luck, be a lady with me.
A lady doesn't leave her escort.
It isn't fair. It isn't nice.
A lady doesn't wander all over the room and blow on some other guy's dime.
It isn't nice. So let's keep the party polite. Never get out of my sight.
Stick with me, baby. I'm the fella you came in with. Luck be a lady. Luck be a lady. Luck be a lady tonight. Oh, Elliot, how much farther is this antique shop? Where is this?
The antique store? Oh, half a block, a couple 100 feet.
And your shirt's a good one now, huh?
Good? It's the best. They get stuff from all over the world.
Well, they just better have something special for my solid gold record, boy. That's all I got to say.
Hey, Curly, you got that record for The Thing, huh?
Yeah, The Thing. What a solid slab of shellac.
Did you ever find out what The Thing was?
I know. What are you talking about? I know what it was. I was there, wasn't I?
Okay. Hey, Curly, what was The Thing?
Elliot, you couldn't expect me to tell you a secret like that.
Well, I'm your best friend.
I know, but
Curly, if I tell anybody, may I become a page turner for Liberace. What more can I say?
Oh, you have just said it. Precisely that. Okay. You're my buddy, huh?
You betcha.
And I'm going to tell you. Lean over.
Yeah?
Hey, you ain't going to believe this. But The Thing was a what? Come here.
Curly, you mean that it actually...
Every time.
Well, if that ain't... You know, that's the one thing I never thought of.
Sure. Simple, ain't it?
Well, why didn't everybody figure
Wait a minute, Ellie. Wait a minute. Hold it. Is this the place, the shop?
Oh, yeah. Classy-looking joint, ain't it?
Oh, man, you said that right. Look up there. Look at them sterling silver letters. J.C. Nickel and Sons. And look at that platinum doorknob.
Well, use it. Let's go in.
Yeah, okay.
Yes?
Mr. Nickel?
Yes.
I'm Phil Harris, and I want to buy a trophy case.
I see. Would that be for pints, fifths, or quarts?
It's a record.
Oh, barrels, casks, or vats?
Look, Mr. Nickel.
Hey, what's this thing over here?
Ooh, you're an observant little rascal. That is a nail-studded contour chair for Indian fakers with weak backs.
Hey, you ought to try this, Curly.
Elliot, that's for Indian fakers.
That's what I said. You ought to try it.
Ooh, that was a goodie. I had a feeling this was going to be one of those days. And now, what do you want, Red Eyes?
I still want the same thing. You see, Mr. Nickel, I was the one who sang the thing, and...
And you want someplace to hide.
No. I want a trophy case to put my gold record in. You see, it sold 1 million copies.
Mr. Nickel.
Elliot, will you leave the man alone?
Now, wait a minute, Curly. I think I got something.
Yes, Curly, please, quiet. Martin Kane's at work again.
No kidding. Look at this, Curly. This is great.
What is it?
I don't know. But ain't it terrific?
My dear sirs, for your information, that is a 17th century hutch.
The 17th century rabbits?
Yeah.
Do they get that old? Man, what a family they'd have. Why, they ain't enough carrots in the whole world.
Mr. Harris, when you were a boy, which seems ridiculous at the moment, you probably referred to a hutch as a sideboard.
Oh, yeah, sure. Is that what that is?
Hey, wouldn't that be great for your record, Curly?
Oh, sure. What are you, nuts or something?
What's the matter?
That's all I need, a 15-foot sideboard for one record.
Yeah, a 15-foot, $300 sideboard.
Now, wait a minute, Curly, wait a minute. See this place down here? Well, that's just the right size for an RCA Victor 21-inch television set.
Yeah, with magic monitor and rotomatic tuning.
You had to get that in.
Look, you take care of your business and I'll take care of mine. Go ahead, Elliot.
Yeah, then over here on this side, it's just the right size for an RCA Victor automatic changer with a golden throat speaker to match your golden voice.
Shades of Christopher Wren. A 14th century jukebox.
Hey, but Elliot, it's so big.
Let's face it, it's bigger than all of it.
Wait a minute. Say, Mr. Nickel, what's that little fence on top for?
The things they ask. That little fence, Mr. Wormwood, is a plate rail.
Hey, can't you see it, Curly? You can put your record on the plate rail. Then if you get more, you'll have room for them, too.
Yeah. Hey, it'd hold a lot of them, wouldn't it? I could fill up that whole top with gold records.
You should live so long.
All right. Okay, we're going to take it, huh? Elliot, I'll write out a check and you tell him where we want it sent.
Okay.
Oh, we don't send things. You carry them.
Carry them? You mean this?
No, we don't have to carry this, Curly. It's got casters. We just push.
Well, I don't know, Elliot. It's 5 blocks home.
Sure, but it's downhill.
Yeah, that ought not to be too hard, huh? We can push it down there.
Sure.
Okay, Elliot. Grab a hold. I get my... All right, push it over. All right, open the door. Let's go.
Oh, dear. I mustn't waste a moment. Hello, Mary. This is John. Get the children off the street. Phil Harris is pushing a sideboard home.
I got to have that line again, Roy. I'm supposed to be the one that is the test pilot for Seagrams, you know. Get Mary on the phone again, will you, Dad?
Right. Hello, Mary. This is John. Get the children off the street. Phil Harris is pushing a sideboard home.
Hey, I thought you said this was downhill.
I don't understand it. When we went to the store, it was downhill.
Hey, Spud.
Hold it a minute, Elliot. Hold
Yeah,
it.
all right.
Hey, buddy, over here. Hey, you want to buy a hot?
A hot what?
Anything, who cares? I got contacts all over. How about a hot mink stove?
Look, buddy, I've been married 100 years. What are you asking?
Now, come on, Curly. I'm getting tired.
Oh, I got them, too.
What?
Hot tires.
You go away. We ain't interested in no hot nothing.
Hot hubcaps, raccoon tails. Hey, how about a hot lacrosse racket? You can't hardly get none of them no more.
Push, Elliot.
Okay.
Hot $3 bills, hot water bottles, hot Alice Faye records. Hey, how about
Wait a minute. Hold it, Elliot. Hold it.
All right.
Hey, buddy, what was that about Alice Faye records?
I got 'em, mister. Ain't hardly never been used. I get 'em from an old lady who lives in Pasadena.
You ain't got no Alice Faye records.
Oh, I ain't, huh? Well, you just listen to this.
Keep it gay, keep it light, keep it fresh, keep it fair. Let it bloom every night. Give it room, give it air. Keep your love a lovely dream and never wake it. Make it happy and be happy as you make it. Let it sing like a nightingale in May. Keep it gay, keep it free, or you'll frighten it away. Take it easy and enjoy it while you take it. Keep it gay, keep it gay, keep it gay.
Keep it gay, keep it light, keep it fresh, keep it fair. Let it bloom every night. Give it room, give it air.
Keep your love a lovely dream and never wake it. Make it happy and be happy as you make it.
Let it sing like a nightingale in May. Keep it gay, keep it free, or you'll frighten it away. Take it easy and enjoy it while you take it. Keep it gay, keep it gay, keep it gay, gay, gay.
Hey, wait a minute, Curly. Hold it, will you? Why, that thing's heavy.
Oh, come on, Elliot. You can't stop now. We're practically in my driveway.
Okay. Come on, let's go.
Wait a minute. Hold it, Elliot. Hold it.
Now, what's the matter?
Well, it ain't rolling. I think that... Oh, no. Now, both of them back casters done snapped off.
Well, back to the drawing board.
No, now, wait. We got to figure something out.
Look, why don't we skip the whole thing?
Because Mr. McDevitt's coming for dinner, that's why.
So what? He ain't going to eat off the sideboard.
The record, Elliot, the record. I want to show it off. Now, look, maybe if we pick it up...
Oh, fine. Sure. If we carry it, then we can't see where we're going.
But look, Elliot, if we... Uh-oh.
What?
Look who's coming.
Hiya, fellas. Where you going with Grant's tomb?
Why, we're taking it to Richmond, General Lee. Right, Daniel Boone?
Oh, yes. And we'd like to have it while the calla lilies are in bloom.
They finally cracked up. The bottom.
Hey, Julius, you're just in time. We need you.
Need me? You need a doctor.
No, we ain't kidding, Julius. We need you to see for us.
Croc!
No, Julius, no, honest. Look, you see, when we carry this thing, we can't see. So will you be a good kid and steer us around to the den?
Well, let me put it this way. No.
Well, let me put it this way. Julius, if you don't help us, I'll break every bone in your miserable little body.
Well, that's different. I'm always happy to help people if they ask me nice.
Okay, then. All right, let's go, Elliot. You lift the front end up.
Hey, Curly, you better take the front end. If I walk backwards, I get dizzy.
In your case, how do you tell?
All right, will you stop the talk already? Look, I'll take the front end. Okay, Elliot?
Okay.
All right, I got it. Good. Walk backwards. Okay, Julius, Julius, where'd you go?
I'm up on top, steering.
Get down off of there, you little fink. It's heavy enough without you.
You want I should tell you where to go? Then much.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Elliot. Much.
I'm muching.
That's it, fella. Straight ahead. You're doing fine.
Yeah.
Atta boy. A little to the right. Yeah. To the right!
Stop pulling my ear, will you?
I gotta steer you, don't I? Keep off, fellas. Now you're getting it.
Yeah.
You passed the greenhouse.
Did you hear that, Elliot? We're past the greenhouse.
Oh, that's fine, fine.
Where are we now, Julius?
You passed the grape arbor. You're doing great, fellas.
Yeah. Where's the swimming pool?
Over to your right a little bit more. A little bit more to the right.
Yeah.
Keep going. There you are! You find your swimming pool, okay, Mr. Harris? So long, suckers.
Well, sideboard's in the den, Elliot. We did it again. My end fits in there perfect, man.
Yeah, it does, huh? My end is out.
It's what?
The sideboard's bigger than the den. Now what are we going to do?
Are you kidding? There's only one thing we can do. We got to enlarge the den.
Hey, Curly, the den's finished.
Well, then why are they still hammering?
They got to put the porch back on. Hey, Curly, the porch is back on.
Attaboy.
But we got trouble. The den's so big, the porch is blocking the driveway.
We'll tell them to build a new driveway.
Hey, Curly, the driveway's finished.
How you talking?
What are we going to do about Mr. Agnello?
Who?
Mr. Agnello. He says the driveway's on his lot.
Well, buy the lot.
Right.
Phil, what's going on in here?
The hell with that. Where have you been? I thought I was going to have to shave again before you. Now, come running in again, will you, dear? Don't run, just walk. That's it.
Phil, what's going on in here?
What?
The orchestra, the Klieg lights, the grandstand.
Honey, Mr. McDevitt's going to be here any second.
But Phil...
Alice, I can't talk.
He's here. Mr. McDevitt's here.
He is, huh? Hey, fellas, he's here.
Shall I start scattering the rose petals now, Curly?
No, not yet. Wait till he gets close up.
Oh, Phil, this is the silliest thing I've ever heard
It is,
of.
huh? You're just jealous because you never got a solid gold record.
Well, Harris, what's the occasion? What's the celebration for?
Welcome, Mr. McDevitt. Welcome to the official opening of the Phil Harris Trophy Room.
Why, this is ridiculous, Mr. Harris. Making all this fuss over a Little Nipper Riddle album.
Over a... Wait a minute. Hold everything. Stop it. Stop it. Stop the music. You sent me a Little Nipper Riddle album again?
Naturally. We listened to your show. Again.
But what about the record? I got a solid gold record.
So that's what happened to it. Well, you send it right over to H.O. Pinza, where it belongs.
Oh, no.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. RCA Victor's new 45 extended play records give you more music for less money, almost 15 minutes per record. They make the Victrola 45 phonograph a better buy than ever. It's the simplest automatic phonograph made, all play and no work. You can listen to an hour and a half of your favorite music without changing a record. Listen to the Victrola 45 phonograph with the economical new 45 EP record at your RCA Victor dealers tomorrow.
This is Phil again. We're a little late, folks. Thanks, and good night.
Good night, everybody.
Included in this program transcribed were Frank Nelson, Herb Butterfield, and Herb Bygram. The part of Julius was played by Walter Tetley. This has been an NBC Radio Network production.
From the archives of the greatest dramas in radio history, we proudly present Hollywood.
The Radio Theater, starring Jack Benny and Gail Patrick in Killer Kates. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Very few institutions on the air outdate the Radio Theater. But one of the exceptions is our star tonight, Waukegan's favorite son, Jack Benny. It was 15 years ago that Jack started trying for laughs on the air, and he's still trying. As a matter of fact, we'll have to allow Jack's one of America's top comedians. But tonight he branches out into a different field, in a thrilling piece of action drama entitled Killer Kates. Based on a Warner Brothers screenplay, it was adapted especially for Jack's newly discovered dramatic ability, and co-stars lovely and talented Gail Patrick. And now, Jack Benny as Killer Kates, and Gail Patrick as Helen, with Alan Reed as Al Brady. In this rather unusual story, Mr. Benny plays the part of Jeff Morley, sometimes known as Killer Kates. In the opening scene, we find our cold-blooded killer at the door of his old hideaway.
Hey, you, Spangler. Wait till I get this door open. Spangler, where have you... Killer Kates. It's you.
Yeah. Yeah, Blinky, it's me.
Gee, killer, I didn't know it was you. I was just waiting for Spangler to come back.
Spangler ain't coming back.
Not coming back? Well, it serves him right. He had it coming. I was going to knock him off myself. I was, killer. He's the guy that ratted on you.
Yeah?
Yeah, killer, yeah. Gee, it's good to see you back again. When'd you get out?
Last night, Blinky. I busted out just to see you and Spangler. I just seen Spangler.
You busted out? Then you're hot. But don't worry, killer. I'll hide you. You can use my place.
So you can put the finger on me like you did last time, eh, Blinky?
It wasn't me, killer. I swear it wasn't me. It was Spangler, I tell you. It was Spangler. He was the guy that...
Shut up, you lying rat.
Honest, killer. You gotta believe me. I had nothing to do with it.
Get down on your knees, Blinky, and start praying.
But, killer, please. You can't do it. I'm your pal, your friend. We grew up together. We was like brothers, killer. Please give me a break.
You didn't give me a break, did you? When you sent me up to the big house to rot in a lousy cell? You weren't satisfied to take over my racket. You even had to steal my dame.
I tell you, I didn't do it, killer. Everything is just the way you left it. And me? I didn't steal her. She's still your girl, killer. She's waiting for you.
Where do you want it, Blinky? In the belly or the back?
give me a chance. I'll get out of town.
Get down on your knees, Blinky.
No, Killer, don't. I swear I had nothing to do with this, believe me.
Start praying, Blinky.
Killer! You can't do it. Don't shoot. Don't.
Killer.
So long, Blinky. You were my pal once, but you just couldn't keep your nose clean. Cops! I gotta get out of here.
Come on out, killer. You haven't got a chance.
You want me, copper? You'll have to come in and get me.
There he goes, blowing. Got him. Is he dead?
No. No, I'm not dead, copper. Of course I'm not dead. Remember me? I'm Killer Gates. A man who couldn't be killed.
Just keep bringing the curtain up and down, Eddie. He's good for a dozen bouts.
Whoever thought this corny show would be a hit?
You gotta hand it to that Jeff Morley, corny or not. He plays that Killer Case like a real gangster. Get down on your knees and start praying, Blinky. Where do you want it? In the belly or the back?
Quiet. Here he comes. Nice show, Mr. Morley.
Thanks, Eddie. Is my manager around?
Yeah, Mr. Brady said he'd wait for you in your dressing room.
Thanks.
Hiya, Jeff.
Hello, Brady. I want to talk to you.
Fine, and say congratulations, killer.
For what?
For the 1,000th performance of The Man Who Couldn't Be Killed.
Seems like a million. And stop calling me killer, will you? It's bad enough I have to play that part without being reminded of it all the time.
Well, you've been doing all right for 3 years now.
But can't you see what's happening to me? Every time I have to shoot a gun, I break into a cold sweat. I'm afraid of guns. They're so noisy.
Well, you can't bump off Blinky with a water pistol. His makeup will run.
Don't be funny. Imagine me, a killer, standing there with 2 guns.
You gotta use 2 guns, Jeff. When we tried it with 1 gun, you used to put your other hand on your hip.
What?
Why don't you forget it, Jeff? Did you see the audience out there tonight? Not an empty seat in the house.
I tell you, this play is driving me nuts. I have nightmares. I dream that I'm busting out of prison, taking guys for rides, sticking up banks. See, it's getting so every time I walk down the street and see a policeman, I duck.
Look, Jeff, what you need is a nice long rest. Go home and relax. Spend some time with your wife. Play a little golf. This is Saturday. You don't have to be back to the theater till Monday night.
No, Brady. That's not the solution. Don't you understand? I'm a comedian. A comic. All my life I've been a comedian. I don't want to play a gangster. I want to make people laugh.
All right, so you're a comedian. What happened when you played comedy? You did a show on Broadway called The Meanest Man in Syracuse, folded in 2 weeks.
I know.
And when you went out to Hollywood to make a picture, what was the name of that epic? Oh, The Bugle Blew at Midnight.
Well?
The audience blew at 9 o'clock.
So what? I made a mistake. Anybody's entitled to one mistake.
Yeah, but you made yours while you were standing in front of a camera. And everybody who saw that picture's a witness. There weren't many, but they're witnesses.
Look, Brady, you can talk till doomsday. But I know how I feel inside. For 25 years, I've been doing comedy, and that's what I want to keep on doing.
Jeff, what's the use of kidding? As a comedian, you're lousy. You stink.
Oh, you and your innuendos.
Look at the record. Since you gave up comedy and became Killer Cakes, look what you got. An estate on Long Island, a butler, 3 cars, and you're only number 12 in line for a new refrigerator. What more do you want?
My peace of mind. That's what I want. And it's no use arguing. I'm getting out of this play while I've still got my sanity, my health. Even if it means those one-night stands again.
But, Jeff, boy, think of your wife. Think of Helen.
I am thinking of Helen. In the mental condition I'm in, what kind of a husband am I?
Well, then think of me. I get 10% of your salary. For the last 3 years, I've been eating. I live in a nice apartment. I wear good clothes. Don't take those things away from me, Jeff.
That's what I thought. All you care about is your 10%. Well, I'm through, so you might as well get out of here, Brady, and start looking for a new killer. Now get out. Out. Out.
Okay.
Ooh, my head. Oh, those awful headaches.
Pardon me, Mrs. Morley.
What is it, Walters?
Mr. Brady telephoned. I told him Mr. Morley was asleep, and he said he'd drop in later on.
Oh, thank you, Walters. What time is it?
12:15, madam.
That late? I think you'd better wake Mr. Morley now.
Yes, madam. Mr. Morley. Mr. Morley. Mr. Morley. Wake up, sir. It's 12:15.
Listen, Scalisi. From now on, you're taking orders from me. Killer Kate, see?
Mr. Morley.
You don't like it, you get the same thing that happened to Spangler. You'll wind up at the bottom of the river with your feet in a barrel of cement.
Mr. Morley,
Take
wake
your
up.
dirty mitts off of me before I... What? Where am I? Oh, it's you, Walters. I'm sorry, I must have been dreaming.
Yes, sir.
What was I saying?
Something about a Mr. Scalisi, sir. You intimated that in the future he was to receive his instructions from you.
A darn show again. Can't get it off my mind. Other men dream about Lana Turner. I dream about Dillinger. He's not even wearing a sweater. Walters, tell Mrs. Morley I'll be right down.
Yes. Would you like another cup of coffee, dear?
No, thanks. I don't feel like eating. I tell you, Helen, if I don't get out of this show, I'm going to have a nervous breakdown.
Jeff, I've never stood in your way. In the old days when you were playing vaudeville, things were pretty tough. I went along hoping you'd get a break. But you must admit that your act always flopped.
Well, I was doing all right until my seal died.
If that seal didn't die, you were out of work so long we had to eat it.
Well?
And what we didn't eat, I had to wear.
Well, all I know is I was happier then. Gee, and I had a swell act, too. Smart comedy, high class. Gosh, remember how I used to come out in white flannel pants, double-breasted blue coat with brass buttons, straw hat and cane, and I'd say, a funny thing happened to me on the way to the theater. A panhandler walked up to me and said, "Hey, mister, I haven't had a bite all week." So I bit him. Oh, boy, they used to scream at that. Yes, sir. That act is as good today as it ever was. Only maybe I'd have to bring it up to date, take out those General Pershing jokes, And then finish with, you remember I used to finish with that imitation of Ted Lewis? Yes, sir, is everybody happy? I don't know, that stuff is surefire.
I like it better when you say, "Where do you want it, Blinky, in the belly or the back?"
I know, but look, remember just before Brady got me in the play, you'll have to admit I was a sensation in that nightclub in Atlantic City.
But you had to work as a lifeguard in the daytime.
I didn't have to. I insisted on it. It kept me in condition. At Atlantic City, I was terrific there. I got a million laughs.
Who wouldn't in that bathing suit?
All right.
But all right, Jeff, if it means your health and it'll make you any happier, then I'm for it. We'll start all over again. Right from the very, very, very bottom.
Gee, Helen, you're wonderful. After all, look, we've got what we want. This big house, the butler, 3 cars.
Yes, but when are we going to get the new refrigerator?
We're number 12. Oh, Helen, if you only knew how happy I am. I'm the old Jeff Morley again. Oh, kitten, when my baby smiles at me, ha, 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 there's someone at the door.
Walters, that's probably Mr. Brady. Show him right in.
Yes, madam.
Brady? How do you like that? He won't even let me alone on Sundays. Well, I'm glad he's here. I'm going to straighten him out once and for all.
Hiya, killer. Hello, Helen.
Hello,
I brought
Al.
a couple of fellas I wanted you should meet. Shake hands with Bob Stanley and Freddie McCall.
How do you do?
How are you?
Glad to know you, killer. Yeah, you too, Mrs. Cates.
The name is Morley.
I'm sorry, but I've seen you on the stage so many times. To me, you'll always be Killer Cates.
Oh, no, I won't. Brady, I got news for you. I've talked the whole thing over with Helen, and I'm quitting the show.
It ain't as easy as that, Jeff. You got a run-of-the-play contract, and they won't let you out of it. You can't quit.
Then I'll walk out.
But, Jeff, can you do that?
If he does, he'll never work in the theater again as long as he lives.
So that's the way it is. Well, I guess I can't do anything about it.
Now you're being smart, Jeff. That play will run another 3 years, you'll be a millionaire.
So what good is money? I'll end up with a gold-plated straitjacket.
Look, Jeff, when the show closes, you'll have plenty of time to enjoy life. In the meantime, let's cash in. There's a lot of extra gravy around.
Gravy? What do you mean?
I finally got you set for a radio deal.
Radio?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds all right.
Well, sure. It's a 15-minute program, 5 times a week. Stanley and McCauley have written a terrific script.
Well, you hear it. It's dynamite.
But won't that interfere with the play?
Not at all. He'll be off the air by 8:15. The curtain don't go up till 8:30. He can eat his dinner in a taxi.
Wait a minute, Brady. Is this that comedy program you were talking about?
No, I couldn't get a sponsor interested in that. This one is a natural. We got the radio rights to the man who couldn't be killed. You're going on the air as Killer Cates.
What? Killer Cates on the air? Nothing doing.
Now, I know this is awful sudden, Jeff, but the money is sensational. In a couple of years, you'll be able to quit and do comedy for the rest of your life in empty theaters.
But look at it.
When do you hear this script?
Brady.
Go ahead, fellas. Explain it to
I'm
us.
not...
Well, the program opens with you in a tough spot. You shoot your way through Scalise's mob. You kill about 8 of them, but the town gets too hot for you, so you take it on the land.
Just until the heat is off. You're in a town in Jersey laying low, see, for a few days. Then you start a crave action, you go out and you get it.
No, I'm not.
And you walk into the Maramba, the biggest nightclub in town.
And you tell the boss he's through, but there's a mob there who tries to put the finger on
But you stage a one-man gang war and you take over.
Stop, fellas, please. I tell you, I'm not going to
you
have to go out and kill a couple of cops.
You're running things your way.
Scalise is out to get you.
It's a pitch back.
You're the man who couldn't be killed.
You're Killer Kate.
Killer Kate.
Killer Kate.
Look, fellas, you're wasting your time. I'm not going to go through
Scalise's
it.
mob.
The heat is on.
You walk into the Maramba.
The Maramba. But the mob puts the finger on
Run
you.
things your way.
You kill 2 cops.
3 cops.
4 cops.
10 cops.
You kill a cop.
Stop, I tell you. You're driving me nuts. I'm not going...
Oh, my head.
Jeff, darling, what's the matter?
Oh.
Walters, call the doctor. Mr. Morley has fainted.
In a moment, we'll present Act 2 of Killer Kate, starring Jack Benny and Gail Patrick. Here's your producer, William Keeley.
We continue with the second act of Killer Kate, starring Jack Benny as Jeff Morley, alias Killer Kate, and Gail Patrick as his wife, Helen. A few moments ago, when we left Jeff Morley, he was flat on the floor with a nervous collapse. Well, he's resting in bed now, while in another room, Dr. Elberon solemnly explains his diagnosis to Jeff's wife, Helen, and his manager, Al Brady.
And as I see it, Jeff is suffering from nervous fatigue more than anything else. He needs absolute quiet and a good long rest.
Sure, a good night's sleep, and he'll be ready to go to work tomorrow.
It'll be a long time before he's ready to go back on the stage, Mr. Brady. Several weeks, perhaps.
Several weeks? Well, what about the show? Without Jeff, it'll fold up. No, we can't do it. Helen, we'll have to get another doctor.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Al. I'm not going to sacrifice Jeff for your corny show. You'll have to get yourself another actor.
Helen, where can I get an actor cornier than him?
Are there any further instructions, Doctor?
Yes. Keep all conversation away from that play. Don't even mention the words Killer Kates.
Yes, Doctor.
You see, it's his impersonation of Killer Kates that's brought about this condition. Basically, Jeff is a sensitive type with a natural antipathy to that sort of character, all of which has resulted in these definite symptoms of schizophrenia.
What?
Schizophrenia. The doctrine of 2 distinct ultimate substances.
It's a disease of the mind, Al.
Holy smoke, how did he get it? Well, I'm going to call up the newspapers. I'll tell them that Jeff's got I'll tell him he's got 2 ultimate substances.
Who's that?
Just me, Jeff. I hope I didn't wake you.
Where you going?
Just open the window. Why, this room's smoky.
What's that?
Why, nothing, dear. Just a car backfiring.
What are you giving me? Those are gunshots. That must be Scalise's mob.
Scalise's mob? Oh, darling, you're having another nightmare. Now get right back in bed. The doctor said...
Come here, you.
Oh, please, you're twisting my wrist.
Who sent you here?
Oh, darling, you're hysterical. I'll call the doctor.
Don't touch that phone.
Oh, please let me go.
I will when I get good and ready. Say, you're not a bad-looking dish. What's your name?
Darling, it's me, Helen. Don't you even recognize me?
I never saw you before in my life. But I'm going to make up for lost time. Come here, baby. Give me a kiss.
Oh, darling. Kiss me again.
Happens every time. Anyway, baby, that'll hold you till I get back.
Get back? Where are you going?
What do you think I am, a sucker? Think I'm going to open up to you so you can tip off the mob and put the finger on me?
But darling, what are you doing?
Come on, get in this closet. Come on.
But you can't... Let me out! Let me out!
Shut up or I'll come in there and slug you. That's better. Now to get out of here. Who's that?
It's I, sir, Walters. Oh, I didn't know you were up. Oh, dear, and I was given orders not to disturb you.
Listen, you mug, I'm Killer Kate. I'm giving orders around here, see?
Very amusing, sir.
Wipe that smile off your kisser.
Oh, but...
Wipe it off.
Oh, you struck me, sir. This leaves me no alternative. I'll leave for Reno in the morning.
What?
I live there, you know.
Shut up. Now listen, you. Where do they keep the scratch around here?
The what, sir?
The scratch, the molar, the money.
The money, sir, why, it's in the safe.
Well, lead me to it.
But, sir, you know where the...
Now leave me to that safe and don't give me no more of your lip.
Yes, sir. This way, sir. There it is, sir, behind the picture.
Hey, wait a minute. Who's that mug in the picture?
But, sir...
Never mind, I can read the nameplate. Jeff Morley, star of stage and screen. What a conceited punk.
Yes, sir.
Now, watch the front door. Let me know if he comes in. Now, come on. What's the combination of this safe?
I don't know, sir.
And get out of the way. Out of the way. I can open this tin can with boxing gloves on. There. It's coming. A cinch. Ah, look at those bills. 50s, 100s. What a haul.
But, sir, don't you understand?
Shut up.
It's for the new refrigerator, sir.
I don't care what it's for. Now, turn around. Face the wall.
Yes, sir. Sir, what are you going to do with that vase?
I'm going to...
Oh.
I guess I should have told him first. Well, that takes care of him. Look out, Scalisi. Here comes Killer Kate.
And I got out of the closet, Dr. Elbron, just in time to see Jeff driving away.
How do you like that, Doc? Held up his own house and stole his own car. That's awesome.
Now, Walters.
Yes, Dr. Elbron?
Did Mr. Morley give any indication of where he was going?
No, sir. He was most irrational. He said he was Killer Kate's, and he asked me where we kept the money.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's call the police.
Under no condition will we call the police.
But, Doctor, why not?
Because Jeff thinks he's Killer Kate's. And what does Killer Kate's do to policemen?
He asks them where they want it. In the belly?
Exactly.
Oh, then we've got to find him ourselves. At once. Or he's liable to hurt somebody.
Oh, my head. I wonder where I am.
You're Killer Kate, you lay him low. You're Killer Kate, you're in church. The heat's on. Walking to the ramp. You're Killer Kate, Killer Kate, Killer Kate.
Yeah, I'm Killer Kate. The heat's on. I've got to lay low here in Jersey. Then I take over the biggest nightclub in town. What's that name?
The Maramba.
Yeah, the Maramba. That's it. What's this place?
Yes, sir. Park your car.
What's the name of this joint?
The Pelican Club.
Well, I'm looking for the Maramba, the biggest nightclub in Jersey.
Maramba. Never heard of it. This is the biggest nightclub in Jersey.
The Pelican, eh? So they changed the name. Well, they ain't fooling Killer Kate's. I'm moving in.
I'll park your car for you.
Oh, no, you don't. Leave that car where it is. And keep the motor running. Slow. I'm almost out of gas.
Yes.
Were you looking for somebody?
Who are you?
I'm Mario, the head waiter.
Well, I'm Killer Kate, your new boss, see? From now on, you're taking orders from me.
But I don't understand. Mr. Norton didn't mention anything about selling the place.
Norton? Who's Norton?
He's the boss. Hey, cut that out!
I told you I'm the boss. Now get out of my way. Hey, waiter! Waiter, come here.
Yes, sir?
Who's the tomato out there singing?
Peaches Mason, sir. She's the star of the show.
Easy on the eyes, ain't she? Waiter, give me a double bourbon. I'll sit down here.
But, sir, this table...
Shut up and do like I told you.
Yes, sir.
My
are you?
Yes, Miss Mason?
Who's that tourist at Mr. Norton's table?
I don't know. He called himself Killer Case. He said that from now on, he was the boss.
Oh, the loud jerk. He almost ruined my number. Why don't you throw him out?
You know, Mr. Norton don't like any rough stuff when the place is full of customers.
Hey, waiter! Bring a double bourbon before I tear this joint apart.
Hey, you. What's the big idea?
Peaches Mason, eh? I like that name. Sit down, baby. I want to talk to you.
Listen, mister. This is Joe Norton's table, and if you know what's good
Sit
for
down.
you... I never joined the
I
guests.
said sit down.
All right. Keep your voice down. Everybody's staring at us.
So what? Let me give you a tip, sister. Keep your nose clean.
What?
Don't play dumb. You know what happened to Spangler, don't you? At the bottom of the river with his feet in a barrel of cement.
Cement?
Hard to get nowadays, but I got connections. You know, baby, I like the way
Double bourbon, sir.
Set it right down here. Well, baby, here's to you.
Boy, that's good.
Well, ain't you going to drink the rest of it?
Nah. I always save a little to fill my lighter. Now listen, baby. I like your looks. See? I like the way you stack up.
You're wasting your time, big boy, because I'm Joe Norton's girl.
Norton is through, washed up. I'm going to wrap up this town, put it in my back pocket. Lady, you just stick with me. You'll have a butler, 3 cars, and a sealskin coat. Now, all you got to do is...
Excuse me, Mr. Mason, but Mr. Norton would like to see this gentleman in his office.
Ah, so Norton knows I mean business, eh? Lead the way, punk.
Punk!
You heard me. You heard me. Get going. So Norton's worried, eh? Well, they all worry when a killer moves in. A Pelican Club. I think I'll change that name. I don't like it. I don't like a lot of things around here. I don't even like...
This is it.
Come in.
Mr. Norton, I'd like you to meet the new boss. The gentleman I was telling you about. Mr. Case.
Well, step right in, Mr. Cates. That's all, Mario, and close the door after you.
Yes, sir.
Now, you're Norton, eh? Who are these 2 mugs?
Oh, excuse me. Allow me to introduce my 2 assistants, Lefty Ryan and Steve Kapouris.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Such as untitled privilege.
Mr. Cates, I want to apologize for asking you to come all the way back here, but you see, we don't like to throw anybody out the front door. It gives the place a bad name. All right, Lefty, throw this bum out in the alley.
Such as untitled privilege.
Take your hands off of me.
Come on, yo.
Ah. Anybody else feel like throwing me out?
Oh, what's up, guy, huh?
Wait a minute, Steve. All right, Cates, the back door's right behind you. Now get out.
That gun don't scare me, Norton. I'm going to walk over there and take it away from you.
Stay where you are. I'm warning you.
You can't pull the trigger, Norton. You ain't got the guts.
I'm telling you for the last time. One more step and I'll shoot.
Go ahead. I'm the man who couldn't be killed. Give me that gun. I got it, Norton. And Killer Cates ain't afraid to use it.
Killer Cates? That name sounds familiar.
You're darn right it's familiar. You know something, Norton? I think I'm going to like this new office. Hey, it's a nice-looking safe you got there. Okay, Norton, open it.
But I
said open it.
All right. Don't hit me again. I'll do it. There. It's open.
Well, come on. Hand over the money. Hey, you. Come here and put this dough in the satchel. And be quick about it.
Is it all right, boss?
I'm the boss around
Do what
here.
he tells you, Steve.
Okay.
Well, that's all the money I got.
Yeah? What about that $10?
Yeah, but I...
Get it out.
There's nothing in it. Just a bunch of canceled checks.
Well, get it out. I'm taking everything.
All right. There.
Thanks. Now get down on your knees, Norton, and start praying.
Killer, please, don't shoot.
But don't kill me. I don't want to die. I'll do anything you say. Only please don't kill me. Give me a break, will you?
You didn't give me a break, did you? When you sent me up to the big house to rot in a lousy cell? You weren't satisfied to take over my racket. You even had to steal my dame.
Me? But Killer, I didn't do any of those things. You got me mixed up with some other guy. You gotta believe me, Killer. I swear it wasn't
Where
me.
do you want it, Norton? In the belly or the back?
No, Killer, no, please. I'm telling you the truth. I didn't take your business. I opened this place myself 6 months ago. On a GI loan.
Now, wait a minute.
And it's for Peaches. Peaches, I didn't know she was your girl.
That's right, Killer. He's telling the truth.
Hey, there's something fishy around this.
No, Killer, please. Give me a chance. I'll get out of town. I'll do anything.
All right, Norton. Okay, but I'm warning you. You come back, you get the same thing that happened to Spangler. He's at the bottom of the river with his feet in a barrel of cement.
Cement?
Yeah, I got connections. Okay, Norton, now blow.
Yeah, thanks, Killer. I'll grab the next train. I won't come back, Killer. Honest, I won't.
Well, see that you don't. Now, you, Steve, pick up that satchel and come with me.
Oh, okay, Killer. You're the boss. Hey, Killer, slow down, will you? You're doing 80 miles an hour.
Don't worry, Steve. Open a grab bag. Count the dough we took from Norton.
Okay, boss. It's all in $1,000 packages. There's 10 of them here.
Okay, take 5 for yourself.
5 G's for me?
Sure. Killer Kate's always splits 50-50 with the guys that work for him.
Yeah, but I wasn't working for you then.
You are now, ain't you?
Hey, I'll say I am. 5 G's. Oh, boy, am I happy. Where's me harmonica?
Put that away. I don't want no trouble with Petrillo. Put it away.
Gosh, 5 G's. Wait till I tell the boys about this.
The boys?
The rest of Norton's mob. They'll all want to wait for you now.
Okay, well, get them together. Have them bring their artillery. I'm going to take over this town, and I'm going to start tonight.
Two tangible symbols of our legislative branch of government are the Senate gavel and the mace of the House of Representatives. Perhaps the most revered article in the Senate chambers is the ivory gavel. Tradition has it that the gavel was used by the nation's first Vice President, John Adams, in 1789, during the first session of the Senate in New York City. During a late-night session of the 83rd Congress, the gavel began to disintegrate beyond repair under its normal use. So a more functional one replaced the original ivory piece. Over in the House is the mace, the only visible symbol of governmental authority in the United States other than the flag itself. It was adopted by the House during the first Congress in 1789, and the original was destroyed in the Capitol Fire of 1814. For 27 years, a copy of the mace was used. Then New York's best silversmith fashioned an exact replica of the original, and it still stands today, reminding the representatives of their power for the people.
Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
After the play, we'll invite Jack Benny to step out of his role as Killer Kates and join us for a brief chat with tonight's stars. Here they are in Act 3. Jack Benny as Jeff Morley and Gail Patrick as Helen. For hours now, Helen and Dr. Elbron have searched in vain for Jeff. Back at home, they find Al Brady waiting for them, wildly flourishing a newspaper.
Helen, Doc, have you read the papers?
The papers? No, Al, what do they say?
Listen to this. Daring thugs menace Daleville, New Jersey. Reign of terror grips city. According to one of the victims, David Franklin, gas station owner, he had just locked up for the night when 4 thugs broke in and demanded that he hand over all the money in his cash register. When Franklin resisted, the leader of the thugs threatened him with the same thing that happened to Spangler, asserting that Spangler was at the bottom of the river with his feet continued on page 2. With his feet in a barrel of cement. The victim also mentioned that the killer mumbled something about bumping off 11 people so he could be first in line for a new refrigerator.
Strangler with his feet in cement. Well, that dialogue's right out of the play.
Sure. That's Jeff, all right. He really believes he's Killer Kate.
Oh, we gotta stop him before he does any more damage. Oh, poor Jeff.
Come on, we'll use my car. It's only an hour's drive to Daleville. Gosh, Jeff must have made a pile of dough with those gangsters.
I hope nothing happens to my husband.
Hope nothing happens to my 10%.
Well, Killer, how do you like the house?
Not bad, Steve. Think we'll spend a little lettuce and fix it up. Put bulletproof glass in the windows, get some steel shutters and doors. We'll have the classiest joint on the south side.
Wouldn't Norton be burned up if he knew we was using his summer house for a hideaway?
Well, I sure gotta hand it to you, Killer. You certainly get action in a hurry. First you take over Norton's club, then his gang, and now you've even got his house.
Yeah. You left out something else, Peaches.
Yeah? What's that?
I got his girl, too. Come here, baby. Let the killer take off some of that lipstick.
Oh. Killer, you're terrific.
And there's more where that came from. Now, look, baby. Nobody knows you're true in with us, see? So you're running the Kate the club. Give it the once-over. I want to make sure that Mario's keeping his nose clean.
Okay, Killer.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
What's this tin box here?
Well, that's the thing we took from Norton's safe, Killer. You know, he said it was just canceled checks.
Well, let's have a look at it. That check's all right. Pay to the order of John Graham, $5,000. Signed Joe Norton. Pay to John Graham, $2,500. John Graham, $3,000. Say, who is this mug, John Graham?
Oh, he's the mayor. Norton was paying him off.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, then this is the best haul yet. Give me an envelope.
What are you going to do, boss?
I'm going to send these checks to the district attorney.
What?
Sure. When the DA gets these checks, you go right after the mayor. The politicians will start fighting among themselves. The cops won't know which way to turn. I can put this town in my back pocket. Here, mail this, Peaches.
Oh, gee, Killer. Oh, you think of everything.
Yeah. I just thought of something else. Before you go, let me take off some more of that lipstick. Thanks. I like the taste of that. You keep putting it on, and I'll keep taking it off. Come on, let's do it again.
I'm telling you, Graham, I'm on the spot. You gotta get me off. You can do it. You're the mayor.
I'm sorry, Norton. Election's only 2 weeks away. I have my own troubles, not to mention the gambling chip.
You're gonna have a lot more trouble if this Killer Kate stays on the loose. I'm supposed to be out of town right now. I'm liable to be bumped off any minute.
We all have to take a bath sometime, Joe. Maybe it's your turn to be washed up.
Oh, yeah? Well, if I go to the cleaners, you're going with me.
What do you mean?
Wouldn't the DA be surprised to find our honest mayor gets 15% of all the take in this town?
And how's he going to find out?
As a little matter of a few canceled checks that I made out to you, they're going to look very pretty in court.
You wouldn't dare turn in those checks. You're in it as deep as I am.
Killer Cates isn't, and he's got the check.
What?
You heard me. He stole them out of my safe.
This DA's been gunning for me for 5 years, and if he ever gets his hands on those checks... Can't let the police get hold of them either. I don't trust the commissioner. I think he's honest.
There's only one way to do it, but it's going to cost a few grand. I'll have to put a new mob together and get Killer Kate.
How much will it take?
Oh, about 10 G's.
Very well. Just don't spend any more than you have to. Remember, it's the taxpayers' money.
So if you're smart, Mario, you'll watch your step around this club.
Don't worry about me, Peaches. I don't want my feet in the cement, even if it's Grumman's Chinese. Did you forget what happened to Spangler?
Oh.
Pardon me, but I wonder if you could give us some information. We're looking for a man who calls himself Killer Cates.
What made you think you'd find him here?
Well, we've been to every nightclub in town. You see, we have reason to believe he'd be at one of them.
Huh? Who are you?
I'm his wife.
His wife? He never told me he was married.
Well, then you know him. Oh, please, tell me, where is he?
If I find out he's been
Miss, it's vitally important that we find this man immediately.
You see, there are a few things we have to straighten out with him.
Yeah, and I got a few things to straighten out with him myself. Okay, come along, follow me.
Peaches, you're playing with the dynamite.
No, Killer, I gotta know where I stand.
Peaches. What a doll. There's nobody in the play like that. Jeff must be ad-libbing. Well, he can't be altogether out of his mind. No, sir.
teachers.
It's about time you got back.
Yeah. Come on in, Mrs. Kate.
Mrs. Kate? Hey, wait a minute. Who's the company?
Yeah. Who's the twist in the two mugs?
Jeff. Oh, Jeff, it's me, Helen. Don't you even recognize me?
Jeff. Nobody here by that name. Say, I remember you now. You're Scalise's mouth.
Jeff, snap out of it.
Please, Jeff. It's Helen, your wife. The girl you married. Think back. Remember our honeymoon. Niagara Falls. Those gin rummy games.
Hey, what is this?
What about it, killer? What about that line you was handing me about us getting married? Well, start talking.
Shut up.
I'm not shutting up until I find out where I stand. Oh, you and your sealskin coat.
Button your lip before I let you have it. Ought to do it anyway for bringing these monkeys in here.
Oh, Jeff, please.
Wait a minute, Helen. Let me do the talking. Now, Jeff, you're going to listen to me.
And you're going to listen to this.
Out like a light, killer, you sure pack a mean wallop. What do you want to do with these other phonies?
Throw them out.
Wait a minute, Jeff. Try to concentrate. This is Dr. Elbron talking to you. I'm your friend.
And I'm Helen. Look at me, darling. Look at me.
I am looking at you. You're not bad. Steve.
Yeah, killer?
I changed my mind. Just throw these two mugs out. I'm going to keep the dame.
Oh, no, you don't. I say she goes.
You stay out of it.
Well,
you
can
Wait a minute. You don't have to fight, girl. There's enough of me for both of you.
Well, I
Hey, what's that? Wait a minute. It's Norton. He got him off with him.
Norton, eh? I told him to get out of town. He wants action. He came to the right place.
Stay away from that window.
Oh.
Jeff. Oh, Jeff.
They got the killer.
Is he hit, Dad?
I don't know yet.
Oh, Dr. Elbron, help me take Jeff into the other room.
Hey, Peaches, did you steer Norton's mob over here?
No, I didn't, Steve. Honest, I didn't. Hey, look, you gotta believe me.
And we'll talk about that later. Stay with him, boys. We can't let the killer down.
Here. We're just laying down on the couch.
Yeah.
There.
Doctor, Jeff, is he hurt badly?
It's a flesh wound. The bullet grazed his temple.
Oh, look, he's coming to.
Oh, my head.
Jeff, are you all right?
Helen, get a glass of water.
Yes, Doctor.
Oh. What's this? I'm bleeding.
Now, take it easy, Jeff. Take it easy. It's only a scratch. You'll be all right.
Here's the water, Doctor.
Yeah, thanks. Now, take this pill, Jeff. It'll make you feel better.
Helen. Dr. Elbron.
Jeff. Oh, Doctor, he's himself again.
The sudden shock did it. Now, how do you feel now, Jeff?
Gee, I had the most terrible nightmare. I dreamt that I was Killer Kate, and I went to New Jersey. Met a man named Norton. Got mixed up in a gang war. He was awful.
Jeff, it wasn't a dream.
What? No dream?
No, Jeff. You actually did all those things. You were out of your mind.
What's the noise? What a shot!
It's Norton's men. They're shooting at us. Your gang's outside in the other room.
Well, what are we going to do? We'll all be killed. Where's Brady? Get Brady. He always knows what to do.
I'm afraid he can't help us now. He can't help us.
Killer Kate, you knocked him off.
There's only one thing to do, Jeff. You've got to go out there and pretend you're Killer Kate.
Me?
It's our only chance to get out of this mess.
But I can't do it. Look, I'm liable to get killed.
Doctor, we can't send Jeff out there.
But don't you see, if those men find out that Jeff isn't Killer Kate, their fearless leader who got them into this predicament, they'll turn on him in a second.
He's right, Jeff. You have to go through with it.
But what can I do? I'm a coward. I'm not even a brave coward. I mean, I'm afraid.
Get out there and try to call off this gang war. Make peace with Norton. Give him back his gang, his nightclub.
And his girl.
Promise him anything that'll get us out of here alive.
Can you do it, Jeff?
Well, sure I can. I'm an actor. I'll give them the best performance they've ever seen. Give me that gun. Now, I'm Killer Kate, see? The man who couldn't be killed. From now on, I'm giving orders around here, see? How'd you like that?
Oh, that's fine, Jeff. But you better use two guns. Your hand was on your hip again.
Now, go on out there, Jeff.
And, darling, please be careful.
Hey, fellas, look, the killer is back! We thought he was done. Now we'll show Norton who's boss.
Yeah, give it to him. Give it to him. We'll wipe out every one of them.
Look in the house.
Stop him, boy, stop him. Don't let him in. For my sake, boys, we gotta protect the old killer. Save me.
Hey, there's something wrong with the killer, isn't there?
Yeah, not once in the last half hour has he mentioned what happened to Spangler.
Don't stand there gossiping. Shoot back.
All right, nobody move. We got you covered.
Oh, okay. You win, Norton.
Drop your gun. Well, you're not so tough now, are you, killer?
Look, Mr. Norton. There's been a great mistake. I'm not really a killer at all. I'm an actor.
What are you trying to pull?
That's right, Mr. Norton. I can prove it. I'm his wife.
And I'm his doctor. I can certify this man was suffering from schizophrenia and not accountable for his actions.
Yeah, that's it. My name is really schizophrenia. I mean, Jeff Keatsy. I mean, Keatsy Morley. I mean, look, how could I be a killer? It's only a joke. But please believe me.
You can't talk your way out of this. Hey, what's this? Hiding behind a couch, huh? Come on out, Peaches.
Joe, you gotta listen to me. I was for you all the time.
Shut up, you little double-crosser. I'll take care of you later.
Please, Mr. Norton. I'll do anything you want. I'll give you anything if you'll only let me out of here. Believe me, I'm not Killer Kaye.
Shut up.
Yes, sir.
Now, where are those canceled checks you stole from my safe?
Checks? I don't remember any checks, sir.
He's lying, Joe. I know where they are. The killer mailed them to the DA this afternoon.
Then they've been already picked up. They must be in the post office by now.
What do we do now, Joe?
We gotta get those checks before they reach the DA. We're gonna crack the post office.
The post office? But, Joe, that's federal stuff. We don't want to fool around with that federal stuff.
Don't worry, we're not gonna do it. Hey, you.
Who, me?
Yeah, you. You're gonna crack the post office.
No. Helen, doctor, don't let him take me. Ouch.
I'm doing the slapping now. Let me take these people downstairs, lock them in the cellar.
Come on, everybody, get moving.
Hey, what about me, Joe? You're going to take me with you, ain't you?
No, Peaches, you and me, we're through. Now, come on, killer. You're going to crack the post office and get those canceled checks.
I won't do it. I won't, I tell you. Now, put down that gun.
What's the matter, killer? Are you yellow?
No, I'm not yellow.
Then why are you shivering?
It's that darn cold strike. Isn't it awful? You know, personally, I think...
Shut up.
Yes, sir.
Come on, boys, let's go. Goodbye, Peaches.
Oh, he thinks he's through with me, huh? We'll see about that. I'm going to kill two birds with one phone call. Hello? Operator, get me the police department. Push me around, will they? Hello. Look, I'm giving you a tip. Killer Cates and Joan Norton are on their way downtown to hold up the post office. What? Oh, never mind who this is. Just a very dear friend of theirs.
How long has he been in the post office, Steve?
15 minutes. Long enough to get those canceled checks.
Come on, boys. We're going in and get him. All right, killer. Your time is up.
Wait a minute, Norton. I've been looking all through these mailbags. I can't find the canceled checks. Honest, I can't.
Where do you want it, killer? In the belly or in the back?
In the belly. In the back. I mean, anywhere. I've pictures in both places. Honest, I couldn't find the checks.
What's that you got in your hand?
Oh, just some old letters I found.
Let me see them. I can't stand Jack Benny because...
I can't stand him either. Honest, I can't. Honest.
All right, killer, this is your last chance.
It's a frame!
Drop your guns, you haven't got a chance. Okay, don't shoot. You got it. Round him up, men. Norton, where's Killer Cates? There he is, on the floor.
Looks like we got him, Chief.
Yep, that's Killer Cates, all right. And he's supposed to be a tough guy.
What do you mean, Chief? Isn't he dead?
Dead nothing. He fainted.
Anyway, Helen, as soon as the shooting started, I pretended I was hit and dropped to the floor.
The chief of police said you fainted.
I was only acting.
Well, your acting was so good, it took them 4 hours to bring you to.
Well, I might have overacted a little, you know.
Jeff, are you sure you're well enough to do the show tonight?
Never felt better in my life, Doctor. You know, somehow I'm looking forward to playing Killer Cates again. I guess it's because I feel that now I've actually lived the part.
Jeff, I'll never forget the way you kissed me when you thought you were Killer Cates.
Then let's refresh your memory, Helen. You mean like that?
Well, no. But I'd rather have you this way. Jeff, I'm so glad nothing happened to you because...
What, Helen?
Well... Doctor, you tell me.
Doctor, what is it?
While you were gone, they delivered the new refrigerator.
Oh, goody! Come on, let's make some ice cream.
Our stars will return to their curtain calls in a moment.
No espionage system would ever send a message unless it were in code. Yet it has been said that no code has ever been devised that cannot be broken, despite the fact that codes become more sophisticated each day. A code is useless, however, without information. Therefore, agents try to find technical flaws in the security system to be penetrated, and they try even harder to take advantage of human weaknesses. The outcome of wars and the course of world history has been changed because people who should have known better were careless.
Back to Mr. Keeley and our stars.
It's time for our stars to take a bow.
I'm right here, Bill.
Jack, please, let me finish.
Oh.
It's curtain call time, and here are the stars who gave us such a thrilling evening of suspense and drama. Jack Benny and Gail Patrick. You know, Jack, now that it's over, I can honestly say you gave us a superb example of dramatic acting. Really brilliant.
Well, thanks, Bill. I guess there's no room for argument there.
Jack, may I say something, too?
Certainly, Gail. What is it?
You ought to play more romantic roles in pictures.
Me, romantic roles?
Sure, Jack. When you kissed me, it was wonderful.
Really?
When it comes to kissing, you could teach a lot to Robert Taylor and Clark Gable, Tyrone Power.
I know, but I feel so silly kissing them. Oh, say, Bill, as long as you like my work so much, I've got another great script, a magnificent dramatic piece for next week.
But, Jack, we've already got a play in cast for next week.
Well, maybe you could postpone them and use my play instead. It's another great thriller. I play another fellow who's cold, calculating, ruthless.
Ruthless?
Ruthless, yeah, ruthless. I always make that same mistake. But how about my play, Bill? What about the week after next?
You have that set, too, haven't you, Bill?
That's right.
Well, how about the week after that?
Jack, I'm afraid we're all booked up for the third week, too.
Well, look, Bill, will you call me any time in the next few months? I'll be waiting to hear from you.
Sure, Jack. Do I have your number?
You don't need my number. I'll be waiting in the wings.
Okay, Jack. And for tonight, at least, our most sincere thanks. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Bill. Oh, Bill, by the way, I don't like to bring this up, but every little bit helps, so... Well, you know, haven't I got something coming to me for tonight's performance?
Oh, yes, Jack. Where do you want it, in the abdomen or in the back?
In the side pocket. Good night, Bill.
Good night, Jack and Jane. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Mail call from the United States of America. Stand by, Americans. Stand by, servicemen of the United Nations. Here is Mail Call, one big package of words and music and laughter delivered to you by the stars from whom you want to hear. In answer to the request you send to Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. And here to act as your mistress of ceremonies is a girl who is a top favorite of GIs all over the globe, Dinah Shore.
Thank you, Harry Von Zell. Hiya, fellas. Well, I won't waste much time with chatter. Just get right down to the business of our show. Here's a threesome you all like, the King Cole Trio. And they start the joint jumping with the man on the little white keys.
Here we are together, and we're in the mood to swing. First, I'd like to tell you about the rhythm that we bring. Now on my right flank is a guy who plays a mad guitar, and when he takes a solo flight, he shoots up to a star. Now on my left flank is a boy who plays a mighty bass, and when he takes a solo jack, his rhythm rocks the place. another vibe. And let us tell the people who we think is really tops. Now in this corner sits a guy who plays the guy with keys. Just hold on, relax yourself and listen if you please. You knock me out, your praise of me is high. Now come on, let's combine this jive and let the rhythm fly. Rhythm is our specialty, we always try to please a bass, a guitar, and the man on little white keys. Hear this rockin' rhapsody, your S-A-B-C. A bass, a guitar, and the man on little white keys. If you're out for mellow evening, we will be around. I want some robbing, not that stopping, brush your car and lay it down. Dig the solitude and grooving, swinging it out with ease. A bass, a guitar, and the man on little white keys. Leaping with the breeze, a bass, a guitar, and the man on the little white key.
King Cole Trio, that was really groovy. Second out of the mailbag comes that character, Bora Minovich and his Rascals, who harmonikize Brazil. Rascals, take it away. Thank you, Bora Minovich. You fellas really make music. Now, fellas, here's a swell gal who has one of the world's greatest personalities. From head to foot, Dorothy Lamour. And Miss Dorothy's going to tell us about personalities in song.
Mary Smith had a college education. Sally Jones had a scientific streak. Susie Brown used to lecture on ancient architecture. Josie Green spoke Latin and Greek. Just forgotten girls with forgotten brains, while his story explains when Madame Pompadour was on a ballroom floor, said all the gentlemen obviously, the Madame has the cutest personality. And think of all the books about Du Barry's looks. What was it made her the toast of Paris? She had a well-developed personality. And what did Romeo see in Juliet? Or Hero in Pierrette? Or Jupiter in Juno? You know. And when Salome danced and had the boys entranced, no doubt it must have been easy to see that she knew how to use her personality. A girl can learn to spell and take dictation well and never sit on the boss's settee unless she's got a perfect personality. A girl can get somewhere in spite of stringy hair or even just a bit bowed at the knee if she can show a faultless personality. And why are certain girls offered carriages and sable coats and marriages by men who wear their spats right? That's right. So don't you say I'm smart and have the kindest heart. Oh, what a wonderful sister I'd be. Just tell me how you like my personality. Personality.
Oh, that was great, Dorothy. Thank you. Now to mail call comes a gentleman who plays keys that a lot of people didn't even know were on the piano, Art Tatum. And with Art is a solid favorite of yours, Les Paul, with his super-educated guitar. They play Somebody Loves Me. Art Tatum and Les Paul. was wonderful. An encore now, please. Much, Art Tatum. You know, this afternoon I was at one of the moving picture studios to see producer Mark Hellinger, who wanted to talk to me about a new part. Well, first Danny Kaye arrived in the reception room, and then, as we got to talking...
Well, if it isn't Dinah Shore and my pal Danny Kaye. How are you, kid?
Well, Jack.
Hello, Jack.
And Mabel. Hello, Mabel.
Hello, lover boy.
Why, Mabel Gumshiner, how you talk. Think of that. Well, you better announce, but you know, kids, Mark is going to make a picture called The Life of Jack Benny.
The Life of Jack Benny?
Yeah, me.
Gee, that's great.
You can all go into Mr. Hellinger's office now. He wants to see you all together.
Oh, are Dinah and Danny going to be in the picture, too?
I guess so.
Think of that. 2 great singers and a great comedian in one picture. Gee, how can it miss? Come on, kids. Well, Mark, here we are.
Oh, come in, come in. Please sit down, everybody.
You know, Mark, ever since you called me and told me about The Life of Jack Benny, I haven't been able to sleep a wink.
But I just told you about it this morning.
I know, but I usually take 4 or 5 naps during the day. I'm a regular cat.
I see. Anyhow, for some time I plan to make this picture about your life, Jack.
Yes, yes.
It's a good idea for a picture, but I just couldn't find the right person to play the lead.
You couldn't, eh?
No. But after seeing Danny in his new picture, I've decided he's just the fellow to play Jack Benny.
Well, for heaven's sake, what's wrong with me?
You're not the type. I'm sorry about this, Jack.
Well, what do you think I am? Now, listen, Mr. Hellinger.
Jack, will you please go over in the corner and take a nap? You'll be in the picture.
I will?
Yes, Danny will be Jack Benny, and Jack, you will play the part of your father.
But, Mark, look, I should play Jack Benny. After all, I've done so many things that nobody knows about but me.
Well, you can tell them to me, and I'll put them in the script.
Are you kidding?
Jack, you'll be the father. And I think Dinah will be excellent for the part of Jack's girlhood sweetheart.
So do I. You keep out of this.
Yes, Father.
New sensation. Don't bother me, you traitor.
So Dinah will be Jack's sweetheart. The girl he loved in Waukegan.
What's my name, Mr. Hellinger?
Millicent Fairchild.
Millicent Fairchild, what are you talking about? The name of my girlfriend in Waukegan was Gussie Bagelquist. Bagelquist, not Fairchild.
We can't use Gussie Bagelquist. The name doesn't sound romantic.
No, she was a darn pretty girl. It so happens that I got a snapshot of her right here in my pocket. Here, take a look at that.
Say, she is pretty.
I told you.
But what's that thing she's holding in her right arm?
That's a horse's hind leg. Gussie was a blacksmith.
A blacksmith? What's that?
For your information, city boy, a blacksmith puts shoes on horses. And if you ask me if they're open-toed, I'll smack you right in the jaw.
Well, I don't see why you're mad at me, Jack. This isn't my idea.
Oh, yeah? To think, Mr. Kaye, that I loaned you the money to come out to Hollywood.
I know.
Sure, you know.
But 22%. I could have done better at a bank.
What do you think the Benny Trust Company is, a chili bowl?
Jack, please. Banking hours are over. Now, I have some rough scenes laid out here, and I want to get your opinion on them.
Okay. Rough scenes.
I figure the picture should open in the little farmhouse where you were born.
I wasn't born on a farm. I was born right in town on Genesee Street.
Well, we'll have to make it a farm. I've already hired several cows and pigs and chickens.
But, Mark...
No buts. The farm is a much better locale.
Say, Mr. Hellinger, I hate to complain about this, but I'm afraid of cows and pigs and chickens. Gosh, I've never even seen one in person.
You don't see animals in person, saphead.
Oh, that's bad, Danny. That's bad. Well, I guess the farm idea is out.
I'm not afraid of animals.
We'll start the story in town. And, little Jackie Benny is in the parlor practicing his singing lesson.
Singing lesson? I study the violin.
But Danny can't play the violin.
So what? The life of Jack Benny without a violin is like corned beef and cabbage without corned beef.
Well, there's a war going on.
What's that got to do with it? The life of Jack Benny without a violin.
That's right.
The silliest thing I ever heard of. Well, I give up.
So, Danny, in the picture, you're supposed to be a musical prodigy. You're familiar with all the great symphonies, even though you're a child.
Oh, that's fine, Mark, because, I love all the Russian composers.
Bet you never even heard of more than 3 Russian composers.
Oh, yes, I have, Jack.
All right, name 4 Russian composers.
4? I can name 56 of them. There's Malachevsky, Rubinstein, Arensky, and Tchaikovsky, Sapernikov, Dmitriev, Cherepnin, Kryzhanovsky, Godovsky, Atabuchev, Monayusko, Akimenko, Soloviev, Prokofiev, Tiomkin, Gorishchenko. There's Glinkler, Winkler, Bortniansky, Rebekov, Pelinsky. There's Metler, Balakirov, Zorotorov, and Koschinski. And Sokolov, and Kopolov, Dukelsky, and Klanovsky. And Shostakovich, Boda, Dinglier, and Novakovsky. There's Gliadov, and Karganov, Markevich, Panchenko. And Darogomitsky, Cherbachev, Skriabin, Vasilenko. Stravinsky, Rivsky, Kosakov, Mussorgsky, and Grachaninov, and Glazunov, and Tetar, Kvikalinikov, Rachmaninoff. Stravinsky, and Grachaninov. And Rachmaninoff. I really have to stop. The subject has been brought to Rachmaninoff. Stravinsky, Grachaninov, Ramchinsky, Rachmaninoff. I really have to stop. The subject has been brought to Rachmaninoff.
Gee, where'd you get all those names? It's more composers than even I know. And I'm reading the authority.
Jack, please. I'm trying to explain the script to Danny.
I'm sorry. Imagine 56 composers.
Now, here's a scene I want you to try, Danny. It's where you come in and ask your father for... In this scene, Danny, you come in and ask your father for...
30 composers.
In the same scene, Danny, you come in and ask your father for money to buy roller skates. You read the father's part, Jack.
Okay, why? I'll never know.
Oh, stop mumbling. Go ahead, Danny.
Dadichka. Dadichka, could I please have $4 to buy rolling skates?
Hey, wait a minute. What's the idea of doing Russian?
Well, isn't Waukegan in Russia?
Waukegan is in Illinois. I was born in a log cabin like Lincoln.
Jesus. Oh, Danny, try it again. Remember, you're a little country boy.
Okay.
Hey, Paul. Hey, Paul. Could I have $4 to buy a pair of roller skates? Oh, boy.
What do you think I was when I was a kid, a moron? Heavens to Betsy.
Try as a city boy, Danny, a city boy.
Yeah, anything but that.
All right, a city boy. Hey, Jake. Hey, Bub, can I put the bite on you for 4 frogskins to buy a pair of roller skates? Everybody in Brooklyn
Now
is
cut
wearing...
that out! Listen, Mark, this guy's trying to ruin my life.
Now, Jack.
All I was trying to
No
do...
explanation. I'm getting out of here. You can keep your picture, Mr. Hellinger. Let Mr. K play both me and my father. So long.
Dinah, how about one of your grand songs at this point in the show?
I'd love to, Harry. With my high-starched collar and my high-top shoes and my hair piled high upon my head, I went to lose a jolly hour on the trolley and lost my heart instead. With his light brown derby and his bright green tie, he was quite the handsomest of men. I started to yen, so I counted to 10, then I counted to 10 again. Clang, clang, clang went the trolley. Ding, ding, ding went the bell. Zing, zing, zing went my heartstrings. For the moment I saw him, I fell. Chug, chug, chug went the motor. Bump, bump, bump went the brake. Bump, bump, bump went my heartstrings. When he smiled, I could feel the car shake. He tipped his hat and took a seat. He said he hoped he hadn't stepped upon my feet. He asked my name, I held my breath. I couldn't speak because he scared me half to death. Buzz, buzz, buzz went the buzzer. Plop, plop, plop went the wheel. Stop, stop, stop went my heartstrings. As he started to go, then I started to know how it feels. When the universe reels. Chug, chug went the motor. Pop, pop went the brake. Stop, stop, stop went my heartstrings. When she smiled, I could feel the car shake. I tipped my hat, I took a seat. I said I hoped I hadn't stepped upon her feet. He asked my name, I held my breath. I couldn't speak because he scared me half to death. Buzz, buzz, buzz went the buzzer. Flop, flop, flop went the wheel. Stop, stop, stop went my heartstrings. As he started to leave, I took hold of his sleeve with my hand. And as if it were planned, he stayed on with me, and it was grand just to stand with his hand holding mine to the end of the line.
That's it, fellas. The end of another mail call letter. Signatures include Dinah Shore, Danny Kaye, Jack Benny, Mark Hellinger, Art Tatum, Les Paul, Dorothy Lamour, Bora Minovich, the King Cole Trio, and yours truly, Harry Von Zell. This program was arranged with the cooperation of the Hollywood Victory Committee. Another mail call will be coming your way the next time you hear... Mail Call is produced by the Armed Forces Radio Service.
gentlemen, Dennis Day.
That makes life seem worthwhile. Dwells in your eyes, and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dick Trout, John Brown, Charles Dant and the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing with a hey and a hi and a ho, ho, ho.
With a hey and a hi and a ho, 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 you start off the day with a glow, ho, ho. Sing all the way as the way you go with a hey and a hi and a ho, ho, ho. Up go the blinds and you know, ho, ho, it ain't gonna rain anymore, ho, ho. Sun's gotta shine 'cause you made it so with a hey and a hi and a ho, ho, ho. While you buy the paper on a little happy little hum, got a little caper singing happiness, here I come. With a hey and a hi and a ho, 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 you smile from your head to your toe, ho, ho. Pack up your blues and away they go. With a hey and a hi, a hey and a hi, a hey and a hi and a ho, ho, ho. With a hey and a hi and a ho, ho. With a hey and a hi and a ho, ho. Hey and a hi and a hey and a hi and a ho.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, the main topic of conversation these days in the town of Weaverville is, of all things, modern art. For the eminent American artist Harlan Dunning is giving a one-man exhibit of his works at the local museum. And joy supreme, the exhibit will include a painting owned by Mrs. Herbert Anderson, a Dunning which has hung over her mantelpiece for years. Well, our young hero, Dennis Day's art studies ended at the age of 3 when he lost his crayon book. So Mildred has sent him down to the museum this morning to soak up all the knowledge of art he could. He has just returned, bone dry.
Did you really study the paintings and statues carefully, Dennis?
Well, I tried to, Mildred. Did people actually pose for those statues?
Well, sure. Why?
Gee, there must have been even more virus X around then than there is now.
Oh, Dennis.
Well, I couldn't help being a little surprised at those paintings and statues, Mildred. I thought they'd stop posing people in that condition after they were 2 years old.
But, Dennis, that's art.
Well, maybe so, but there was one picture there that... Well, I won't tell you what the title was, but I'm not going to open my eyes before noon during September.
Dennis, that was September morn. That's a classical pose.
I bet it could get popular.
Oh, golly, and I was hoping when I sent you down to that museum you'd get something out of it.
All I got was my life unsheltered.
Well, at least you got to see the Harlan Dunning exhibit, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, it was off in a little room by itself. Anyway, I didn't blush at his pictures. I couldn't make head or tail of them.
Well, Mr. Dunning's a modern painter.
Oh.
In modern painting, it's more the feeling you get from the work. The objects aren't supposed to look like they do in real life.
He's got that part of it down to a science.
You couldn't understand his paintings at all?
No. There was one there that I thought was a picture of a baby. I kept wondering why it only had 4 fingers. Then I found out later it was a cow.
Well, that's funny. The Dunning mother owns is just a simple little landscape that anyone can... Oh, good morning, Mother.
Good morning, Mildred. Dennis.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Anderson.
Dennis has just come back from the museum,
The
Mother.
museum? Did you see my picture, Dennis? The Dunning I loaned them for the exhibit?
Oh, yes, ma'am. There was quite a big crowd around it.
Oh, I just knew there would be.
Yeah, they have it hanging over the Coca-Cola machine.
How dare they hang my painting in such a place?
Oh, I think it's on account of the frame. There's a lip on it that's good for opening bottles.
Oh, there is there? Well, we'll see about this.
Oh, now don't get excited, Mother. I'm sure they'll take very good care of it.
They'd better. Your father paid a fortune for that painting. Do you know what he'd threaten them with if anything happened to it?
You?
They wouldn't like it, I can promise you that. I'm going to phone that museum this instant.
Gee, she sure is proud of that painting, isn't she?
Well, you can't blame her. It's the only real art treasure she ever owned. Daddy surprised her with it on their first wedding anniversary.
Oh, really?
Yes. Mother didn't have any idea what she was getting.
Well, neither did your father the year before.
Dennis, how can you say things like that? Why, Daddy's the happiest man in the world.
Oh, hello, Mr. Anderson.
Hello, children.
Why, Daddy, is something wrong?
Wrong, you ask. You know that Harlan Dunning is in town? And that the painting I gave your mother is hanging in the museum?
Well, of course. What of it?
Just this. A secret I've kept for 20 years is about to be made painfully public. That painting isn't a genuine Dunning at all.
What?
Mr. Dunning didn't paint it? Gosh, what'll Mrs. Anderson say?
She'll probably ask you to have 6 of my friends standing by for a load.
But I don't understand, Daddy. How did it all happen?
Oh, it's a long, sad story, Mildred. The first year Pupsy and I were married, I was in New York on business. One afternoon, a couple of us went to Greenwich Village.
Gee, I've heard of that place. Hoo, 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 hoo!
Well, so had I. I'd even passed through it once on a streetcar.
Boy, you've really lived, haven't you?
Yes, indeed. Well, suddenly I realized that the following week was our anniversary. I reached into my pocket, pulled out $3. All that was left after a big week of cranking at the penny arcade.
Oh, golly.
Well, to make a long story short, I finally found a dark-bearded Frenchman in a smock who was selling paintings. He sold me that picture of Pupsy's for the $3, including the frame.
Gosh, and then you signed Harlan Dunning's name to it?
Yes, and told her it cost me $200.
Oh. And now Mr. Dunning's in town and the whole story will come out. Oh, Daddy, Mother will never speak to you again.
Well, I don't think I can count on it, Mildred.
Gee, if there was only some way to keep this Dunning from seeing the picture. Hey, wait a minute. He's stopping at my boss's house. Maybe I can get some ideas from Mr. Willoughby.
Oh, my boy, if you only could.
Oh, do you really think you might, Dennis?
Well, it's possible. He's always giving me a piece of his mind when I don't ask for it. Maybe he can spare a hunk when I do. Mr. Willoughby?
Yes, Dennis?
Is it possible you'd do something for me? A favor?
Why, Dennis, you know how I feel about you.
Yeah, but would you anyway?
Well, what is it you want?
Well, Mr. Willoughby, I'm faced with a problem that calls for a bit of skullduggery. I've come to you because you've got more duggery in your skull than anyone I know.
You're very kind. My entire duggery is at your disposal.
Well, here's the problem. You see, this painter, Harlan Dunning, is stopping at your house.
Yes, what about it?
Well, it's very important that I prevent him from doing something. Now, first of all, do you think he'd take a bribe?
A bribe? What kind of bribe?
Oh, a pretty good one. Say $3.
Why, Diamond Jim.
No good, huh? Well, then maybe you've got something on him that I could use.
Something on him?
Yeah, something horrible he did once, like wife-beating or grain trading.
Dennis, don't you think this has gone far enough? Just what are you trying to do? Blackmail a man who is now in my house as a guest of my wife?
Guest of your wife? Hey, maybe there's a romance we could nail him on.
A romance with my wife?
I'll grab at any straw when I'm desperate.
Dennis, you can stop this nonsense about Harlan Dunning. I'm not interested in your problem, and I don't care to hear any more about it.
But, Mr.
That
Willoughby...
is final, Dennis. Oh, that reminds me, though. Run up to the barber shop on the corner and make an appointment with Mr. Dunning. He'll be in at 1 o'clock.
The barber shop?
Yes, and tell Roy to do a good job. Dunning wouldn't want to go to his exhibit unless he were perfectly groomed.
Hey, he wouldn't at that, would he? Mr. Willoughby, I just got an idea.
Oh, the poor, lonely little thing. What is it?
Well, it's something I have to do during lunch hour. Could you possibly see your way clear to give me one today?
Well, I suppose it's all right just this once. Don't think I'm setting a precedent, though.
Oh, no, sir. I'm not a radical. I'll see you later, Mr. Willoughby.
Oh, Dennis, wait a minute.
Oh, Mildred. Oh, gee, something important has come up, Mildred. I'm on my way right now.
But you invited me to come down and eat lunch with you today.
I know, and I'm sorry you made that long trip with the sandwiches. But you see, this is for your father.
Oh, you mean you've got...
Yeah, I got an idea to keep Dunning from appearing at the exhibit or anywhere else in public.
Oh, golly, honestly? Well, what? How?
Oh, come on, I'll tell you as we go. Oh, this is a killer. Boy, am I a low-down, dirty rat. Wait till you hear.
Oh, Dennis, you're just marvelous.
Sure, and did you see how easy it was? I told Roy Mr. Dunning wanted a shave and a haircut, but out at Willoughby's, not here.
Yes.
And when he comes back, it'll be too late. Hey, Roy's white jacket fits me pretty good, doesn't it, huh?
Oh, yes. Oh, my goodness, look. There's a man coming across the sidewalk now. It must be Mr. Dunning.
Yeah, quick, get out of sight. I'm all set.
Oh, good luck.
Good day.
Well, 1 o'clock, right on the dot. So my name is Giuseppe Antonio Silvestro Bacigalupo Graziani. I'm at the bar. You're the costa, have a seat.
What was that name again?
Giuseppe Antonio Silvestri Bacigalupo Graziani.
Why, the sign outside says Roy D. Flugelheimer.
That's correct. That's what my name is. I mean in English.
Oh, I see. Well, I like a haircut, a shampoo, and a shave, please. In other words, the works.
Ah, don't worry. That's just what are you going to get?
I'm rather particular about the way I look. You're certain you know your business?
Shoo! Don't worry about a thing, amico mio. I've been cutting hair every day for 20 years. And on a Domenica, after Sunday, just to keep in a practice, I cut all of the neighbors' hedges. Lean it back, please. Lean it back.
All right, then. And when you're through, you might trim my mustache, please.
Just leave it to me. I trim it fine. I've got some nice stuff left over from a Christmas.
What was that?
Lean it back. I give you the haircut. So come on. Hey, how's that? Nice, huh?
Why, you made the left side much too short.
Ah, don't worry. We snip some off of the right. There.
Yeah, but now the right side is shorter than the left.
Okay, we'll work some more on the left. So, how's that?
Well, now the left side is shorter again.
Hey, what kind of head you got it there? Must be very uneven.
Well, it wasn't uneven before you started.
Well, wait, I fixed him up.
All right.
Now the same on both sides. A nice and a bare.
Why, what have you done? I've got no hair at all on the sides and a clump of it sticking up in the middle.
Yeah, you look like the Navajo.
What am I supposed to do now? Sell blankets?
Oh, don't worry. I fixed them. There. Whoops. Still uneven.
How can it be? There isn't a hair left on my head.
No, but I cut off one eyebrow.
Why?
Oh, wait, I'll fix it. That's all right. There, even again. Okay, next, please.
You.
Yeah, that's too bad. What were the people?
Exhibit.
Why, your exhibit.
My name isn't Dunning, it's Sidney Newhouse. I'm a traveling salesman.
Sidney Newhouse? A traveling salesman?
Yes, what about it?
Oh, nothing. It's nice to meet you. You heard any good stories lately? So then the only thing I could do was to beat it before Roy got back. I'm afraid I failed, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, dear.
I guess we're sunk.
Well, as far as I can see, there's only one way to keep Dunning from getting a look at that painting. We're going to steal it from the exhibit.
Steal it? Well, wouldn't that be stealing? I'm certain it would.
I'm only taking what belongs to me, Dennis.
Well, yeah, but how are you going to do it? Mr. Stark, the chairman of the exhibit, is there all the time.
That's where you come in, my boy. You're going to distract her attention.
Me? How?
By flirting with her.
Mr. Anderson, your mezzanine is falling downstairs.
You can do it. You're always imitating movie stars. Now pick out some great lover of the screen and go to work on her.
Well, there is one who always gets Rosette. After all, what can we lose? Just our health and our liberty.
Well, there she is, Dennis. Now, do you think you can keep her occupied while I snatch the painting?
I hope so. This is one screen lover who's never missed before anyway.
Good. I'll hide here in the archway until you've made your conquest. Oh, here she comes.
Oh, is there something I can do for you, young man? It's after hours, you know.
Hello, short, gray, and beautiful.
I beg your pardon.
It's just about cocktail time, Dreamboat. What say we drift down to the beer parlor and blast it and schlitz it a while?
Why, we haven't even been introduced yet.
I'm a man and you're a woman, kiddo. That's the stuff couples are made of.
But this is so sudden.
I can't help it, love bundle. You're the type that drives men wild.
Oh, my late husband always used to say that.
Not in that tone of voice, I'll bet.
Well, no. Oh, you are kind of cute.
I thought you'd begin to see things my way.
You have nice eyes and such lovely curly hair. And a darling dimple.
You missed the lips, baby. Get a load of the lower one.
Oh, my, I'm afraid you're just too much for me.
You said it, kiddo, and my motto is, if you can't fight 'em, join 'em.
Aren't you going to ask me for a kiss?
Why, I hadn't planned to go into the matter that deeply.
Oh, come on, brown eyes. Kiss me.
Well, All right, close your eyes and tilt your head back.
Dennis, everything's okay.
Well, my eyes are closed and my head is tilted, dear boy.
Okay, hold it. I'll be back in half an hour. Boy, that was close. Did you get it, Mr. Anderson?
It's right here under my coat.
Good. Now we're in the... Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
A horrible thought just struck me. Won't the police investigate this?
Sure they will. That's part of my plan.
Say, that's pretty clever. How long do you think we'll be in for?
Well, you don't understand my scheme. We're going to plant this in Harlan Dunning's room at the Willoughbys.
Plant it? But he can prove to the cops he didn't take it.
Not if we're the cops.
Huh?
All we have to do is say that we're the police and accuse him of the theft.
Yeah?
Then we'll tell him that if he won't reveal that it's not a real Dunning, we'll return the picture and say nothing about it.
Wow!
Isn't that some idea?
Boy, when your brain gets revved up, your whole head spins, doesn't it? Gee, Mr. Anderson, we're sure in luck. Mrs. Willoughby is still out shopping, and Mr. Willoughby hasn't come home from the store yet.
It's about time we got a break. Okay, go ahead.
Right.
Open up in the name of the law. Open up, I say.
Yeah, up.
here. Don't make a move, Dunning. I've got you covered.
Yeah, covered.
Okay, Anderson. Whisk him.
Whisk him?
Risk him?
Don't you mean frisk him?
Oh, that's it.
Gentlemen, may I be so bold as to inquire what this is all about?
Cut it out, Dunning. Come on, where'd you hide the stuff, the loot, the swag?
Yeah, where'd you?
I'm afraid I haven't the faintest idea what you mean.
Oh, so you won't talk, huh?
I'd rather not. Much more fun listening.
Oh, yeah? Well, we'll beat it out of you. Herbie, where's your Billy?
Why, Billy has it.
Well, we'll get out the rubber hose. How do you want it, Dunning? With the nozzle on or off?
Just a fine spray, if you please.
You may not know it, Dunning, but you're in trouble.
Yes,
we're detectives specializing in investigating theft.
Yeah, we're from the Homicide Bureau.
Come clean, Dunning. Where's the painting?
What painting?
The one you stole from Weaverville Museum.
Are you out of your mind?
He isn't going to talk, Sarge. We better search the room.
Right, Corporal.
Lieutenant.
Oh, sorry. You take the closets and bureau drawers. I'll go through his wallet.
You put your hands on my things, gentlemen, and you'll regret it the rest of your lives. Now, that's a warning.
Are you threatening us, cops?
You're no more cops than I am. Now, what's your game?
See here, you.
No use, Mr. Anderson. He knows we're not cops.
But how could he tell?
I don't know. Maybe it's our high arches. Better show him the painting, Mr. Anderson.
Well, all right. Here.
What? Oh, I say, that's got my name on it.
Yes, sir, but we know you didn't really paint it.
I should say I didn't. This is a...
Huh?
Nothing. What do you want?
Well, Mr. Anderson gave this picture to his wife 20 years ago, and she's always thought it was a Dunning original. And now with the exhibit and you being here in person...
She'd find out the truth and be unhappy.
Yes, sir. In a pretty bloody sort of way.
I see. Well, gentlemen, how would you like me to trade you a real Dunning original for this picture of yours?
Oh, my goodness.
Gosh, Mr. Dunning, would you?
Oh, why not? After all, you're on the spot. Glad to help you.
Oh, bless you,
bless
sir.
You.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Yes. Now, just sign this sales form right here. We'll make it all fine and legal.
Yes, sir.
Huh?
There you are.
Yeah. And here is one of my paintings. It's a still life. I call it Flute and Liverwurst at Dusk.
Gee, it's a beauty, too. Thanks a million, Mr. Dunning.
Not at all. But perhaps you'd be interested in hearing just why I was kind enough to make this little exchange with you.
Why, yes, sir, we would.
Very well. I shall tell you.
You mean it wasn't a Dunning original I had hanging in the parlor all these years?
That's right, Poopsie. Now you know the whole story of how I bought it from that Frenchman in Greenwich Village.
And you actually traded it to Mr. Dunning for one of his genuine paintings.
Yes, ma'am. This is it right here.
Yes. Very pretty, probably. You say it's called Flute and Liverwurst at Dusk?
That's right. The flute is the one with the holes.
Well, anyway, it's an original Dunning, and that's all that matters. So, all's well that ends well.
Yeah, that's true, little gumdrop.
There's just one more little thing. I don't suppose you'd even care about it one way or the other.
What's that, Dennis?
The reason Mr. Dunning traded his picture for yours.
Oh, what was the reason?
Well, as I say, I don't suppose it matters. But the picture you had hanging in your parlor was an original Picasso worth $10,000.
Oh, no!
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing Serenade of the Bells. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, hair that gleams and glistens from a luster cream shampoo, hair bright, washed right, easy to do and dress right, hair that's soft and silky from a luster cream shampoo.
Yes, Luster Cream Shampoo leaves hair with new three-way loveliness. Fragrantly clean, glistening with sheen, soft and easy to manage. Be a dream girl, a lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
With Charles Dant and the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing the popular ballad, Serenade of the Bells.
In the sleepy town of San Juanito, there's a story that a padre tells of a gay senor and senorita, and the serenade of the bells. Seems they asked the padre for permission to be married early in the spring, but their folks had made just one condition, that the mission bells had to ring. Everyone knew the bells were broken and hadn't sounded for a long, long time. Then one night the village was astounded, for the bells began to chime. Still the bells are broken, goes the story, but if in your heart a true love dwells, they will ring for you in all their glory. That's the serenade of the bells. Everyone knew the bells were broken and hadn't sounded for a long, long time. Then one night the village was astounded, for the bells began to chime. Still the bells are broken, goes the story, but if in your heart a true love dwells, they will ring for you in all their glory. That's the serenade of the
Doctors prove the Palmolive Plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. For the Palmolive Plan was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous beauty care, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive Plan brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive Plan now.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Good evening. This is Ronald Coleman.
And Benita Coleman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College.
And now, the Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we depart
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. The president of which, Dr. William Todhunter Hall, is engaged in one of America's favorite indoor sports. Oh, not table tennis, not bridge, not charades, not putting golf balls into a paper cup. This pastime requires more accuracy, more muscle, and more finesse than any of those. It's called rearranging the living room furniture. And as his wife Victoria so well says...
But after all, dear, we can't just leave things the way they are forever and ever. You know what Voltaire said? Changez tout hors vos amours. Change everything except your loves.
Thank you for excluding me from your alterations.
Oh, you're my one permanent possession, darling. Collector's item.
I hope so. But frankly, I was well satisfied with this living room the way it was. To quote another French authority, Alphonse Carr, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more it changes, the more it is the same thing.
You darling, you really have a lovely Parisian accent. It's gorgeous.
Naturally. I spent 3 whole days in Paris learning how to say, où est la Express Company Américaine? Now, where did you say you wanted this armchair?
In the corner there, just to the right of the bay window, see?
Oh, but that's where we had it, darling, 10 minutes ago, and you didn't like it.
Yeah, but that was before we put the piano over here.
Oh, yes. Well, how silly of me. But tell me one thing, before I suffer complete muscular collapse.
Yes, dear.
Do you think by any chance that this final rearrangement will be final?
Yes, Toddy, definitely.
Would you care to make an informal agreement to that effect? In writing?
Well, for how long?
Say, 90 days? Non-renewable?
90 days? Well, good heavens, in 10 days you'll want to change things. You'll say, I don't like this big chair here because there's no light to read by. And you'll be perfectly right. And I'll cheerfully admit it, and we'll move everything back. But there's a man for you, always wanting to be reasonable.
Well, it's an arguable point, but I'm too weak for rebuttal. All right, here we go.
Yeah, a little more to the left here. Oh, yes, more. That's it. Oh, that's perfect.
Oof, I'm glad that's done. Are we through now?
Yes, darling. All through.
Good.
Except for rehanging the pictures.
Couldn't we settle for something simpler? Such as scraping off the wallpaper with an old razor blade and painting a mural?
This won't take but a minute, Toddy. Now, we'll leave the Toulouse-Lautrec where it is and put the Gauguin over the fireplace. You know, there's one nice thing about having good reproductions instead of originals.
Yes, we don't have to keep lending them to museums.
Yeah. What I meant was that nobody can come in, look at our pictures, and say, oh, that's a fake. How much do you get stuck for it?
Now, if we had mural paintings in here instead of... Oh, good heavens.
What's the matter?
Oh, Vicky, I just had a moment of almost divine revelation.
What?
Even the early Etruscans of mysterious origin knew the secret. The Egyptians, the Babylonians, the Mayans, and the Aztecs, they all knew it. And I, in my stupidity, never realized it until now. Oh, the shame of it.
William, what on earth are you talking about?
Why, the origin of mural painting. The why of it. Why did those ancients start painting on the stone walls instead of boards and canvases?
Well, why did they?
Well, simply so some woman couldn't come along 2 weeks later and say, I don't like it yet.
And it also accounts for all those dead civilizations.
It does?
Yes. The people got so sick of seeing the same paintings in the same place year after year, they burned the cities, covered them with 90 feet of dirt, and ran away.
Yes, it's possible, I suppose. Though it would seem to be carrying artistic criticism to a rather frantic extreme. Now, where do we put the Gauguin?
Leave it where it is. Then we'll hang the matisse over the mantelpiece and put this one over the sofa.
What is that?
It's a painting I found up in the attic. Don't you remember it?
No, and please don't accuse me of having bought it.
Darling, you painted it. This is an early William T. Hall. You see down in the corner there, is he? William T. Hall, 1934, see?
Yes, I do remember it now. I submitted that to the Chicago Art Institute once for an exhibit. They sent it back with a very interesting appraisal.
What did they say?
Well, I don't recall the exact wordage, but the sense of the comment was, hanging is too good for it. You really like it?
But, Toddy, I liked it even before I knew you did it. It was dusty, but I washed it gently with soap and water, and I think it's really stimulating. Has it got a title?
Oh, no, it's an abstract. It doesn't mean anything.
Well, if it doesn't mean anything, why did you paint it?
Oh, possibly for the sheer pleasure of expressing myself in form and color. For the same reason that a pianist practices runs and chords. However, piano exercises don't make concerts. This painting of mine now, you can't. It doesn't make a... It's not... It is interesting, isn't it?
I said so at the beginning. Now, where shall we hang it?
In the garage, along with my old license plates. But for the moment, let's hide it. I have an appointment with Alfred Chermondy.
Who is he?
He's a young gentleman who is quite pertinent to this discussion, oddly enough. A very talented art student who, as president of the Art Society, has dictated what type of painting shall be entered in the annual exhibit.
Well, there can't be much wrong with that. You said he was talented.
Yes, in an abstract sort of way. As a matter of fact, in a totally abstract sort of way. He doesn't like anything else and isn't allowing any other type of painting in the art show. Abstracts are his first and only love.
Then he must have had a very strange first love life. Or else his craft is ebbing.
Vicky, I'm afraid you have gone too far. You're too young.
Oh, no, you win. Why is this abstracted young man coming here?
Well, as a traditional formality, the president of the Art Society will drop by to ask the president of Ivy to be one of the judges.
And what will you say?
I only know what I would like to say, if dignity and courtesy permit it. I sometimes wonder, in view of Mr. Chermondy's presumption, if now and then a painting doesn't get a shellacking which is more deserved by the artist.
Good evening, Mrs. Hall.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Chermondy. Dr. Hall is expecting you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Alfred.
Good evening, Dr. Hall.
And how is the exhibit coming along?
Almost ready to go. We have an excellent collection of paintings. You'll have a hard time picking the best ones, Dr. Hall. And, incidentally, according to the tradition, I have the honor of inviting you to be a judge.
Well, thank you very much, but I'm afraid I must decline.
You decline? But why, Dr. Hall?
Alfred, I am an exponent of healthy nonconformity, but you are insisting on your own brand of conformity in this show. You've screened the exhibitors through the thumbhole of your own palette.
Well, I've limited all paintings to abstracts because I believe they'll contribute the most towards the advancement of art.
It is your narrow limitation to which I object. But apart from that, would you throw Cézanne and Renoir into oblivion? And Rembrandt into the ash heap? Do you also mean to dispense with early Picasso?
Of course not. Picasso is a total conceptualist in simultaneity, just as I am.
Oh, I say, are you really?
I've seen some of your work, Alfred. You have a genuine talent. But I cannot see anything of real life or emotion in it. And you seem to demand that I do.
Well, the world has seen enough of real life. What has it led to? Confusion. We propose to point the way out of that confusion.
With a paintbrush, that's quite an assignment.
We propose to create a new reality.
Well, I kind of like the one we've got. It may not be a palace, but it's home.
Alfred, I had a good art teacher at one time. And while he failed to make a master painter of me, he taught me to see. I can look into a puddle of mud and see the subtleties of gray and brown and green, and the iridescent beauty of a swirl of oil. I can see form and pattern in a barbed wire fence, and the blue and the violet in the shadow of a dead tree. I cannot accept your kind of perception, which does not see the puddle, the fence, or the dead tree.
Well, that may be, Dr. Hall, but we tell people what to see. That's the function of the plastic consciousness of sympathetic universalism. That's its unique advantage.
Advantage. Now, there's a word I recognize.
Now, consider the unique advantage of the interpenetration of planes. Velocity is an absolute.
'Twas brillig in the slidey toves to jar and gimble in the wave.
What was that again, Mrs. Hall?
All mimsy were the borogoves and the mome rats out grave.
That's, Lewis Carroll's Jabberwockies, like your Jabberwocky. Only he made fun of such things and you proposed to make use of them. At a moment when mankind needs artists to remind them of their essential dignity, you would make them feel doubtful about the value of kindness and pity. So you see, I'm prejudiced. And that's why I must decline to serve as a judge, Alfred.
I'm sorry, our viewpoints are not en rapport, Dr. Hall.
En rapport? Où est la express company américaine?
It's also discouraging to find the head of an educational institution unwilling to accept new concepts. Well, I'm sorry to have taken up your time, sir.
Oh, not at all.
Good night, Dr. Hall.
Good night.
Good night.
Awfully young, isn't he?
Yes, I'm afraid this young man has taken his gift of self-confidence back to the store and exchanged it for a package of ego.
Yeah. I feel a little sorry for him. He wants to express himself and doesn't know yet that self-expression is from the heart as well as from the head.
Oh, I'm in favor of Alfred expressing himself. Preferably to some place like British Guiana, and I will be happy to pay the express.
And away, la Express Americana. No, all right. But who will you get to judge this art exhibit in your place?
Well, I think perhaps someone like Charles Nevers.
Charles Nevers? Who's he?
He's a man with sharp critical judgment and a superb collection of contemporary art. He understands both its creative and its functional aspects. Yes, Nevers is definitely the man for this.
I never heard of him. Is he an artist or just a collector?
Well, he's a wallpaper manufacturer. Just the critic to give our Alfred a metaphorical pasting.
This rebroadcast presentation of The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. As we return to the Halls of Ivy, the halls are wearing a single-tone look of concern with contrasting words of relief. Dr. Hall's acquaintance, Charles Nevers, has consented to take over the job of judging a coming Art Society's exhibit.
I appreciate your asking me, Dr. Hall, but why do you want me to replace you?
Well, because I formed an opinion even before the contest begins, and that is the gravest wrong a man can perpetrate against his fellows. To judge with prejudice.
Yeah, and because you're a specialist in modern art, Mr. Nevers.
I like all forms of art, so long as they're honest.
Yes, in art as in any other department of life. There's no substitute for integrity. I don't feel that if I fail to understand a painting, that painting is bad, per se. On the other hand, I have no compulsion to join any cult of admiration because it is the thing to do. A model gets paid for posing. Too many artists and too many critics do it for nothing. Well, it's unfair competition. And if I...
Louisa's marketing, William. I'll get it. Excuse me.
Thank you, darling. Now, where was I, Mr. Nevers?
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Wellman.
Thank you, Mrs. Hall. This won't take long, even if you don't have company.
Hello, Mr. Wellman.
I'm not in the habit of asking favors.
Hello, Dr. Hall. After all, it's not a request, just a recommendation.
Mr. Wellman, this is Mr. Nevers.
Nevers? Nevers? Yes. Convention, Chicago, trademark, yes. Wallpaper, as I remember, 1947 wallpaper. I never forget a wallpaper. How do you do?
Glad to meet you, Mr. Wellman.
Mr. Nevers and I were just having a discussion about modern art.
Well, I'm not really interested, not in art exhibits, even though this one is different. I still don't understand it. But my wife does, and that's good enough for me because I don't understand my wife. And that's what I came to talk to you about.
What, your wife, Mr. Wellman?
Yes, exactly, Mrs. Hall. My wife has a friend who has a daughter.
Well, it's a small world, isn't it?
And her daughter goes to Ivy. She paints. She painted the picture in this exhibit, and that's what I came to see you about. Nothing very big, nothing too obvious, something small. Good prize.
But, Mr. Wellman...
See what you can do. Porter.
I beg your pardon?
Porter. That's the girl's name.
Oh.
I told you, Dr. Hall.
Well, Mr. Wellman... I'm sure you don't mean that the judges of this exhibit should be biased or show any kind of favoritism.
I don't? No, well, that's not...
No, you are simply suggesting that Mr. Nevers here should not overlook the entry of the daughter of the friend of your wife.
What has Mr. Nevers got to do with my wife's daughter? I mean my friend's wife. I mean my daughter's friend. What do you mean, Dr. Hall?
Mr. Wellman, I am not a judge in the contest. Mr. Nevers is taking my place.
But he's a businessman. I mean, what has business got to do with art? Unless you want to sell it.
I agree with you, Mr. Wellman, that this is an exhibit and not a sales convention. However,
Thank you, Mr. Nevers. Naturally, you as a businessman would see the situation clearly, but I am shocked, Dr. Hall, that you would turn a cultural event into which an opportunity for an art exhibit into a sordid commercial enterprise.
If I were doing that, then I would also be shocked, Mr. Wellman. However, the simple fact is that I have disqualified myself because of a prejudicial viewpoint.
Oh? So, you don't understand that doodling either. Well, in that case, who'll know the difference? Give a first prize.
No, Mr. Wellman, many people will know the difference, especially Mr. Nevers, because there's a difference of merit between the various samples of what you call doodling.
Well, I told you I wasn't interested. But what am I going to tell my wife?
Well, tell her the truth, that you didn't get to first base.
She hates baseball, Mrs. Hall. Well, all I can say is, wallpaper. Good day, Mr. Nevers. Good day, Dr. Hall. Don't bother Miss Hall. I know my way out.
He seems to have a strong resistance to a contrary opinion.
Yeah, or a contrary resistance to a strong opinion.
Well, your awareness of that fact is one of the reasons why I'm glad you're going to be a judge this afternoon, Mr. Nevers.
Are you sure you still want me? I'll have to give my honest opinion, and that might lead to more trouble with Mr. Wellman.
If your opinions of the art show don't lead to trouble with Mr. Wellman, I shall suspect their integrity. Good hunting, Mr. Nevers.
Piano for a long time, Toddy.
It's very soothing.
It's very satisfying, too. On a piano, everything is right there in black and white.
I hope Mr. Nevers found the exhibit interesting.
Yeah, I hope so, too. Do you remember how much fun we had, darling, trotting around those galleries and museums in London?
I'm surprised that I didn't view every display with scorn and contempt.
Why?
Well, because I had walking by my side the most beautiful exhibit in all England.
Oh, that's a good one, that is.
As a matter of fact, my love, while I was pointing out some inspired composition, some masterpiece of light and shadow, I was most likely looking at you instead of the painting.
That was probably because you had to point at things with your left hand. I was holding on to your other one. Oh, Toddy, you were so nice to be with, and still are.
Thank you, my sweet. I echo the sentiment with fervency and gratitude. Life with you is like walking through a permanent exhibit of everything that's good and beautiful. You're a one-man show, darling. And I'm happy to be the one man. And I'm glad, too, that...
No, Louise will answer the door, darling. Maybe Mr. Nevers to report about the exhibit.
Mr. Wellman, without whom life would be so placid. However, placidity can turn to just acidity if its monotony is not relieved by a... Oh, come in, Mr. Wellman.
I am in. Hello. Did you know, Dr. Hall, that Mr. Nevers completely ignored the Porter girl? Ignored her painting completely. Not even honorable mention, despite my personal recommendation. Did you know that?
But no, we didn't, Mr. Wellman.
Oh, I'm sure, Mr. Wellman, that he judged her work solely on the basis of its merit, without any other consideration.
Of course he did. Bless his heart. Her painting was the worst thing in the show. Looked like it was painted with a toothbrush. With oil out of a sardine can. Horrible. My wife is terribly upset, but not I. I'm delighted.
Well, we thought you wanted her to win the prize, Mr. Wellman.
I did, naturally, because of my wife. Had her heart set on it. Otherwise, I never would. I mean, suppose she had won a prize. How would it make me look? Me, chairman of the Board of Governors. I mean, a man in my position trying to use my influence. Did you hear what Mr. Nevers did and what Alfred Termody did after Mr. Nevers did it?
No, we didn't.
Well, he offered that fellow, that Termody, he offered him $1,000 for the right to use his painting to make a wallpaper pattern. That wasn't a prize, it was a sale.
Are you shocked at the fact that the special award was given for design, or are you protesting that $1,000 was paid for it?
Both. Who's that?
You go right ahead, Mr. Wellman, and I'll find out for you.
Well, his $1,000 is his, but the reputation of Ivy is mine. What will happen to our art department? Laughing stock.
Excuse me for interrupting, Dr. Hall, but I had to see you.
Of course. Come in, Alfred. You know Mr. Wellman?
Yes. Hello, Mr. Wellman.
Bravo, Alfred Termody. 3 cheers.
What do you mean, cheers?
Because even if it isn't good business sense, you turned down the $1,000. That's idealism. That's what I was cheering. And that's all I have to say, Dr. Hall. Good day. Congratulations, Termody, and my sympathy.
Yeah, give my regards to Mrs. Wellman.
She's not speaking to me.
Goodbye. I would also like to congratulate you, Alfred. But why did you turn down the offer?
Dr. Hall, I've never been so humiliated in my life. I want to be recognized for my creativeness. I don't want to be insulted with just money.
Well, I'm glad I'm not so sensitive.
Besides, he doesn't know the first thing about art. If he thinks that my painting of time and space in limbo would make a good wallpaper pattern. Why, it was a new emotional configuration.
Well, here we go again.
Mr. Nevers was biased. Besides being incompetent to judge this kind of art.
Yeah, I don't think Mr. Termody understands about Mr. Nevers, William.
Well, what is there to understand about a wallpaper manufacturer pretending to be an art critic?
Mr. Nevers has one of the finest collections of contemporary art in the United States.
He has? Well, anyone can buy paintings if they have the money. It doesn't make them critics.
Mr. Nevers is also rated as an expert on paintings, Alfred.
Oh. He is.
He's consulted by galleries all over the world and by the United States Customs Office to authenticate paintings.
No.
Yes.
Well, that makes all the difference.
Of course it does, Alfred. It's not a case of a businessman buying some of your art to make a label for toothpaste. This is a matter of an acknowledged art expert selecting one of your designs to make things brighter in American homes.
As long as your work hangs on people's walls, Alfred, what does it matter whether it's put up with wire or paste? I mean, you still contributed something. You created a new design for living. And people live in living rooms, not art galleries.
Well, maybe my trouble is I don't know enough about living. Or living rooms. I've been so busy living by a theory. Well, Dr. Hall, I'm glad you weren't one of the judges.
Yes, so am I. We can't afford to give anybody $1,000.
Well, it's not only that I'll be ahead of $1,000, Mrs. Hall. Dr. Hall's refusal to judge this art exhibit has improved my judgment. I've lost some of my overconfidence, but I'm way ahead in my education.
Well, I'm glad I did something to fulfill my proper function, Alfred. I can't give cash prizes, but sometimes a little education is a prize worth winning. I believe with Aristotle that learning is an ornament in prosperity a refuge in adversity, and a provision in old age.
At this same time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman. Mr. Wellman is played by Herbert Butterfield. Alfred Tremondy was Paul Freese, and Mr. Nevers was Stanley Farrar. Tonight's script was written by Arthur Ross and Don Quinn. Music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell.
Of us all will echo down the hall and disappear. But as we sadly start our journeys apart, a part of every heart will linger here in the sacred halls of Ivy, where we've lived and learned to know that through the years we'll see you in the sweet afterglow. We'll remember halls of Ivy in the sweet
presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff, with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Earl Ross, Jill Walker, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and deep as sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc. Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Colgate tooth powder, sweet smiling best fine. Use it each morning and use it each night.
It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder. For the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich, active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh, your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
In Mel Blanc's little town, the custom is that after the picture show, the younger set gathers in Blum's candy shop and talks about the picture. In one booth, we hear Ann White saying to her boyfriend,
"Oh, Jerry, did you notice anything different about the movies tonight?"
Yeah, during one scene, Betty Davis didn't cry.
And in another booth, Susan Adams is saying to her boyfriend,
"Henry, did you notice anything different about the movies tonight?"
Yeah. Nobody got psychoanalyzed.
And in another booth where Mel Blanc and his girlfriend Betty Colby are sitting, Betty is saying,
"Oh, Mel, did you notice anything different about the movies tonight?"
Yeah. I paid for the tickets.
Actually, Betty was looking for an opening to bring up the matter of a June wedding. She soon found one, and like all women, brought it up in this subtle fashion.
"Gosh, Mel, we've been going together for 5 years. When are you going to pop the question?"
Oh, Betty, you know your father. If I pop the question, your pop will pop me. Besides, we can't afford to get married.
Now, don't you want to have a home of your own and children of your own? Now, what's wrong?
Well, I can go to the FHA for a home loan, but where can I go to borrow the kids? Oh, Betty, it's useless. Your father will never consent to our marriage. He slammed the screen door on me so many times, my face looks like a waffle baker.
Well, I want you to ask him anyway.
Oh, you know what he'll do? He'll just kick me out of the house. The last time he did, it cost me 10 cents.
How come?
Well, he was wearing his spiked golf shoes, and he punched a hole in my trolley car transfer. It's no use, Betty.
But, Mel, you make no attempt to get on the right side of Father. Why don't you do just one thing that he'd like?
Nothing doing, Betty. I'm too young to die. Besides, I've always tried to help him out in his supermarket. Whose idea was it to put black lace panties on the lamb chops to attract the men customers? And I gave him the idea he ever had.
What was that?
Painting his thumb red so it wouldn't be noticed with a hamburger on the meat scale.
Well, Mel, this is a very good time to ask Father. He's in his best mood today. Someone's coming to buy a supermarket at a big profit for Father.
Well, I'm afraid.
Oh, Mel Blanc, where's your get up and go?
It laid down and died. But, Betty, I'll do it for you. I'll go see your father at the supermarket right away. Hello, Mr. Colby. Mr. Colby,
Mel Blanc, you idiot. You practically ruined my supermarket. What did you do to this cash register I gave you to repair?
Oh, gosh, Mr. Colby, I was fixing the slot machine at the same time. I may have gotten the parts mixed up.
A slot machine? No wonder every time a woman brings 3 plums to the counter, the cash register pays her 8 nickels.
Well, don't worry, Mr. Colby. The odds are still against the customer.
Huh? Well, Blanc, there's no excuse for being an idiot.
That's fine, Mr. Colby. Then you don't have to make any apologies. Mr. Colby, I came down to ask you if I could marry Betty. And if you let us get married, we'll name the first child after you. Well, that's a nice name for a kid. Blank. Junior.
Why bother about you? I've got bigger troubles right now.
What's the matter, Mr. Colby?
Well, I'm supposed to sell my supermarket to the owner of a big grocery chain. And I thought I'd have it repainted to make it look more attractive. But the painter's cost is outrageous. He wants to charge me an arm and a leg.
Gee, the president asked everyone to cut prices. He ought to just charge you a leg.
Well, it's plenty depressing. Seems I've had nothing but trouble lately. Sometimes I think that I haven't got a friend left in the world. But if I die, nobody'd put flowers on my grave.
Don't say that, Mr. Colby. I'd be glad to put flowers on your grave. I didn't mean it that way. Say, I've got an idea. I'll paint your supermarket.
What?
I'll start right away, and I'll do a good job. Didn't I paint your car last year?
Yes, and I remember the job you did. You painted it all yellow. Everyone thought it was a taxi cab. Oh, so humiliating.
How much did you make?
About $95. Never mind!
Mr. Colby, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll paint your supermarket for nothing.
Why, you jack of all trades. Well, my boy, you can do it for nothing.
Mr. Colby, it's as good as done. I'll get my assistant, Zuki, and as soon as you close up the supermarket for the day, we'll start painting.
Mel sent me over here to start painting the supermarket, but I don't know anything about painting. This bucket is too thick. I'll stir the lead. I'll put the I'll add the turpentine. I can't get the lead out of my paint.
Hello there, Zuki. I just stopped by to see how things were going.
Well, thanks, Mr.
B.
Thanks, Mr. B.
Now, let's see what you've done. Zuki, what are you doing to my supermarket?
Oh, I'm painting it, Mr.
What kind of blue did you use?
It's a California California smog.
Why, I never saw anything so atrocious in my life. What kind of color combination is that on the ceiling?
Well, it's green, red, and black. It's yellow, black, and it's purple, orange, and Don't ask me. I'm colorblind.
When I get hold of Mel, I'll break every bone in his body. Meanwhile, get that brush and cover the blue. Use amber. Oh, not that amber. Oh, dear, this is terrible. Give me that phone, Zuki. I'll call that Mel and really tell him what I think of.
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it.
Mel Blanc, you idiot. You sent Zuki down here and he's ruined the place.
Oh, Mr. Colby, the paint job can't be that bad.
It can't. You know the bird's eye food I sell?
Yeah?
Well, the birds just closed their eyes. I told Zuki I wanted one of the walls plastered.
Well, what'd he do?
He poured 2 quarts of Kentucky Tavern over it.
Well, Mr. Colby, I'll be right down to fix it.
You come down here and I'll break you in 2.
Okay, then both of us will be down. Goodbye. Gosh, I better get down there.
Hello, Mel, old boy.
Well, hello, Hartley. Gosh, is it drizzling out again?
No, Mel, it's merely thousands of women drooling because they've just seen great, big, adorable me. In fact, Mel, old boy, I'm such a darling chap, I could put out the lights and sit on my lap.
Look, Hartley, I've got to be going, but I can't take this. You must think you're the most beautiful man in the world.
Mel, you've heard the saying, beauty is only skin deep?
Yeah?
Well, I'm the only man in the world made entirely out of skin.
Hartley, what makes you think you're so wonderful?
Mel, old boy, that's what I'm told. In a recent survey, it was definitely proved that although doctors preferred camels, the nurses preferred me. In fact, at the Nurses' College, I was voted the man most likely to be fluoroscoped.
Hartley, how can you make up such wild stories?
Make them up. Well, last week, the fashion editor of the magazine Debutante came to me and said, "Who is the most beautiful, most ravishing creature in the world? I want that glamorous person to pose for an ad." What'd you do? What could I do? I posed. And when the editor looked at me, he just stood there and said, quote, unquote.
But he didn't say anything.
Naturally, Mel, I'm too beautiful for words. Wait until you see me in my next ad. I'm posing in a Van Heusen shirt.
I can see why, Hartley. From the front, you look like a Heusen, and from the back, you look like a van.
Oh, Mel, you befuddle me. In fact, I'm so I could fuddle. So it gives me great pleasure to tell you that because of the way you messed up that painting job in Mr. Colby's supermarket, Betty is giving you the brush. When the girls heard this, they cried, but I'm going to be my own June bride. So long, Mel. Nice seeing me.
Gosh, not only am I in trouble with Mr. Colby, but now Betty is mad at me. Well, I'm going right down to Colby's supermarket and face him. Well, go ahead, Blank. Are you a scared rabbit? Who, me?
Me. What's up, Doc?
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Dazzling teeth and a breath that's sweet. Isn't that what you want? What everyone wants? Good. Try Colgate tooth powder, the all-purpose tooth powder. Its lively, rich foam bubbles around your mouth, leaves your breath so fresh and sweet. In 7 cases out of 10, it's been proved that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And when it comes to cleaning your teeth, Colgate all-purpose tooth powder gives dazzling results. Yes, Colgate tooth powder reveals the natural brilliance of your teeth. So for teeth that sparkle naturally and a breath that's sweet, try Colgate tooth powder.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Now here's a tune you should remember. Victor Miller and his orchestra play Cecilia. Mr. Colby, as a buyer for his supermarket, so Mel, in an effort to help him repaint the place so that it would look nice, sent Zookie over. But Zookie did such a bad job that Mr. Colby threatened to break every bone in Mel's body. Is our hero, Mel, afraid? Is he hiding out somewhere? No. Right now he's in his fix-it shop making plans about the Colby matter. Shh. He's on the phone.
Hello? American Airlines? When does the next plane leave for Brazil? What's all filled? Huh? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Well, do you have to take so many coffee pots? Well, what's available? Only Siam, but the trip must be necessary? Oh, just a minute. Someone else wants to talk to you.
Oh, hello, American Airlines. The King of Siam is expecting me. I must go at once to see the King of Siam. Who this? This is Anna.
They hung up. Gosh, what am I going to do? Oh, here comes my lodge president, Mr. Cushing. Maybe he can help me out.
Hello, Mel.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
What's the matter, Mel? You look worried about something.
Oh, Mr. Colby is mad at me because he says Zuki made his supermarket look like a horrible eyesight and a disgraceful mess.
Well, what's he complaining about? I've been married to one for years.
Oh, there you go about your wife again.
Mel, she's still arguing. She's always complaining. The other day we had an argument, and she said, John, you're slowly digging my grave.
What'd you say?
Nothing. I went out and bought a steam shovel. You know, Mel, when I married my wife, her eyes were like two limpid pools.
And now?
Well, they're still like two pools, but her nose is like the diving board. You know, Mel, her nose is so long that for years no one ever noticed that she had two front teeth missing. But this morning she forgot to put on her makeup. Mel, she's got so many lines in her face it looks like the score pad in a gin rummy game.
Oh, your wife isn't that bad.
No, Mel, there are many different kinds of perfume. For instance, there's Chanel number 5, Irresistible number 7, Temptation number 9. Well, I'm putting one out for my wife.
What's the name?
Sorry, wrong number. What a woman. Last Sunday we went out to the beach and she got coy with me. She said, "Oh, John, let's play games. John, bury me in the sand. Come on, John, bury me." Gad, what a temptation.
Well, right now, mighty potentate, your worries are small compared to mine. If only there was some way I could improve the looks of Colby's supermarket.
Well, very often, Mel, a person thinks something looks beautiful because he's been talked into it. My wife's father developed lockjaw, convincing me.
But how can I talk Mr. Colby into it? He'll break my arm if I even come near the place. The man who wants to buy the supermarket is coming tonight.
No, wait a minute, Mel. Why talk to Colby as yourself? Put on a smock and a false mustache and go as a French interior decorator.
Yeah. I can take off the hat I'm wearing and put on a beret. Say, that's a great idea. Thanks, mighty potentate.
Well, I'm glad to be of assistance. Well, Mel, I gotta be going now.
Where you going, mighty potentate?
Well, Mel, I can do one of two things. I can go to the movies and see The Farmer's Daughter, or I can go home and look at the cow I married.
Gosh, that was a wonderful idea the mighty potentate gave me. Now to get the costume and pretend to be a French interior decorator.
I don't know, Mr. Colby. So far, you've shown nothing to make me want to buy this supermarket. Even if I were interested, the ridiculous color scheme would frighten me off. How did you paint these walls? By throwing eggs into an electric fan?
But, Mr. Ross, this place is a gold mine. Now, I have some business secrets.
Business secrets?
Yes, but wait a minute. Who is this odd-looking chap in the beret entering?
Pardonnez-me. I happened to be strolling by, and I could not help but admire this beautiful place. May I come in?
Oh, yes, of course. I noticed by your accent you're French. Well, as you say in France, bonjour, mon ami.
As we answer in France, crêpes Suzette à la carte.
Pardon me, did I hear you say this supermarket was beautiful?
Oui, but oui. And who ought to know more than I? For I am the famous French interior decorator, Pierre Eclair.
Pierre Eclair. That's an odd name. An eclair is something that has soft custard filling and is mushy inside.
Well, we all can't have big morsels. How I hated to leave France and my family. You know, my sister, he is in France. My brother, she is in France.
What about your parents?
My parents, it has taken a trip to England. Most of all, I miss my girlfriend, Ivan. They is beautiful. I can just see her now. She lived on the bank of the river.
Sane?
No, but I had a lot of fun with her anyway. I came here to decorate some big homes in Hollywood. I just finished the furniture for Rita Hayworth.
Does she have nice upholstery?
Are you kidding? This place is the most beautiful I have ever seen. And I know, for I have painted most everything. The Eiffel Tower, the Place de Opera, the Rue de la Paix.
Rue de la Paix, that's a street. Do you paint streets?
Only the white line. But in France, we have a marvelous system for painting white lines.
What is it?
We let a good humor man ride down the middle of the street with his vanilla dragging. And to make a green line, we do the same thing, only we use pistachio. 1 week on the Rue de la Paix, we had thousands of flat tires.
How did that happen?
Too much nuts in the burnt almond.
You sound convincing, Mr. Eclair, but I think this supermarket was painted by a moron.
Oh, no, Mr. Colby had nothing to do with it.
What? Why did you, Mel Blanc?
Please, Mr. Colby.
Mel Blanc, I'm going to break every rule.
Gosh, Betty, I never do anything right. Your father will never let us get married.
Well, Mel, let's elope.
Elope? Gosh, Betty, you and I married.
Yes. I can just picture our first child. He'll take after both of us.
Yeah. The looks will be Colby and the brains will be Blank. I mean, the brains will be Colby and the looks will be Blank. Either way, that kid is behind the 8 ball. This is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening. Good night, and
That's all, folks.
This is Bud Easton, reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and keeps it sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday night at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
The Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedians, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker and Portland Hopper, the Texaco Round Table, Win Murray and Al Goodman's Orchestra. It's Texaco time. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, it is my pleasure
hurry up, Jim.
to introduce that happy harlequin,
Let's go,
that
Jim.
tycoon of titillation,
Step on it,
that
Jimmy.
magnificent merrymaker.
Come on, Jimmy, that's plenty.
All right. Here he is, Fred Allen in person.
I took a big bow. I bought some new suspenders. I wanted to try them out.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Say, Fred, what's the rush? I had a swell introduction
Well, we can't waste any time tonight, Jimmy. We've got to get the program started before they change the wavelength on us again. We've got to...
What wavelength?
Well, don't you know that last Saturday, 802 radio stations in this country changed their wavelength?
Oh, no, I didn't know.
Well, a lot of people didn't know. Radio has been a composite mess, Jimmy. Wavelengths today are all mixed up. Why, the other night, Mr. Fadiman asked that other man, Mr. Oscar Levan, a question on information, please. You ought to start yourself. I mean, a little starch in your bathwater and you won't wobble so much up here at the microphone. But wavelengths are all mixed up. Mr. Fadiman asked Oscar Levan a question on information, please, and a hillbilly band on Major Bow's program answered that question. Why, one lady I know tuned in and got John Barrymore sitting in with the quiz kids.
No kidding.
Why, just before we went on the air tonight, a man rushed into the studio here yelling, "I'm the father of 19 children," unquote.
Who was it?
It was one man's family. They thought they were this program. So you see, Jimmy, we can't waste any more time. We have got to let people know that this is the Texaco Star Theater.
Well, how can we, Fred?
Well, all we have to do is turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. Chicago, Illinois. Judge Joseph Sabbath, who has spent 3 decades listening to divorce cases in the big cities of the world, singles out principal causes of marital strife. Judge Sabbath claims the chief causes of present-day divorce are...
working wives. Non-working husbands.
Tin-can meal. Interfering in-laws.
Tonight, Texaco News checks on Judge Sabbath's theory and invites a select group of marital malcontents to its microphone to check on outstanding causes of wedlock instability. Now, our first participant, a member of the Alimony Club for some months, is Mr. Fumfit Lynn. What caused your divorce, Fumfit?
Well, the little woman and me was occupationally maladjusted.
Well, how do you mean?
I worked nights as she worked days. We never seen each other.
Oh, you work nights, you say?
Yeah, I'm a night watchman. I finish work at the break of day.
Well, what about your wife?
Well, the little woman was head stopper for the Western Union.
Head stopper?
Yeah, she puts the stops in day letters.
Oh.
Dear Joe, stop. Or I'd say stop.
Oh, I
Coming
see,
home,
yes.
stop.
Don't overdo it. I got it the first time. And these day letters, you say, kept your wife busy all day.
Yeah, for 10 years, me and the little woman never seen each other.
And you were happily married all this time?
Oh, yeah. Every morning, she'd leave my breakfast and a love note in the sugar bowl.
A billy do in the sugar bowl,
Yeah.
Huh?
There was always some baby talk, like, roses is red, violets is blue, sugar is sweet, whose baby is who?
Oh, how ucky-ducky.
Yeah. Every night when I went to work, I'd leave dinner all ready for her.
And you'd leave a note for your wife?
Yeah, I'd write, fish is in the oven. I got your fin and patty. Dessert is in the icebox. Love and kisses. Daddy.
And this went on for 10 years.
Oh, yeah, till that fatal morning.
And what happened?
I come home, there's no breakfast, just a note.
What did it say?
Roses is red, violets is blue. Met full of brushman, elope today. Woo!
Well, tell me, Fumfit, have you heard from your wife since?
Oh, yeah. She married the full of brush man.
She did, huh?
Yeah, she sent me a card from Mexico with one of the guy's samples.
And your marriage was broken up due to occupational maladjustment.
Yeah, he got my wife.
And you got the sample.
I got the brush.
And we're getting it again as we thank you, Comfort Lynn. Another husband who came to grief is Hawthorne Prone. What caused your trouble, Hawthorne?
A cracker-box apartment.
You mean the apartment was small?
It was one room. The bed folded into the wall. When you pulled down the bed, the furniture sunk down into the floor.
In this one room? Well, what about bathing?
Oh, the bathtub was in 4 pieces. You could put it together as required.
Oh, fine.
Yeah, if you wanted a sink, you put 2 pieces of the bathtub together catty corner, and somebody held it.
Well, how did you get your water?
Oh, a hose hung outside the window. When you wanted water, you pulled in the hose. Only not when the bed was down.
No, that made it too crowded, naturally.
Yeah, it was the same with reading. You can only do it at certain times.
Could you read in bed?
How? When the bed come down, the light bulb went up into the ceiling.
Well, were you bothered by mice?
Mice used to come to the door and look in.
There was no room, naturally, for them. They innocent bystanders, as it were. Well, how did you and your wife get along in a small apartment?
Well, we was hemmed in, but happy.
Good.
Then come the blow-off.
What brought that on?
The wife's family got dispossessed. The whole tribe moved in on I and the wife.
And you're all living in that one room?
Yeah, it's murder. The grandmother is sleeping in the hall. The mother having nightmares on the fire escape. The father standing in the corner snoring. 3 kids hanging up in snoods on the back of the door.
Why, that's terrible. Why don't you put your foot down?
There's no room. I can't even get my leg up.
And your advice to newlywed husbands is?
If you want to be bush in your own home, don't never move into no cracker box apartment.
Good.
Live in a place where at least you got room to put your foot down.
Well, thank you, Hawthorne Clark. And now a gentleman who comes to us direct from a run of 27 weeks on the Goodwill Court. What is your name again, brother?
Lionel Standard.
Lion L?
Yeah, lion like in front of the public library, L like what ain't on 6th Avenue no more.
Oh, Lion L.
Standard, Lionel Standard.
Lionel Standard. I finally got it.
You want to run over it again?
No, thanks. I think I've got it all right now.
The way we was going, I thought one of us was subnormal.
Now, no bragging, please. Now, what about your marital experience, Lionel?
Well, it was a case of mutual frustration.
Mutual frustration?
Yeah.
What sort of a girl did you marry?
She was a school teacher. It gave her a complex.
It did? You mean that after you were married, your wife still acted like a school teacher?
Yeah, every night when I come home from work, I had to bring her an apple. One night I come home with elderberry wine on me breath.
What did she do?
She made me stay in and write Lionel as elderberry wine in his breath 200 times.
Well, is that what split you up?
That and gastronomic persecution.
That's why you got a divorce.
Yeah, my grounds was nocturnal vitamin incompatibility.
Nocturnal vitamin incompatibility?
The wife kept eating in bed nights. I couldn't get no sleep.
Well, I don't see how.
Well, we lived on the first floor in the apartment house.
Yeah?
At night, we'd leave the window open.
The window up, I see.
My wife would start eating sardines in bed.
Sardines?
Yeah, she liked herring, but she had a small mouth.
And you say she ate these sardines in bed?
Yeah. When she put out the light, the cats in the neighborhood would smell the sardines and start jumping in through the window.
Don't say.
Some nights there'd be 200 cats steeplechasing over their bed.
And you'd still be sleeping?
But not for long.
What would happen?
Well, from having seepage in me muffler all winter, I got chronic asthma.
This seepage in your muffler brought on this chronic asthma, huh?
I'd whistle in me sleep.
You'd whistle?
Yeah, it wasn't bad enough with the cat. When I whistled, every dog on the block came jumping in.
And when the cats and dogs got together...
That's all, brother.
You went to court?
I got a divorce and hydrophobia.
And your advice to fellows contemplating marriage is?
Men, marriage is a mirage. When you get up close, there's nothing to it.
Well, thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker brings our anti-marital fiesta to an arbitrary close by singing a love song, The Night We Met in Honolulu.
The moon was dipping down into the sea. The night night you gave your love to me, the night we met in Honolulu. The stars, like lonely lanterns hung in space, they shed their light on our embrace, the night we met in Honolulu. The palm trees were gently swaying, the wind breathed its soft caress, but you, the moon and stars are all forgetting, and I am left alone regretting the night we met in Honolulu. The moon no longer dips into the sea, and you are far away from me, and where we met in Honolulu. The palm trees were gently swaying, the wind breathed its soft caress, but you, the moon and stars are all forgetting, and I am left alone regretting the night we met in Honolulu. Farewell to palm trees swaying, farewell to the wind's
Now a gentleman we had left over on last week's roundup of spring poets, that little-known versifier and man about Rondelay, Mr. Orestes Flicker. What was the title of the poem you missed out on last week, Orestes?
Somebody tell me.
Somebody tell me. You're going to recite it tonight. Somebody tell me by Orestes Flicker. Go right ahead, Orestes.
I'm an expert on quizzes. I often win prizes because I am smarter than most other guys is. Why, Franklin P. Adams calls me on the phone. When stuck with a sticker, he can't swing alone. But one question stumps me. I flop with a thud when anyone asks me just what is a dud.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes, what is a dud? Will someone explain what is a dud? Is it fancy or plain? What is a dud? Does it swim in the sea? What is a dud? Is it you? Is it me?
Now, just
what?
Wait a minute. You'll have every horse in the neighborhood standing. Just a minute, Orestes. If you'll give Jimmy Wallington a chance to get a word in edgewise here, he'll be glad to explain in detail. Jimmy, just what is a dud?
Why, the flat, dull sound of the word dud itself tells you what it means. Something worthless, useless. Dud. D-U-D. And gasoline duds are the sluggish, low-action elements in gasoline. The ones that fail to take the spark, waste fuel, steal power from under your very foot. When you pay for full power, you want it. And you get it with Fire Chief gasoline, for the duds are out, removed by important steps in Texaco refining. In Fire Chief, you're getting only the volatile, fast-action elements that deliver lively starts, smooth acceleration, and long mileage. Next time, try a Texaco dealer and start using famous Fire Chief gasoline. Remember, you'll be buying all action, not a dud in a tank full.
That was Andalusia, played by Al Goodman and his pari-mutual pipers. And now, Mr. Goodman.
Yes, Mr. Allen?
What is that thing you were waving at the orchestra? I mean, you've been using all night. That thing you're waving at the orchestra.
Oh, this. This is my new baton. It's termite-proof.
Well, why a termite-proof baton?
Why, he is asking.
Yes.
With a wooden baton, termites are making a snack bar. This baton is metal. And termite biting this is bending the bridgework.
Well, you have got something there, Maestro, and it isn't a termite-proof baton.
No?
This thing is nothing but an ordinary umbrella rib.
But Kenny Baker is selling it to me for a baton.
Mr. Goodman, yesterday was April Fool's Day. Kenny gave you the Cornish hug, as the saying goes. You were a fall guy.
Goodman a fall guy, and in spring yet.
Goodman is an all-out fall guy in any season. Oh, hello, Portland.
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Portland. Stop. What are you doing? Stop walking around in circles.
Well, I'm looking for gold.
What gold? You won't see any gold in here unless Mr. Goodman yawns again. Unless the dentist took that bridge back, I don't know. Now, look,
But there may be gold here. This divining rod can tell.
That thing you are holding is a divining rod?
This is another termite-proof baton.
Quiet, please, Maestro. Portland, what you have there is an umbrella rib. And Kenny Baker sold it to you yesterday, am I right?
Yes, but...
Yesterday was April Fool's Day, Portland. Kenny played a little joke on you and the Maestro. You see, there's no harm done. It's all good, clean, innocent fun.
But I paid Kenny $3 for this rusty old umbrella rib.
Foxy Goodman only paid $2. You should have dickered.
You should both learn to suspect everybody on April Fool's Day. I certainly don't blame Kenny for duping you.
Hi, folks. Anybody want to buy some fishing rods for guppy fishing?
Guppy fishing? Put away those umbrella ribs, Kenny. April Fool's Day is over.
Oh, you're hep, huh?
Yes, I am hep, Kenny. Some April fooling, I'll say, when you sold Mr. Goodman an umbrella rib for a termite-proof baton.
Oh, chiller, huh?
And you stuck Portland with another rib for a divining rod.
Well, wait till the night. If it rains, you're really going to see a gag.
You slay me, Kenny. What's going to happen tonight if it rains?
Well, those umbrella ribs.
Yeah?
I took them out of your umbrella.
Now, just a minute, Kenny Baker. Fun is fun, but tearing ribs out of people's umbrellas isn't funny.
But, Faye,
Kenny, you take those umbrella ribs, that divining rod, and that baton there. You take them all, get them together, and put them right back in my umbrella.
Okay.
How do you like that kid? A part-time vandal yet. Destroying public property.
Oh, be a sport, Mr. Allen.
Now the hole is in the other stocking. He who was laughing last is Goodman. Ha ha.
Better you should know when to wait. He who's laughing should know when to wait for a laugh. I mean, that would be the thing. Well, quiet the both of you. I'm here to tell the two of you, now that you're here, that boy needs a lesson. Kenny Baker, I'll show him what it feels like to be made a fool of.
What are you going to do, Mr. Allen?
I am going to make Kenny look sillier than the end girl in a daisy chain. If that's possible, I'm going to have a go at it. Sound man.
Yeah, Mr. Allen?
Now, look, Sam. You're not doing anything. When Kenny Baker comes back, I want you to go outside and call him on the telephone here in the studio.
Yes, sir.
Tell him that you are the Pot of Gold program and that he has just won $1,000. You understand?
Yeah, Mr. Allen. I'm the phone baker, and tell him he won a pot of gold.
Right. Now, hurry up.
Gosh, isn't that going to be a dirty trick on Kenny, Mr. Allen? After all, he's one of the gang.
One of the gang. I'll show you just how loyal that little scamp is. Now, quiet. He's coming back.
Mr. Allen.
Yes, Kenny?
Your umbrella's okay now.
Well, all right then, Kenny. We'll just let bygones be bygones. April Fool's Day is over. Let's have no more practical jokes, all. I bear you no malice, lad.
He should live so long.
Maestro, please. Now, say, Kenny, it just occurred to me, while you were out, an interesting community problem came up.
What problem?
Well, now, as you know, we all use the telephone here, and we all chip in every month and pay the phone bill. Am I right?
Yes, F.A.
Well, now, suppose this phone number here won a prize.
What prize?
Well, just let's say the pot of gold happened to call this number. Now, if we won, we should divide up the money evenly, don't you think?
Why, Mr. Allen.
Quiet, Portland. Well, Kenny, what do you think?
Since we all pay the phone bill, if the pot of gold calls, we should all share and share alike.
That's the spirit, Kenny. Well, I wonder who that is ringing. Will you answer it, Kenny?
Oh, my feet hurt. You answer it, Porty.
All right.
You stay where you are, Portland. Why don't you answer it, Kenny?
Why don't you answer it, Mr. Allen? You get all the answers on the program.
No sarcasm, Maestro. Always making an issue of everything. Now, answer the phone, Kenny. You're the youngest.
Oh, all right. Hello? What? What? Who won what? I won... yes, this is the number. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, just send it up to my house. Well,
Well,
I guess I'll run across the street for a cherry coke until my next number. So long,
now,
Kaye.
wait a minute, Kenny. Who was that on the phone?
Oh, nobody. By the way, F.A., I was thinking, well, since I do most of the phoning around here, I ought to pay the whole phone bill. That'll make it my phone, won't it?
Why, yes, it will, Kenny. What's on your mind?
Well, if everybody calls the number from a contest or something, that would mean me.
Yes, it would mean you. And incidentally, the cost of the phone bill is $5.
Okay, here you are, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, all right.
Well, I guess I'll be running along now.
No, you don't, you baby face. You're not rooking us, shopper.
Rooking? I don't know what you mean, F.A.
Oh, quit kidding, Junior. We know you won something on the phone. We heard you.
Oh, it's too late now. We made a deal.
Kenny, I'm ashamed of you.
In humanity and also Kenny. I, Goodman, am losing faith.
All right. Suppose I did win something.
You haven't won anything, Kenny. That phone call you just answered was a phony.
But gosh, the man said on the phone...
I know what the man said. The man said you won the pot of gold. Now, I'll show you exactly what happened. Sound man.
Yeah, Mr. Allen.
Sam, explain to Mr. Baker here about that practical joke we arranged. You know, about the phone call.
Oh, I haven't made that call yet, Mr. Allen. The line was busy.
You didn't make the call?
You didn't make
I didn't make the call. Well, why is everybody looking at me? I didn't do nothing. The line was busy, so help me. I tried, but the line was busy. Everybody's looking at me.
Stop crying.
But, Mr. Allen, that phone call.
I know. Quiet.
It was the real thing.
Don't explain it. Quiet.
What's everybody so excited about?
Who's excited?
You are.
Nobody's excited, Kenneth, boy. Now, look, Kenny, old man. I'll tell you what I'll do. You have learned your lesson, son. Why should it cost you money? I'll tell you, I've got to do this. I'll pay the phone bill. Let the phone be in my name. Who cares? Here's your $5 back.
Oh, gee, F.A.
And here's another $5 for being such a good sport.
Oh, you're a prince, F.A.
And now that it's my phone, it might interest you to know that phone call you just got from the pot of gold was supposed to be a phony, but through some strange coincidence that could only happen in radio, it turned out to be the real thing.
But, Mr. Allen...
Now, Kenny, it's too late. It's my phone and my $1,000. Not that the money means anything. I'll probably throw it away in some bingo den tonight. But you have learned a lesson. That is the main thing. And as a byproduct of your education, I seem to have won the pot of gold.
But, F.A., that wasn't the pot of gold.
What? Well, I heard you say you won. It was a radio telephone contest, wasn't it?
Yes. It was some aluminum company program. They called and said this number won.
Well, it's just like the pot of gold, isn't it?
Yes, only they call it the pot of pots program. They just give you the pot.
Well, we're right back to where we started. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have you meet a young lady who was with us all last season, and tonight is right back where she started, Miss Wynn Murray.
Thank you.
Well, Winnie, it's nice to have you back on the program again.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
When I knew that you were going to join us tonight, I said to myself, The minute Win Murray comes to the microphone, I am going to ask her a question. Well, now you're here, and I have my question ready. Will you answer truthfully?
That all depends, Mr. Allen. What is your question?
What are you going to sing?
With a twist of the wrist.
That's all I wanted to know. Maestro?
With the twist of the wrist, with your lips that insist, with that come hither look in your eye. Just when I think we're through, you do magic and make me love you. At the drop of a hat, it's as easy as that, with the merest attempt at a sigh. When I'm sure you're untrue, you do magic and make me love you. Guess I'm just, after all, at your beck, at your call. Seems 'twill never be for you and me all over. With the twist of the wrist, I get back on your list. Doesn't matter how hard I may try. How can I keep away from your very persuasive eyes? When with a twist of the wrist, I'm yours. With a twist of the wrist, with your lips that insist, with that come hither look in your eyes. Just when I think we're through, you do magic and make me love you. At the drop of a hat, it's as easy as that, with the merest attempt at a sigh. When I'm sure you're untrue, you do magic and make me love you. Guess I'm just, after all, at your beck, at your call. Seems 'twill never be for you and me all over. With a twist of the wrist, I stay back on your list. Doesn't matter how hard I may try. How can I keep away from your very persuasive allure? When with a twist of the wrist, with your lips that insist and a twist of the wrist, I'm yours.
That was very nice. No encore, Win, please. Is that you, Jimmy? Stop making that noise.
Noise, Fred? I'm just practicing my scale.
Well, you sounded as though you had your lip caught in a door, Jimmy. I hope.
That's a fine thing to say after all the years I've spent studying voice. So you ought to hear me do the sextet from Lucia.
Alone?
Yeah, and the anvil chorus from Il Trovatore. And the refrain from Smoking.
Now, wait a minute. The refrain from Smoking. I've never heard of that.
You haven't?
No, I haven't.
Oh, it's a beautiful thing.
Well,
I'll sing it for you.
No, wait a minute. No, me or you either. Neither of you. We don't want you to sing it. Now, just give us the lyrics without the music.
Well, okay, Fred.
How does it go?
Thanks.
Oh, wait a minute. Was I supposed to say that? Now, wait, let's make sure. Yes, I was supposed to say, how does it go? It's right here. Well,
now that we're all even, I'll tell you.
Yes, how does it go?
Thank you. When you see smoke coming from the exhaust pipe of the car ahead, you're not likely to pull up alongside and say, refrain from smoking.
No.
It wouldn't do much good if you did. Only a repair job will help that car owner, for his smoking exhaust is a likely sign of excessive engine wear. But if your car doesn't smoke, you can help to make sure it will continue to refrain from smoking. And now is the time to act, when you're making your spring oil change. Have a Texaco dealer drain that weakened winter oil from the crankcase and replace it with insulated Haviland. Haviland is insulated against today's high engine temperatures that break down ordinary oils. It stands up and protects your engine from needless wear. Haviland is distilled, too, free from carbon-forming impurities that also promote wear. So don't delay. Steer clear of smoke and trouble. Change to insulated Haviland at your Texaco dealer. The Texaco Star Theater continues after a brief pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC New York, 880 on your dial.
That was a small helping of Let's Stream This One Out, contributed by our musical somnambulist, Maestro Goodman. And now our Texaco Roundtable, ladies and gentlemen. This is the only discussion group in radio that concentrates on trivia. Now, our three guests have been drafted for their unrehearsed participation, and Portland opens the meeting first by calling the roll.
Yes, Mr. Joseph Costa from Rockville Center, Long Island.
Well, good evening, Mr. Costa.
Good evening, Fred. How are you?
I was going to ask you that. That would take 3 or 4 hours to explain, Mr. Costa, my condition at the moment. But thank you for having brought it up. I was going to ask you, if you have no objections, to tell us what your business or profession is. Do you mind?
I'm a press photographer, Fred, employed by the New York Daily News. But I also have another job at the present time.
You have 2 jobs?
Yes, I have.
Well, how do you account for that? What is your other job? Well, I should ask you first, because maybe the other job is more important than the one you're going to explain, and then I'd be in a fine mess here.
Well, as vice president of the Press Photographers Association of New York...
Really?
I've been busy staging the biggest show in New York.
Oh, wait a minute.
Outside of yours. Excuse me, outside of yours.
Oh, outside of our show. Well, what is this other show you're staging that's not quite as big as ours?
Fred?
I hope for your sake it's bigger.
Fred, this is...
Oh, wait a minute. Who is he? That's the...
He's one of my stooges, Fred.
Oh, you have your own photographer with you, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, I didn't know. Whose picture are you taking, son? Oh, everyone. Well, all right. As long as it's a community affair, go right ahead. Well, what did you say?
Well, Fred, as vice president of the Press Photographers Association of New York...
Oh, don't go through that again. Where is that? You're collecting pictures now. Where?
This is the 6th annual exhibition of the...
Where is the exhibition?
At the Museum of Science and Industry in Rockefeller Center.
Oh, down in the cellar there, huh?
That's right, on the first floor, Fred.
On the first floor, the Museum of Science. And you know, that's a wonderful building, the Rockefeller Center. You know, there are people who have been down there since the building opened who are entirely cut off from the outside world. Down in the basement of the Rockefeller Center building. People haven't been out for 6 or 7 years. These people down there think that when they die, they go to the Rainbow Room. Thanks a lot, Mr. Costa. I'm sorry I butted in when you were explaining about your picture exposition there, but I'll make it up to you later.
Thank you, Fred.
And now, Portland.
Miss Vera?
I have to tell you, you know that Miss...
Miss Vera Adrian from New York City.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Miss Adrian, I was laughing at something I'm going to say next week, I hope. But may I ask, do you work here in New York? Are you in business? Or?
Yes, I have my own business in which I design for individuals.
Oh,
and then through wholesale for an average woman of America.
Wait a minute, what is it you design?
Clothes.
Oh, you're a clothes designer?
Yes.
For individuals and for wholesale houses?
Yes.
You do, really?
Yes.
Do you design garments for debutantes and glamour girls?
Yes, indeed.
That sort of...
Josephine Johnson wears quite a few of my clothes.
Oh, she does, really? And these, it must be nice to be in a business where you know you're going to have something on a glamour girl in years to come. But tell me, how do you design? I can understand designing a dress for one person, but how would you design a dress for the wholesale houses, for mass appeal?
Well, we have an idea. Every designer has an idea of an average woman. She's about 5'16".
Yeah.
She's about 135 pounds.
Yeah.
She's about 5 feet 5.5.
But
sort of a dirty blonde.
Sort of a dirty blonde, the average woman. You'll get murdered on the way home. Woman is a dirty blonde. How do you like that? But you don't have a composite girl. I mean, you have all her measurements, but you can't tell her taste, what the average woman's taste might be.
Oh, yes, after you work for a few years, I mean, you know
can
what
outguess
sells.
the average woman. Well, there aren't many people doing it, I mean, if it's any news to you. But I tell you, do these glamour girls come to your...
Yes.
Don't you feel guilty in a business like that?
No, indeed not. It's
You don't
wonderful
really?
because you see something coming out that looks so exquisite that
I mean, after you've designed the dress, huh?
Yeah.
But I mean, after all, now, you, a dress designer, a hairstylist, beauticians, and that, you're all in a great conspiracy. Don't you know, you make a woman look beautiful, and then 4 or 5 months later, some poor little guy who never did anything to you in his life is hooked in. I mean, did you ever stop and think of that?
No, we never do.
Well, you give it some thought, and thank you, Miss Adrian.
And now, Mr. Albert Moore of New York City.
Well, good evening, Mr. Moore. May I ask your business?
I'm a geodetic computer, Fred.
A geodetic computer?
Yes.
Well, thank you very much, trouble with Mr. Costa, who's only a photographer. Don't get me hooked into that. Geodetic, I can't even spell it. Well, that brings us to our question, Mr. Moore. Thank you for helping us save the time. Today, we live in an age of speed. We travel fast, we work fast, we eat fast, sleep fast, and do about everything but pay our bills fast. Speed has even influenced our reading habits. We have tabloid newspapers that enable us to see the news at a glance without having to take the time to read it. Outstanding magazine articles, popular novels, and classical literature are condensed and available today in digest form. Now, our question tonight, we're only going to take part of this. Do you think a person who has a limited time for reading benefits more through reading a few books and articles in their original form or reading many things in digest form? Now, Mr. Costa, how do you feel about the digest business?
My own reaction, Fred, is that the digest form would make a person, give him the ability to discuss more things with more people.
Yes, but he'd only have a little to say about a lot of things.
That's right. That's right. That makes him look smart.
Oh, you mean for once over likely. I mean to call once on all of his friends, he'd be smart, and then he'd sort of run out. Well, thank you. Do you think, really, do you go over the digest magazines, or would you personally rather read a book or an article thoroughly in its original form?
Personally, I don't get much time, but I only read a few books thoroughly. But I feel I'm doing the wrong thing sometimes.
You feel that you're doing the wrong thing, but you're doing it correctly. Well, that helps a lot. Mr. Foster. And Miss Adrienne, how do you feel about the digest crowd?
Well, I feel almost the same as any woman that's in business. They have such few minutes of time that when they do have that, they want to enjoy it thoroughly. And I myself would read a book, too.
Would read a book?
I do have to read quite a few
small
articles about fashion shows and this and that I have to do. It's compulsory.
It's part of your business, and so you
yes,
prefer.
But when for myself, for my own enjoyment, I wouldn't read a book.
Rather read a book. Well, thank you, Miss Adrienne. And Mr. Moore, how do you feel about it?
Well, for light, fluffy stuff, the digest is all right. But if you really want to know a subject, you very well just can't pass over it. You must study it.
Go into it thoroughly. Well, thank you all. I'm sorry we haven't time to go into this more thoroughly. The way our round table stands now, I'm sure that our evasive discussion tonight will have no lasting effect on the digest folk. I think, though, eventually we'll have digest homes, digest meals, digest automobiles, digest jobs, and a digest outlook. And so with everything in digest form, we can truthfully say it's a small world after all. Our round table adjourned, and thank you all for your time. Seems to bring us to Kenny Baker again. In a Gilbert and Sullivan mood now, Kenny sings A Wandering Minstrel from the Mikado.
A wandering minstrel I sing of shreds and patches, of ballad songs and snatches, and dreamy lullaby. My catalogue is long through every passion ranging, and to your humors changing, I tune my sorrow song. I tune my song. Patriotic sentiment is wanted. My patriotic ballads cut and dry. For wherever a country's banner may be planted, all other local banners are defied. Our warriors in serried ranks assemble, never quail or they conceal it if they do. And they shouldn't be surprised if nations tremble before the mighty troops that prove the P.T.P. And if you call for a song of the sea, we'll hear the captain roar. With the yo-heave ho, the wind is free. Her rank with the tip and the helm will leap. Her rock to the homeward bound. To lay aloft in a howling breeze may tickle a landsman's taste, but the happiest hour a sailor sees is when he's down at an inland town. With his Nancy on his knees, he-ho! His arm around her waist. A wandering minstrel I sing of and patches of ballad songs and snatches and dreamy lullaby. And dreamy lullaby.
Just a word from Larry Elliott.
Yes, Fred, just one word. Congratulations. 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 Congratulations.
Wait a minute, just a minute, Larry. You sound as though you're needle stuck. How many times are you going to say that?
Well, I should say it 400,000 times, Fred.
Really?
Congratulations to the owners of the more than 400,000 1941 cars coming off the assembly line during the month of April. Yes, if your name is on one of these beauties scheduled for spring delivery, congratulations. And a reminder, you now have every reason to fly, not just drive the highway with Sky Chief in the tank. For you'll want to enjoy the utmost. All the spirited performance under that gleaming new hood. And Sky Chief, with its flexible power, its great range of smooth response, will make a grand running mate. Then let your car show off its nimbleness in traffic, its hill climbing ability, its smooth gliding motion of the straightaways. Yes, Sky Chief will make your acquaintance with that new car a complete one. It's your Texaco dealer's different, premium gasoline for those who want the best.
And now the Texaco Workshop Players. Tonight, they present a Hollywood murder mystery. It's called Death Gets Back on the Job After Taking a Holiday, or One Long Pan Takes a Chance and Outchance Charlie Chan. Music, maestro. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Ken Crum, broadcasting from the lobby of Blauman Siamese Theater here in Hollywood. Tonight we bring you another gala Hollywood premiere, the first showing of that sensational new mystery, Charlie Chan in Flatbush. This is the 100th Charlie Chan picture to be premiered here in Hollywood. Charlie Chan is here. Right now, Charlie's leaving his footprint in the cement here at Blauman Siamese. The lobby's crowded with stars. There goes Slim Somerville. Here's a friend of Gene Autry's passing by. What a night. Every star is out to see Charlie Chan in Flatbush. And here's the producer of the picture, Mr. Sasha Watso. Tell our radio audience, Mr. Watso, how much did the picture cost?
The picture is costing me $2 million.
And can you tell us something about the mystery, Mr. Watso?
How am I going to get back the $2 million? That's the mystery.
Thank you, Sasha Watso. And here's the author of the picture, Mr. Ludwig Korn.
Good evening, all.
You've written the entire Charlie Chan series, Mr. Korn.
Yes, but Charlie Chan and Flatbush beats them all.
You failed at this.
Yes, the top Charlie Chan in Honolulu, Charlie Chan in Mexico, Charlie Chan in Kankakee, Charlie Chan
Get away. And thank you, Mr. Ludwig Korn. And now a word from the director of the picture, the brilliant young genius who has all Hollywood agog, Mr. Dawson Bell.
It isn't necessary to introduce me by name.
No?
Merely say, ladies and gentlemen, here he is. The world will know.
Mr. Bell, tell me, what do you think of your picture?
It is magnificent, awe-inspiring, super mediocre.
Thank you.
I wanted to call this picture Citizen Chan. The rest, you know.
Yes, we do. Thank you, Dawson Bells. And folks, here comes the star of the picture, Charlie Chan. Yes, folks, it's Charlie Chan in person. Say something, Charlie.
Charlie Chan, very glad. Say hello. Very glad. Finish 100 picture. Very glad. Oh. Charlie shot. Hey, Confucius, clap hands. Here comes Charlie.
He's dead.
Help, murder, police.
Get one long pan.
Charlie Chan murdered.
Get one long pan. Hello, give me police headquarters. Get one long pan.
Help, murder.
Gleating, have terrible time stopping car. Almost went by. Gleating and Shalom Aleichem, kitty. Detective One Long Pan on job. Jello again. O-N-E, long pan.
Say, who is this? Dennis Day with jaundice?
Not Tennis Faye. I am Detective One Long Pan, Chinese Superman. On radio every week, tongue buster on every week.
Who needs a Chinese detective?
Who are you, Mr. Talk Bad English?
I am Sasha Wartzel, the producer. You are here to solve Charlie Chan's murder?
Not murder. Long Pan here to get Charlie Chan job. Long Pan sing, Long Pan talk, Long Pan dance, Long Pan do comedy, all funny stuff. Great dreadful picture, Long Pan Chinese boy. Long Pan make with sweater, sweater boy.
This is not only a Chinaman, he is crazy.
Long Pan also sing. There's a brandy known as Hennessy. All night long I'm drinking Hennessy.
Please, I'm begging, solve the murder.
Yes, quit stalling, Long Pan. How about Charlie Chan's murder?
Who are you, little man, of skimpy hair?
I am Ludwig Kahn. I wrote all of Charlie Chan's pictures.
Oh, you bad boy, you commit many crime already. What happened, Mr. Horn?
Well, Charlie stepped to the microphone to greet his radio fan.
What happened?
A shot rang out. Charlie fell.
Then what happened?
Charlie gave up the celestial ghost.
Then what happened?
Blauman, the manager, locked the audience in the theater. We came into Blauman's office here to wait for the police.
So far, so good. And now for $64 question. You catch him, Chan?
Yes. What is your question?
Where is Charlie Chan's body?
Oh, it's lying in state on a pinball machine in the lobby.
Body in lobby? A long time go to lobby, examine body. And thank you, Mr. One Long Time, for lobbying for your body. Oh, some fun, eh, kids? Some fun.
Is it true? Tell me, is it true?
It's what true?
Is Charlie Chan dead?
Yes, Charlie Chan is dead.
Good. Now I can make a picture of his life.
Who are you?
I'm Don Amici.
Someday Don Amici go too far. Don Amici play Don Amici.
Listen, Carmen, you too, Wartzel. I thought you were getting a detective.
This is the detective, Dawson.
Who are you, big boy?
I am Dawson Bells, the actor, director, author, producer, and all-around genius.
What do you know about Charlie Chan murder?
To whom are you speaking? Bells the actor, Bells the director, or Bells the producer?
Long time grilling bells across the board. You face up. What you know about murder?
Nothing.
Short and sweet like Midget's girlfriend.
Where's the detective?
Who are you, Missy?
I'm the cashier. I've been listening at the keyhole. I seen the murder.
You mean?
Ludwig Kahn killed Charlie Chan.
Why, you infamous little troll.
Oh.
You insinuate that I, Ludwig Kahn, the author of the Charlie Chan pictures...
You were standing next to Charlie Chan at the microphone. You had your hand in your coat pocket. When Charlie fell, you walked away.
Oh, long time search you, Mr. Wooden Corn.
Here, take your hand out of my sport coat.
Aha. You'll see what long time finds.
What?
Le Wallowa.
Hurry, out.
Oh, that proves nothing. This is Hollywood. Anybody might be carrying a revolver. Why don't you search Dawson Bell?
Ridiculous. What would I be doing with a pistol?
Long time flisk. Make sure.
Do.
Jeeper, peeper, side pocket. Look.
What?
Le Wallowa.
A revolver? I told you. Search Warsaw. He's probably got a gun, too.
Who's got a gun?
Long time flisk. Make sure. Look in the Warsaw coat pocket. Holy smoke, Le Wallowa.
Wallowa?
Just a minute. Somebody slipped that gun in my pocket. I had no Lee Wallowa.
Me also. This suit is coming with 2 pair pants, but no Lee Wallowa.
See, Le Wallowa, very baffling.
Well, anyway, that proves I didn't murder Charlie Chan.
Well, who done it, Long Pan?
Long time to find out.
How, Longy?
Oh, very simple. Kitty stuff for Long Pan. Long Pan examine Le Wallowa. Long Pan see which where Le Wallowa has bullet missing. Holy smoke! All 3 Le Wallowa have 1 bullet missing. Very baffling.
What's your next move, Long Pan?
Long Pan examine body. Location bullet hole, solve crime. Where is body?
Charlie's right outside, laying on a pinball machine.
Very good. Let's go.
Right through here.
Oh, you see, Long Pan.
Oh, there he is. Poor Charlie.
What a beautiful death for an actor. Passing out on a pinball machine. Still and right.
Oh, you see, Charlie look better than one Long Pan. Oh, Charlie eat better, too. Fat boy, big belly. Plenty egg for young on fish. Aha!
Find something, Long Pan?
Powder burn on coat. Left side. Oh, standing left side.
Not me. I was on his right side.
Yeah, you was on Chan's left side, Mr. Corn.
And on top of that, I've seen you do it.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Uh-huh. What is object here? Clutched in Charlie Chan's hand.
It's a book.
Your best book. A little book, too.
It's a pocket atlas.
Exactly. Names of cities, countries, check off here, you see?
Yeah, Hawaii, Madagascar, South Africa.
What do you make of it, Longpan?
Charlie Chan, the detective to end. Left fatal clue personally to help Longpan solve mystery.
Then you know who made it, Charlie.
You bet. The murderer here.
Well, I've got to get back to the studio. I'm 14 conferences behind.
Not so fast, Mr. Corn. Hold him, Mr. Bell.
Here, I'll
Mr. Bell.
I've got him, Longpan.
Now, Mr. Nudnik Horn, this atlas belongs to you. You fetch up. You kill Charlie Chan.
No, I didn't.
You plant Liwalowa in Dawson Smell's special pressure pocket. You fire one bullet from there, Liwalowa, at home. Fatal bullet, you fire at Charlie Chan personally.
Well, all right. I confess. I did it. I had to do it.
Why you kill Charlie? Oh, you bad boy.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. In all my pictures, I've had Charlie in every country, city, and hamlet on the face of the earth. Charlie Chan in Timbuktu. Charlie Chan in Dongdang. Everywhere. I finally had to kill him. I couldn't find another place for Charlie Chan to go.
But why you plant the gun on Dawson Smells in such a pretzel here?
Well, that was a plot I used in Charlie Chan in Walla Walla.
What happened?
It didn't work in the picture either.
Exactly. Longpan arrest you, Mr. Ludwig Cohn, for murder Charlie Chan.
Well, do you think I'll get the hot seat, Longpan?
Oh, sure. Certainly, silly Billy. Aesop say, man who writes B picture, sure to get stung in the end. Some finish, surefire every time. Thumbs up for the defense.
The next few moments are devoted to the entire petroleum industry by the Texas Company. For over 20 years, the unparalleled forces of industrial America have been geared to peacetime production. They are now engaged in meeting the great emergency and problems of our national defense program. When the hurry call for preparedness came, the petroleum industry was ready, completely ready. The production and supplying of oil is in full stride on all fronts, and our known oil resources are the greatest in our history. Yes, the American petroleum industry is at full strength, is mobilized for all demands of our industrial, military, and naval defense programs, as well as those of civilian life. The petroleum industry is ready for national defense.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for letting the Texaco Star Theater service your radio for this hour tonight. We'll be back. Wrong till the end. It is I. We'll be back to render the same service next Wednesday night at Texaco time. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast, and inviting you to drive in anytime. Remember, you're welcome.
Broadcasting System.